Welcome back to the channel, folks, and to the Walking Dead Retrospective Supercut, a compilation of my videos on Telltale's The Walking Dead series, cut and edited into one convenient watching experience. Timestamps down below along with links to the original videos. Leave a like and comment down below for the algorithm, and if you're new to the channel, I'd love it if you subscribe. Welcome back to the channel, folks. Remember the early 2010s when the Walking Dead TV show hit our screens and was this huge cultural phenomenon? Adapted from the comic series of the same name, the show dominated the world's attention for a few glorious years. It's all people ever talked about. It was the big thing that was the forefront of New York Comic Con every year I went. But then, it took a nosedive. A painful descent into irrelevance. The show's quality plummeted, and many of you might not even realize that it finally ended just last November. Well, ended might be a stretch, as the original show's ending merely set the stage for 3 more Walking Dead spin-off series. Christ, AMC, no one is watching these shows anymore. Why the hell are you still milking this franchise? During the series' heyday, we saw various video game adaptations set in its world. The standout, and arguably the best among them, was Telltale's The Walking Dead. During its release in 2012, the zombie genre was starting to reach its peak. By that point, we'd seen our fair share of zombie flicks and games, from the slower survival horror of Resident Evil to the multiplayer action of Left 4 Dead. But Telltale's take on the genre brought a refreshing twist. It was a narrative-driven point-and-click adventure game, prioritizing storytelling, character relationships, and player choices that could alter the entire narrative. The Walking Dead was unlike anything I had experienced before in gaming. Back then, the closest comparison I could make were those edutainment games I played as a kid in my school's computer lab. Everything about this game, from its departure from action-packed gameplay, the fact it wasn't connected to the TV series, and its episodic release schedule, would have made younger me overlook it entirely. But I gave the game a chance, downloaded the first episode a few weeks after its release, and after finishing it, I found myself eagerly anticipating each subsequent episode. I was captivated by the game's narrative, the tale of Lee Everett's relationship with his surrogate daughter, Clementine, how he becomes her guardian and father figure, his attempts to keep her safe and prepare her for the harsh reality of this new world. Their journey has stayed with me long after I set down my controller and completed Season 1 over a decade ago. While I can't say exactly when the last time I played it was, I still vividly remember their interactions, the other characters that crossed their path, and many of the decisions I made. So let's go back and revisit what made Telltale's The Walking Dead so damn good, and why it may arguably still be the best story they've ever told.
Well, I reckon you didn't do it then.
You know what they say about reckoning?
I don't, but I reckon it's a lot like assuming.
Yeah, something like that.
The game takes place in Georgia during the opening days of the initial zombie outbreak. As I mentioned before, during Season 1 of The Walking Dead, you'll play as Lee Everett, a former history professor at the University of Georgia. The game kicks off with him in the back of a police car, headed for prison after being convicted of murdering a state senator. When Lee returned home from work one day, he walked in on his wife cheating on him with that same senator, leading to a heated altercation where Lee unintentionally took the man's life. This is one of those details about Lee's backstory that I've often misremembered. For some reason, I've always thought he was framed or that it was a lesser offense. I think part of the reason is that the story doesn't treat it as a heinous crime. It's definitely a crime, but one where most people can grasp the circumstances surrounding what happened. most of us would probably sympathize with a guy who discovered his wife's infidelity and ended up killing her lover in a fit of anger. In addition to that, despite being a criminal and a convicted murderer, many view Lee as genuinely good at heart. At his core, he's a good guy, often seeking to do the right thing, avoid being selfish, and trying to de-escalate situations with others as opposed to going right for violence. Lee makes no excuses for his mistakes, and owns up to the things he's done. While others can sympathize with his situation, he doesn't. Regardless of the reasons, he still committed a murder. Lee makes no attempts to justify what he did, and accepts the consequences by going to jail. The cop driving him to jail picks up on this and respects him for it, not treating him like a common criminal, but more like an old friend who messed up. Though he's also sympathetic because both of them hail from Macon, and the police officer is familiar with Lee's family and the pharmacy they run. He's definitely a nice old guy. It's just too bad he doesn't know how to keep his eyes on the road.
Hilarious if I do say so. This other time.
After the crash, Lee wakes up to find himself alone in the car with an injured leg. The old policeman collapsed outside and unresponsive. At first I thought he was flung through the windshield of the car, but on closer inspection, it seems he dragged himself out of the wreck before collapsing. This is when we get our first taste of gameplay, as we need to get Lee out of the car and out of his handcuffs. While The Walking Dead is primarily a visual novel, with a heavy focus on timed dialogue choices, it also makes use of light point-and-click gameplay. At various points in the story, you'll find yourself exploring the surroundings, engaging with different characters, observing the environment, and examining various objects scattered about. These tasks can range from the simple act of searching for food, or an item to assist a character, all the way to discovering a tool required to open a lock or gain access through a door. Sometimes you'll also be given different ways of interacting with an object, either looking at it, attempting to grab or use it, using another item in conjunction with it, or in the case of other characters, giving them the item. Additionally, the game features more frantic and timed action sequences, where you'll engage in combat against enemies or dispatch walkers that threaten you. These combat sections play a bit like light gun games, requiring you to click on a specific spot of an enemy to inflict damage or to eliminate them, and if you're too slow to react, you're usually treated to an instant death. These parts aren't really all that tough, as the game doesn't expect perfect reaction time, and the indicators on the screen make it easy to know where to click. Unlike traditional point-and-click adventure games, it doesn't punish you for missing crucial items that you might need hours later in your playthrough, and forcing a restart, so you don't really need a guide to play this game, and in fact, I recommend avoiding one altogether, especially on your initial playthrough, and to avoid spoiling the outcome of your dialogue choices. I'm not using a guide either, so most of the choices I'll make throughout this playthrough are based on what I can remember from the first time I played. After Lee gets out of his handcuffs and puts down the reanimated police officer, he'll spot a little girl watching him from afar and head in her direction in search of help, and to outrun the walkers chasing him. Losing sight of the little girl, he'll enter an abandoned home, and after searching the place for anything useful, Lee will listen to the messages on the answering machine.
Oh my god, finally. I don't know if you tried to reach us. All the calls are getting dropped. They're not letting us leave and aren't telling us anything about Atlanta. Please, just leave the city and take Clementine with you back to Murrieta. I've got to get back to the hospital. Please let me know that you're safe. Clementine, baby. If you can hear this, call the police. That's 911. We love you. We love you. We love you.
You know, I had completely forgotten that Clementine's parents were confirmed dead right from the beginning of the game. I always remembered it being more vague, like we knew they were in Savannah, but we weren't sure of their exact situation, and with it just heavily implied that they were dead throughout. After talking to Clementine over the walkie-talkie a bit, and putting down what used to be her babysitter with her help, Lee will formally meet her face to face.
Did you kill it?
Yes.
It's okay. I think she was a monster.
I think so too. You've been all by yourself through this?
Yeah, I want my parents to come home now.
Ooh, that line up there. A character will remember that. It's probably what first comes to mind when discussing any of Telltale's games, not just The Walking Dead. Outside of the point-and-click elements I mentioned before, the bulk of the game is centered on dialogue choices. While the majority of them are unimportant and it doesn't really matter what you choose to say, the small handful that do matter will shape Lee's interactions with other characters. It works as a hidden relationship meter with how nice Lee is or isn't to a character. Whether he chooses to help them or to side with them during arguments will change their behavior, dialogue, and some of their actions later in the game. It ranges from outcomes such as lying to a character and being called out on it later when you're exposed, to things such as them giving you the cold shoulder and being antagonistic towards Lee because he didn't side with them during important choices. It's an interesting system that, thanks to most choices being timed, will need you to decide quickly on the best course of action, and add some replayability to subsequent playthroughs if you're interested in seeing what happens when you make a different choice. However, certain events in the game are unavoidable, and will happen regardless of your choices, your decisions only changing how said events happen. So it's not really a branching storyline that is constantly changing from your decisions and locks you into a specific ending like in, say, Fallout New Vegas. While I understand that many people criticize this design choice, I'm inclined to forgive it in this instance, because I believe the story would lose a significant amount of its impact and memorability if I could attain a perfect ending by making all the right choices. Despite the fact she's been hiding in her treehouse for days, and her babysitter was turned into a zombie, Clementine is surprisingly calm, all things considered. Also, I'm only just now realizing we're never given Clem's last name. I thought I missed it somewhere, so I looked it up, and it's true. She doesn't have an official last name. Apparently, it was supposed to be Crawford during development, but they scrapped that when the same name was used for a location later in the game. While only 8 years old when first meeting her, Clementine is fairly intelligent and mature for her age. She's perceptive and resourceful. While she doesn't fully grasp what's going on during the zombie apocalypse, Clementine quickly figured out where to hide and protect herself from walkers, and acted quickly to assist Lee by giving him a hammer to take out the monster attacking him. I was going to try and spitball a theory for why she's so independent and resourceful before the world went to shit, but I don't really think I need to. Clementine is just a bright little girl, one who can be trusting and compassionate to others, though not naive enough to trust every stranger she meets. She mostly behaves like a little girl throughout the story, getting bored when there's nothing to do, eager to play games or color, inquisitive of things she doesn't understand, and feeling lonely when separated from Lee. Clementine is extremely likable. It's easy for the player to grow attached to her and care for her well-being like Lee. Watching her grow up and mature throughout the story is one of the game's strongest aspects. Lee, despite not having a plan on what to do with Clementine, especially since he knows he'll never be able to reunite her with her parents, decides to protect her for now and get her to a safer place. This is where you're given your first major choice, leaving while the sun is still up or during the night. Both choices will end with Lee and Clementine arriving at a farm owned by the Green family, but all the time of day you choose changes is the one-off characters you meet. Leave during the day, you'll bump into Sean Green and his friend Chet, who you assist in unblocking their car and driving off with them before walkers can catch up to the group, with Chet saying his goodbyes to return to his home and disappearing from the plot. Choose night, and Sean will instead be with a police officer friend named Andre, Chet now having been turned into a walker, and the group speeding away in a police car this time, with Andre saying his goodbyes to the group and disappearing from the plot. So while you get different encounters, your choice is still ultimately pointless. I'm going to avoid bringing up every difference your choices make, as I don't want to bog down the video too much, and as I said, the outcome for the majority of them is still the same. Arriving at the farm, Sean will introduce us to his father Herschel. The two of them are meant to be the same characters from the original comic adaptation of The Walking Dead, as this game originally had a shared continuity with it. However, that's not really the case anymore, as the backstories of some of the characters they shared ended up being changed in the comics later on. So this game ended up becoming its own alternate continuity, which I think it's to its benefit and allows for more creative freedom. Besides, I doubt many people were clamoring for some big crossover with Lee and Clementine meeting comic Rick Grimes or something.
Yes.
Herschel is pretty welcoming and friendly, even patching up Lee's leg, though he's a bit suspicious too, grilling Lee a bit about who he is, why he left Atlanta, and how. I wouldn't say Herschel is outright distrustful of him, more like he's just being cautious around this stranger his son brought home. Though he's also a bit naive, as he doesn't seem to grasp how bad things are becoming out in the world, being dismissive of his son Sean's desire to fortify their farm and protect themselves. While Herschel isn't taking the situation as seriously as he should, he's still kind enough to let Lee and Clementine stay, letting them spend the night in his barn with another family.
I missed my mom and dad.
I bet, Clem.
How far is Savannah?
Pretty far.
Oh, okay.
Waking up the next morning, Lee will meet a member of the other family that Herschel mentioned. Kenny. Kenny. Outside of one other character we'll meet later on, he's probably the most base-breaking character from Season 1. Depending on your choices during your playthrough, you either end up loving the guy or hating his guts. It's rare to find an opinion that lands anywhere in the middle. When you first meet Kenny, he's a rather friendly and down-to-earth guy who's very protective of his family, putting their well-being above everything else. He's a man who values loyalty. If you got his back, he's got yours. Unfortunately, that also makes him very selfish at times, as he'll resent and butt heads with anyone who refuses to agree with him, becoming more hot-tempered throughout the story. There's a lot to unpack with Kenny's character, but since a lot of the changes he goes through are dependent on future events, I'll save that discussion for later in the video. Along with Kenny, we're introduced to his son, Ken Jr., or as his parents call him, Duck. He's an energetic kid around Clementine's age, who is blissfully unaware that he's living through a zombie apocalypse. Nothing really bothers the kid, like water off a duck's back. Though Kenny doesn't think Duck's attitude comes from being naturally fearless or courageous, and more so because
he's dumb as a bag of hammers.
Also, his mannerisms and behaviors seem to heavily hint he's on the spectrum. Finally, we're introduced to Kenny's wife, Katja, a veterinarian and kind woman who instantly opens up to Clementine. While she usually follows her husband's lead in what they do, she isn't afraid to speak up when Kenny is being reckless and is probably the only person outside of Lee that can get him to calm down or think things clearly. During our time on the farm, we can speak to members of the Kenny family in order to learn more about them and their plans after leaving Herschel's farm. Kenny is a commercial fisherman. He and his family were visiting Katja's sister when the zombie outbreak took place. He hopes to get back to Fort Lauderdale and is optimistic the government will get the situation under control in a few days. But in the worst case scenario, he figures he can escape what's happening with his family on his boat. Unlike the second season of the Walking Dead TV series, our time on the green farm is rather short, as we'll hear some screaming and rush over to find Sean and Duck being attacked by walkers. Duck was watching and helping Sean build his fence by sitting on his tractor and pretending to be a foreman. Unfortunately, while he was playing, Duck pulled a lever on the tractor and accidentally ran over Sean's leg, pinning him to the ground. You now have to choose whether to save Sean or save Duck, though regardless of who you choose, Sean will always die, mostly to keep continuity with the comics, as Sean was dead by the time Rick's group arrived at Herschel's farm. This choice does have some weight to it, as choosing to save Duck will start to build a positive relationship with Kenny. It also ends up adding more complexity to him later on, as the guilt of failing to save Sean and saving his own son instead will weigh heavily on him throughout later episodes, mostly stirred on when Herschel screams at Kenny out of anger and grief for freezing up and not helping.
Get out.
Get the fuck out of here!
I'm sorry.
Sorry? Your son is alive. You don't get to be sorry!
Getting knocked off the farm, Lee and Clementine will leave with Kenny's family and head down to Macon. Things don't get much better for the group when their pickup truck breaks down in the middle of a street, swarming with walkers. Luckily, we're saved by Lois Lane and Jimmy Olsen, who kill a few walkers and get us to the safety of a nearby pharmacy, where we meet another group of survivors. First, we got the woman who gunned down some walkers to save us, a reporter by the name of Carly. Next, her inept sidekick in the cap, Glenn. Yes, this is the same Glenn who pops up in the series.
Have you ever been walking down the street with your best bro, and while you're walking you accidentally touch hands? You think to yourself, That was weird, but I'm not gay. You are. You are gay.
The comic series, that is. Next, we got the weird tech guy, Doug. Then there's Lily, the stern leader of the group, who has some military experience, thanks to her time serving in the Air Force. She was originally supposed to be the character of the same name in the comics, who pops up in Woodbury working for the governor, but that ended up getting retconned. And finally, Lily's father, Larry, an asshole and overall piece of shit with no redeeming qualities whatsoever. He's immediately antagonistic with Lee's group, angry that Carly saved them, and demands Duck get thrown out, assuming the kid was bitten because of the blood on him. Things get heated as Kenny pushes back, the situation quickly escalating until I get fed up and tell my buddy to drop this fool.
Knock this guy out. Happily.
Jesus!
Oh man.
Oh, come on, Kenny, you hit like a bitch. Thankfully, Lee won't have to step up and fight himself, as after a brief encounter with a walker that was hiding in the bathroom, Larry collapses due to the whole situation putting a strain on his heart. We now need to get him nitroglycerin pills before he dies. Unfortunately, the pharmacy's stock of medicine is locked behind a security gate, so we'll need to figure out a plan to get in there. Despite the urgency in having to save Larry, things mellow down and we're given some time to explore the pharmacy and talk to everyone. With the place not being a perfect stronghold, Glenn suggests that they should get enough gas in order for everyone to drive out of Macon. He'll offer to get it himself, heading towards a nearby motel to siphon gas from cars along the way, and then circling back to the pharmacy. Lee will give him his walkie-talkie and tells Glenn to radio back in case he runs into trouble. During this section, Lee is a little more reserved and somber. As it turns out, this was the pharmacy owned by his family. Speaking with Lily, he's given the unfortunate news that his parents didn't make it, as their bodies were found in the back room. While he's visibly sad, he lies to Lily about his relationship with the owners, only vaguely admitting that they were close. I was kind of confused why Lee didn't outright state those were his parents, and that this was his family's pharmacy. I figured the rest of the group would be sympathetic to his loss, and be somewhat optimistic Lee might know a way to reach the medication they need. Then Carly cleared things up for me when she confronted Lee in the pharmacy's office in a later scene.
I know who you are. You're Lee Everett. You're a professor at Athens who killed a state senator who was sleeping with your wife. This is your parents' store.
Being a reporter, she was following Lee's trial regarding the murder of the senator. She doesn't actually care that Lee is a murderer, and thinks he's a nice guy, but she asks him if anyone else knows about his past. Lee confirms that they don't, and that's partially why he's only been given out his first name. Carly agrees he should continue to hide who he is for now, and to avoid stirring things up with the group even more. Though Lee also hides his past from the group as a way to avoid shaming his family, by revealing his relationship to them. Something he outright confirms to Clementine when the two of them clean up the back office, and reveal the door to the drug shelves. Circling back to Carly for a moment, she's probably my favorite character introduced during this section. She has a little more depth to her, and doesn't feel one-note or underdeveloped like Doug or Glenn. Carly is resourceful thanks to how she handles a gun, is level-headed enough not to expose Lee, and compassionate enough to see he's still a decent guy. And despite admitting she has a little bit of a thing for Doug, for some reason, she has great chemistry with Lee. Though she's lacking in common sense as she doesn't know how to correctly place batteries in a radio. Also, despite promising to keep what she knows about Lee to herself, she neglected to notice that Clementine overheard their conversation.
Lee?
Yeah?
You're not bad, right?
Why are you asking me that?
That lady said you killed someone. Was that because he was one of the things trying to eat you?
No, he wasn't.
Oh. Was he bad?
He was.
You'll be given the choice to be honest or lie to her, but you'll be exposed for your lie later on, and her opinion of Lee will go down because of it. Being honest with Clementine now will increase her opinion of Lee, and she'll also accept what he did because he killed a bad person. Might seem like Clem accepted what Lee did a little fast, but remember, she's just a kid, and can't grasp the full weight of what it means to murder someone. Not only that, but she's grown attached to him in the absence of her parents, so she may not want to turn her back on Lee and be left all alone again. Now that we know how to get the meds that Larry needs, we still need to find a way to unlock the door. Talking to Doug and observing the situation outside, Lee will notice a walker that's pinned by a falling utility pole. recognizing him as his younger brother. Like with his parents, he doesn't admit he's related to the guy, only pointing out to Doug that he looks like a pharmacy employee, and that he could potentially have the keys they need. We can't go after them just yet, as Glenn will radio in that he needs help at the motel.
Get down!
Lee and Carly will head to his location, and after finding him, Glenn refuses to leave as a girl he was speaking to has been trapped in a room by walkers. The trio will have to slowly make their way through the parking lot to pick off the walkers as quietly as possible in order to get to her. Grabbing a fire axe we'll need when returning to the pharmacy, Lee will clear out the last of the walkers and cut through the board nailed outside the girl's room. Wait, why is the outside of the motel room boarded up and not the inside?
Help! It's too late for that.
Guys, she's been bitten.
What? I told you, I said go away! I'm bit! But you wouldn't just leave.
Let's calm down. You could be fine.
I won't be fine. My boyfriend was bitten. You get sick and you die, and you come back and you kill anything you can find.
You have a boyfriend?
Glenn?
I don't.
Wow, Glenn. Nice to see you have the right priorities. Knowing she's done for, but dreading the idea of coming back as a walker, the poor girl will ask for Carly's gun in order to end things on her terms. I oblige her final request, with Lee staying with her to retrieve the gun once she ends it all. Man, that was a little dark, but it's nothing compared to what we'll have to deal with later. Returning to the pharmacy, Larry unfortunately hasn't died yet, so I guess we have no choice but to get his pills now. Like I mentioned before, the keys they need are most likely in possession of Lee's dead brother. Teaming up with Doug, he'll create a distraction for Lee by reprogramming a remote control found in the back office and using it to turn on the TVs across the street. After Lee breaks the display window so the walkers will be distracted, he'll run to his brother, put him to rest, and grab the keys off him. Mission accomplished, we get the meds Larry needs. Unfortunately, this sets off the store's security. Every walker in the area swarms the pharmacy, and we're given the final choice of the episode, and one with actual repercussions for the next few episodes. Carly and Doug will be attacked by walkers, and you have to decide who to save. I always end up choosing Carly, as she's more developed compared to Doug, has proven herself more useful thanks to her shooting skills, and because I like shipping her with Lee. Sorry, Doug. If you did more than just reprogram a remote control, maybe I would have chosen you to live.
I'm coming with this, you son of a bitch!
Larry, you ungrateful piece of shit. You'd be dead if I didn't put my neck on the line to get your heart pills. Luckily for Lee, best bro Kenny helps him back up and gets him out of there. The whole group escaping to the motel from before. While they start to fortify their new home, Glenn decides he needs to leave for Atlanta in order to save his friends and meet Rick Grimes. So long, Glenn. Sure hope you don't run into a psycho with a baseball bat. Before the chapter comes to an end, you need to walk around and speak to everyone who's left. Speaking to Carly, she's still upset about what happened to Doug, and is the only one who even seems to care. Talking to Clementine, she's upset the walkie-talkie she got from her parents was broken during the chaos at the pharmacy, though you can reassure her we can fix it later. Confronting that piece of shit Larry, he finally gives us a reason why he doesn't like Lee and why he left him to die earlier. He knows about Lee's past as a convicted murderer, and doesn't trust him around his daughter Lily or the rest of the group. While admittedly that feels like a fair excuse, Larry still ignores the fact that Lee was nothing but helpful since he met him, has put the rest of the group's needs before himself, and, oh yeah, saved that asshole's life by getting him his heart meds. There's a lot I want to say about Larry right now, but I'm going to save it for later in the next episode. For now, that jerk lets Lee be and chooses not to expose his past. But Larry promises to toss him out of the group if he thinks Lily or Clementine is in danger because of him. With a few final words with Kenny and Lily, the episode comes to a close as the group prepares for an uncertain future.
Yeah, you're right. You know, guys, I think it's going to be okay.
At the end of each episode, you're shown a stats screen that shows what percentage of other players made the same choices you did. It's interesting to see how much those statistics have changed since the game's first release. As while I don't remember the exact numbers from back then, I do recall that Carly was heavily favored over Doug when it came to choosing who to save, but now it's almost even. A decade of people reading guides and watching videos showing the alternate choices, not to mention tons of new runs of the game, probably ended up evening out the percentage.
Damn it. What'd they get this time?
Looks like a rabbit.
Well, that's another meal lost.
Episode 2 starts 3 months after the events of the first episode, with Lee and new character Mark out in the woods hunting for food. I was so baffled the first time I played episode 2 and saw Mark. I thought I missed some information in the last chapter or some optional choice that would have introduced him, but nope, he just met the group off screen. During the time skip, the group found him at the local Air Force base, Mark having locked himself in a commissary closet for survival. Thanks to the large amount of food he had, he was welcomed into the main group, who are still at the motel. The situation is tense, as a combination of their dwindling food supply and debates about abandoning the motel for somewhere else is threatening to tear the group apart. During Lee and Mark's little walk through the woods, they hear screams for help and stumble upon Travis and Ben, along with their teacher David, who got his legs stuck in a bear trap. The panicked teenagers beg for our group's help in freeing him, but when Mark inspects the trap, he discovers it was altered and doesn't have a release latch. Well, that's awfully weird. If you're using a bear trap for hunting animals, why would you remove the release latch? It's not like a bear or wolf can set themselves free using it. No time to ponder this mystery though, as all of David's screaming has attracted walkers to their location. You're on a timer to try and get him out, and the quickest and most efficient move is just chopping off his leg. Sorry, David. Maybe next time you'll pay attention to where you're walking. Whether you succeed in cutting him free in time will determine which of the trio ends up dying here. Take too long, and the guys will abandon David to get eaten alive, with Travis trying to take Mark's rifle to try to save his teacher and accidentally shooting himself. Cut David free, Travis will get grossed out and puke at the sight of his leg getting chopped off, distracting the kid just long enough for walkers to attack and kill him. Sorry, kid. Maybe if you had a stronger stomach, zombies wouldn't be tearing it out to eat it and the rest of you. Returning to the motel with David and Ben, Katja will take a look at David and try to stabilize him. Right on cue, Lily and Larry waste no time in starting shit up, screaming at the guys for bringing more people to their camp when they're already struggling to support themselves. Something I like during this scene is how Clementine shows compassion for Ben, picking up how stressed he is as the adults are arguing about what to do with him, and trying to get him away from the shouting to look at her drawing. It's easy to forget that Ben is still a kid himself, so even with Lee, Mark, and Kenny arguing for him to stay, it can't be good for his mental health that he caused this group of strangers to start breaking down over his well-being. Never mind that he's probably not in a good state to begin with, what with his camp being raided by bandits, watching his teacher lose his leg, and then his friend getting killed. There's a lot, and I mean a lot I want to get into with Ben. This recent playthrough of the game really made me rethink how I felt about the kid, but I'll get into that during later events. After everyone runs out of steam and stops arguing, Lily admits to Lee that she's growing tired of being looked at as the bad guy. While I'm far from her biggest fan, I can sympathize with Lily's situation. As the leader of their group, she's forced to make a lot of tough decisions for the sake of everyone, and will always piss off someone because of her choices. Having to constantly stick up for and make excuses for her asshole dad isn't exactly winning Lily any brownie points either. So she wants Lee to walk a mile in her shoes, and puts him in charge of rationing out the food today. You only have enough to feed 4 people, but luckily there isn't really a right or wrong answer on who to feed, so go with who you want. The first 2 rations I gave to Clementine and Duck, as the well-being of the kids should always come first. Also, if you talk to Clem some more, she'll fill us in that she lost her hat, and hasn't seen it for a few days. Remember this for later. Next, I gave some to Carly, mostly because I like her, but also to cheer her up as she's still sad about what happened to Doug. And finally, I gave the last ration to Lily. She's got a tough job being the leader, and showing her some compassion might help mellow her out. Not sure the lesson she was trying to impart on us worked though, as no one was really bothered by our choices. The only person in the group who will get butthurt if you don't feed them is, of course, Larry. I brought up before that the reason he's so aggressive and distrustful of Lee is because Larry knows he's a convicted murderer, but it could also be racially motivated. In fact, an earlier dialogue option when talking to Mark will let you say Larry's racist and that's why he hates Lee. It's easy to make that assumption too, as Lee is the only black guy with them, and he's the only person Larry tells to stay away from his daughter. And while he'll pick fights with the other men in the group, he lays into Lee way more than the others. The game is very vague about the whole thing, as there isn't any concrete evidence that he's racist. It's not like there's an optional dialogue choice where he drops the N-word or something. Personally, I don't think he's racist either. The guy is just a hate sink. Larry being a bigot doesn't add anything to his character, just another box to check off in a list of reasons for the player to despise him. After Larry's temper tantrum over the food, Katja will let us know that despite her best efforts, David didn't make it. Guess cutting off his leg wasn't the best of ideas. Whoops. Their conversation is interrupted when David rises back up as a walker, first attacking Katja and then Lee, before best girl Carly saves the day by putting David down a second time. Once again, shit blows up at the motel, Larry and Kenny angry that they unknowingly let a bitten person into the group. Then Ben gives us this startling revelation.
Wait, you all don't know?
What the hell are you talking about?
It's not the bite that does it. You come back no matter how you die. If you don't destroy the brain, that's just what happens. It's gonna happen to all of us.
We're all infected? Everyone?
I guess so. I don't know. All I know is that I've seen people turn who I know were never bitten.
You know, with the reveal that everyone turns after they die, regardless of being bitten beforehand, I always wondered how everyone in the world was infected. Like, was it something in the food or the water supply? Delivered through a flu shot, or is it the next stage in human evolution kind of deal? If I remember correctly, nothing was ever explained in the comics or the original TV series. The only answer we got was in one of the spin-off shows that revealed the virus was developed in a French biolab, which feels like a boring and cliched explanation. I think Robert Kirkman had the right idea by keeping it a mystery. At the end of the day, it didn't really matter where it came from, as the series isn't about fixing the world. It's all about accepting the new status quo and learning to survive in this new world. Though it does make me wonder, is whatever they're infected with get passed on to their kids too? Like any new baby born has the potential to turn into a walker when they die? Is that explained anywhere? If you guys know, comment down below. The group doesn't take the news well. Well, they don't get to dwell on it too long, as they're interrupted by some guests. A pair of brothers by the name of Andrew and Danny St. John, who claim to come in peace and are looking to trade for any gas the group has. While distrustful and hostile to the brothers at first, the gang lightens up when they offer food in exchange for gas, claiming they have plenty back at their dairy farm. Lily is still cautious though, asking Mark and Lee to check the guys out and see if they're genuine, with Carly tagging along just in case. During the walk to the dairy farm while the St. Johns are talking it up with Mark, Carly and Lee will have a heart-to-heart. Like everyone else, she's grown tired of the constant fights between Lily and Kenny, and would rather have Lee lead the group since everyone looks up to him. While he appreciates the suggestion, he's unsure if he's really fit to lead because of his criminal past and how others, mainly Larry, don't trust him because of it. Lee thinks maybe he should just open up and talk to the group about it, while Carly thinks who he was before the world ended shouldn't matter, and that he shouldn't feel or be treated like a bad person because he killed someone.
Listen, over the years, I've reported on some pretty messed up shit. I've seen situations like yours 100 times. It doesn't have to make you a bad man.
I really appreciate that.
Lee, what are you waiting for? Wife up Carly already so the two of you can live happily ever after, with Clementine as your adopted daughter. After their little chat, the group have to hide when they spot two bandits up ahead arguing. According to the St. Johns, they have a rocky truce with the bandit group, trading food and supplies with them in order to maintain peace. They'd rather not have to deal with them at all, but don't have many options since they're outnumbered by them. The St. Johns do have an electric fence around their dairy farm to protect themselves, but they need a constant supply of gas to keep their generators powering the fence. Arriving at their dairy farm, they'll introduce us to their mother, Brenda, who warmly welcomes the group and happily shares the bread she baked in exchange for the gas we brought. She even offers to let everyone from the motel move to the dairy farm if they're interested. With everything seemingly on the up and up for now, Carly and Ben, who I forgot to mention tagged along too, will head back to the motel to deliver the bread and see if the others want to check out the dairy too. I don't really have a lot to say about the St. John's at the moment. Despite their friendly and hospitable nature, the game makes it a little too obvious they're up to something. Mark and Lee don't blindly trust them at least, and choose to stay on the farm to check it out and try to earn the St. John family's trust by helping out. Andrew appreciates the assistance, and asks if they can inspect the electric fence and remove any dead walkers they find. The duo will head out and do just that, removing a couple charred corpses they find while the power to the fence is off. Though it springs back on out of nowhere and nearly fries Mark. Before he can count his blessings though, he gets shot with an arrow. The bandits are attempting to raid the farm, screaming angrily that the St. John's broke whatever deal they had. Lee and Mark forced to take cover behind a tractor to avoid more arrows. Getting back to the dairy farm and explaining what happened to the St. John's, Brenda will take Mark inside to treat his injury, just as the rest of the group arrives and sees the mess that's happened. While Lily and Larry are upset that the farm isn't as safe as they expected, Lee is quick to point out that there will always be bad people out there, and this whole mess could just have easily happened at the motel. Whatever deal they had effectively broken, Danny suggests they try finding where the bandits are, claiming to know the location of at least one of their camps. After checking in with everyone, Lee will head out with Danny into the woods and find a small but seemingly abandoned camp. Looking around for clues, Lee will find empty boxes that came from St. John's Dairy, causing Danny to act sketchy as he explains it away as the food they were forced to give the bandits. He becomes even more suspicious after we find a video camera, asking to take a look at it but dropping the issue when Lee says it's broken. And finally, we find Clementine's missing hat. Wait, how the hell did it get all the way here?
Don't you fucking move!
Shit!
Put your guns down. I ain't going back. You tell him Jolene ain't going back.
We get our answer in the form of a person who's staying at this camp, Jolene, a mentally unhinged woman who apparently stole Clem's hat. She used to be part of the main bandit group before splitting off on her own. She doesn't explain why, but through her ramblings, and things we learn later, the bandits kidnapped and killed her daughter, heavily implying they did even worse things before her death. Jolene refuses to stand down and antagonizes Danny, claiming she knows everything that's really happening at the farm, but he'll shut her up with a bullet to the brain before she spills the beans. Returning to the farm, Lee is a bit shaken up from the encounter, and Danny's indifference in gunning down Jolene, even if it was technically in self-defense. Heading into the barn, we find the kids and Katja, who is treating a sick cow for Andrew St. John. You can now give Clementine her hat back and watch how happy she is that Lee found it.
My hat! You found it! I knew you'd find it! You said you would!
At the back of the barn, Kenny will show up as you inspect a locked room. Suspicious the St. John's are hiding something nefarious. In a normal situation, I'd pick apart Kenny's argument. It could just be that they have their food supply locked up so outsiders can't rob them. But thanks to the incident with Jolene, I'm not really in a trusting notion at the moment. Also, Andrew doesn't help matters when he overhears the two of them and asks them to stay away from the door, but without explaining why. Concocting a plan to open the door, we'll distract Andrew by sabotaging the generator outside, and then remove the screws from the door to get inside.
Boy, didn't you hear the bell? Dinner time.
Shit, it looks like the set of Saw in there. They even have their own bear traps. Andrew explains that he and his brother still have to hunt for food and will skin and prepare anything they catch back here. Which, yeah, sounds like a pretty reasonable explanation. And since there's a lot of tools in there that could be stolen or used as weapons, it's justifiable why they'd lock it up too. Though, because Andrew was being so secretive about the room, we already know he's lying through his teeth. But we'll worry about that later, because now it's dinner time. Everyone will be gathered around a table, getting ready to eat, except Mark, who Brenda says is upstairs resting and that he already ate. I'm going to skip my bit of pretending to believe her and cut to the chase. She's lying. Mark isn't up in the bedroom resting. After a little detective work, you'll find a secret door behind a bookcase, and with him inside. Or what's left of him.
Mark, what the hell happened?
Yeah, the St. John's are cannibals. I really loved this reveal the first time I played. Finding poor Mark dying on the ground without his legs was such a disturbing moment. I mentioned before that the game wasn't exactly being subtle about the St. John's being shady. It was less about finding out they were bad, and more so finding out why. And to the game's credit, there's small hints peppered throughout the episode that don't give the reveal away. First was the whole encounter with the bandits. They were angry the St. John's broke their agreement, but they don't specify how they broke it. It's possible they discovered the food they'd been eating was actually human meat. The following scene with Jolene hints this might be the case, as she makes it very obvious that she knows what's happening at the dairy. So while I doubt she told the bandits, it's possible they could have been spying on the farm and found out on their own. The real smoking gun comes when you open the locked room in the barn, as the bear trap spotted inside looks very similar to the one Dave stepped in way back at the beginning of the episode. You could write it off as a coincidence, but if you remember what Mark said about the first trap being modified, so it didn't have a release lever, it all makes sense. You wouldn't remove the release on a bear trap unless you were worried what you were hunting could free itself. Like say, oh I don't know, a human? After Mark warns not to eat the food being served, Lee runs downstairs to warn everyone they're eating human meat.
Don't eat that!
Assuming you made it downstairs in time and picked the right dialogue choice, you'll stop most of the group from eating. Except Duck. Look at the kid go. He's gonna be traumatized if he ever finds out. Not everyone believes Lee and thinks he's crazy, but once he tells them what happened to Mark, and that they can go upstairs to confirm, the St. John's just straight up admit it. The rationalization for why they're cannibals is a little confusing, as they don't feed you a speech about how they were starving, got desperate, and were forced to eat humans to survive. All three of them look relatively healthy too, so it doesn't look like they were ever in danger of starving. Brenda says she was raised not to waste things, passing those teachings on to her sons, and when the world was overrun by monsters who only eat and are still rotting, she saw it as wasteful and that her family could put that human meat to better use. Which is certainly one hell of a conclusion to come to. Like Brenda and her sons treat it like it's a fairly normal thing to eat people. Honestly, it almost sounds like they were eating people even before the world ended. I say that mainly because they grow their own vegetables, still have a cow they can get milk from, and they also bake their own bread. It's not perfect, but the St. John's still had plenty of options for keeping themselves fed. That didn't involve capturing and eating people. Or maybe they were tricked into eating human meat one day and caught the hunger.
The hunger? Mm-hmm. That's how you become a cannibal, D. Look, you get one taste of delicious, delicious human meat. None of this stuff ever satisfies you ever again for the rest of your life.
To make their motives even more confusing, they weren't even planning to eat everyone in the group, and really were going to let them stay on the farm. They only decided to cut up and eat Mark because he was injured and figured he wouldn't make it anyway. Like, did they think they could keep what they were doing a secret, or did they figure everyone would understand and instantly be on board with cannibalism? Exposed for who they really are, the St. John's hold everyone up at gunpoint, with Andy taking Clementine hostage. Alright, Lee, you got this, man. How are you going to save everyone?
Coming on!
After Lee comes to, he finds himself locked in a freezer room along with everyone else, minus Katja and Duck. Things have gotten pretty bad, but on the bright side, Larry has a heart attack. Despite Lily's best efforts to revive her dad, without his pills, or at least a bare aspirin to chew on, it looks like he's done for. Kenny agrees, and before we can actually confirm the old bastard is dead, decides we need to make sure he doesn't come back as a walker, and kill all of them while they're still trapped. It's choice time again. Side with Kenny to cave Larry's skull in, or side with Lily that they need to wait and see if they can save him. He's done for no matter what. Your choice just determines which character still likes Lee and which one hates him for the rest of the game. This moment is what makes Kenny completely unlikable for a lot of players. For one, he doesn't wait to confirm Larry is dead before declaring we gotta bash his head in. Secondly, despite all the decisions you made in support of him before now, and even after, this one slight against him, and not hastily murdering a man in front of his daughter, causes him to hate Lee for almost all of the entire game. Now I can forgive his hastiness and wanting to deal with Larry, because for Kenny it's not about saving everyone in the freezer, it's about saving Katja and Duck. If he dies here, his family is done for no matter what. In his mind, every decision he makes is for their sake. This dedication to his family makes him unbearably selfish though. He only cares about what's best for his family, and no one else. Every damn time Lee doesn't immediately side with them, or decides to stay neutral, the guy treats it like a huge slight against him. I like Kenny. I really do. But he can be so insufferable as the game goes on, even when you're on his side. So I can't blame players who hate his guts and don't have the patience to deal with his bullshit for the rest of the game. And despite everything I just said about Kenny, I think it's a little too easy to put this entire mess at his feet, as Lily and Larry can be just as selfish as him. Larry does himself no favors and gets along with no one, constantly escalating situations and making things worse for his daughter, who's forced to defend and excuse his behavior. While Lily has the same problem as Kenny. Things need to be done her way, and anyone who argues against her is her enemy. But despite her unlikable attitude, she doesn't deserve to watch her dad get his skull crushed in, even if he wasn't going to make it. This whole situation exists because those three assholes couldn't stop being selfish, and learn to compromise and work together. So to me, it feels unfair that Lee, who's done nothing but try to de-escalate fights, and get along with everyone, ends up suffering the consequences. There's one more thing I want to discuss regarding the choice here, but I'll circle back to it next episode. For now, let's move on with the story and send Larry off to hell.
No! Please! No!
As Lily sits there grieving over her dad, Lee figures out a way to escape the freezer, thinking they can remove the AC unit in the room and escape from the duct behind it. Without a screwdriver, we need something like a coin to remove the screws off the unit, which, means looting Larry's body for pocket change. Yeah, I don't really blame Lily for hating our guts. Clementine will climb out through the duct and unlock the door to let everyone out. Kenny and Lee arm themselves and then ambush Danny St. John before he realizes they're free. You're given the choice on whether or not to spare Danny, who doesn't beg for his life exactly, instead suggesting that Lee keep him alive so he can eat Danny. Clementine will end up seeing whatever choice you make, thinking less of Lee for killing Danny, but if you spare him, Lily will hate you even more since you were cool with killing her dad but not a cannibal. I think I've done enough to Lily today, so get forked, Danny. Creeping up to the main house, Lee will find Brenda holding Katja at gunpoint, and try his best to talk her down and give up. She gets her ironic comeuppance when Mark, who unfortunately ended up dying from his injuries, chows down on Brenda. Back outside, Kenny will be confronting Andy, who still has Duck hostage. And despite his efforts to save his son, the guy ends up taking a bullet to the gut. It's Carly to the rescue, as she shoots Andy's ear off, letting Duck escape and giving Lee the chance to disarm Andy. The two will get into a long struggle, till Lee finally comes out on top and bashes Andy's face in. Carly will stop him from going too far, and after Andy finds out what happened to the rest of his family, he angrily taunts Lee to come back and finish him off. You're given the choice to kill or spare him, but after everything that's happened, it's a lot more fitting to just leave him for the walkers.
Don't you dare walk away from me, Lee! Get back here and finish this, Lee! Let's go.
On the walk back to the motel, the group catches a break when they find a car in the woods carrying tons of supplies. They'll debate on whether it's right to take them, as the car is still on with the keys in it, implying the owners may return. You're given the final choice of the episode on whether or not you want to join in on taking the supplies, and for the sake of setting a good example for Clementine, I have Lee decline to join in. As the others raid the car, Carly finds some batteries for the camcorder Lee got from Jolene's camp, the episode coming to a close as they watch the footage she recorded.
Oh, shit.
Jake, Bart, Linda, and all y'all fucking sickos from the save lots. They call y'all bandits when you're fucking rich. Oh, darling baby, look at you. Look at you. You need a mama, sweetheart. We won't let them bandits get you, will we?
What are you doing, Clementine?
Okay,
Where's your hat?
I don't know. Can you help me find it?
Sure. When did you lose it?
I had it a couple days ago.
I promise. If I find it, I'll let you know.
Sitting there acting like things are the way they used to be. The dead don't kill their own. It's the living you gotta be afraid of. The people I used to call friends. People you too. Don't worry, little girl. Bandits got their eye on that dairy. As long as they keep getting food from them, you'll be safe. I promise.
Unlike the last two episodes, I'm going to be brief and skim over a few of the more unimportant parts of the long road ahead, as this episode is very long, and I'd rather save time by focusing on the bigger things that happen. It starts with Lee and Kenny raiding the pharmacy for whatever meds they can get. Returning to the motel, the same debate about whether they should stay or leave is brought up again. Kenny wants to leave, Lily wants to stay. Also, she refuses to share an RV with the men who killed her dad. Which, yeah, fair enough. There's more immediate issues though, as Lily suspects there's a traitor in the group who's stealing supplies. Lee is skeptical at first, but Lily uses a broken flashlight she found as proof, as everyone in the group knows not to throw away what can be repaired. She'll task Lee with trying to find out who is stealing supplies by finding out who broke the flashlight, but after asking everyone in the group, no one cops to it. Katja does tell us that she saw some broken glass on the ground near a corner of the motel though. While this is all going on, we'll get some more ship tease with Carly, and she encourages Lee to tell everyone about his past, and unsurprisingly, no one really seems to care. Granted, depending on your choices, Lee might have a bigger body count by now, but the point is, the group can see he's a good person at heart despite what he's done. Playing Batman and Robin with Duck, we'll continue our detective work in order to find out who could be stealing supplies. And Duck is actually pretty useful in helping Lee too. So if you leave that poor kid hanging here and don't give him a high five, you're a monster.
Cool!
Following the clues of strange markings around the motel that have been made in pink chalk, Lee will step outside the perimeter of the motel and find a bag of supplies hidden behind a grate. Now that we have the proof that Lily was right, she wants to interrogate everyone again and kick out the traitor. Before she can, bandits attack the motel, angry that they didn't receive their payoff of supplies. Despite everyone's combined efforts to push the bandits back, all the fighting has attracted walkers too, effectively destroying their protections and forcing everyone to flee in the RV. While Katja and Duck had a close call, the group is mostly okay, though Lily is even more riled up, demanding they deal with the traitor situation now. She's focused her attention on Carly and Ben, though she doesn't have much to back up either one did it. Shit, she points the finger at Carly because she's constantly being undermined by her. After Kenny hits a walker and the RV is forced to pull over while he yanks it from under the vehicle, things continue to escalate as Lily finally reaches her breaking point.
Not happening. You think you're some tough bitch, don't you? Like nothing can hurt you. But you're just a scared little girl. Get the fuck over it. Take a page from Lee's book and try helping somebody for once.
Now, what the fuck's the problem?
Remember how I said I had one last thing to discuss regarding siding with Lily or Kenny in the last chapter? Well, this was it. Even if you sided with Lily, she would always end up losing it and kill Carly. Or Doug if you chose him. Though in his case, he took a bullet for Ben as opposed to setting Lily off. Despite presenting itself as the moral choice to help Lily, the game ends up making you regret that choice at this moment. And I always hate it. I don't think it's bad writing or anything. This is The Walking Dead. The comics and TV show have plenty of moments like this. That's the point. People die and not everyone gets to go out like a hero. And you're not always given the choice to say goodbye. It just sucks losing Carly like this. Like I said, they really do a lot with her if she sticks around. She grows really close with Lee, and she's killed off right when their relationship is about to take off. Unlike Doug, who doesn't really do much if he sticks around, or Mark, who disappears as fast as he's introduced. She had a real impact in the story so far, and felt like an essential part of the group. The writers did a solid job ensuring it was going to hurt when you lost her. And oh boy, are you going to be hurting by the end of this episode. With Lily callously murdering Carly, Kenny suggests they ditch her since she can no longer be trusted. And he's 100% right, because if you choose to let her stay, she'll steal the RV later and ditch the group anyway. So, better to leave her ass by the road. I really don't like how Lily ends up just disappearing from the plot. She never resolves her issues with Kenny over her dad, gets her comeuppance for killing Carly/Doug, or even gets a chance at a redemption arc. An unfortunate problem of her being written as the Lily from the comics, where she'd have to survive everything here in order to get to Woodbury. Since she became her own character though, I think she pops up in one of the future seasons of the game. No clue if she's good or bad, since I haven't played them yet, but it still feels like a meh end to her character here. After ditching Lily, things only get worse, as we have a problem with Duck.
What's up? Is Duck feeling all right? What the fuck?
Kenny and Katja don't have a plan on what to do, only focusing on heading east and keeping Duck comfortable for now. Lee will be tasked with giving the bad news to Clementine, who, while not bawling her eyes out, is saddened by the news, and for losing Carly too. She finds comfort in knowing she at least still has Lee, a sentiment he shares about still having her. The following morning, the group is forced to stop as a train is blocking their only way forward, with no way around it without doubling back and wasting time finding another route. Time that Duck doesn't have. The group will take a break near the road as they try to come up with a plan. Lee and Ben checking out the train for supplies and maybe a way to move it. After inspecting the main cabin and removing the old train conductor, Ben and Lee manage to figure out how to prep and power on the train, Kenny joining them to try and figure out the controls.
You touch any of my stuff?
We'll also meet a guy who is staying in one of the train cars, a hobo by the name of Chuck. Despite his demeanor, he's a rather friendly guy. He can be a little blunt with some of the advice he offers, but still not a bad guy. Since we're technically taking his home with us, he'll tag along once we unhook the main train from the overturned train car, and get the whole thing moving. Unfortunately, it's the end of the line for poor Duck. Lee will head to the front of the train to tell Kenny it's time. He's not willing to accept it, and assuming you don't go for violence, you can choose the right dialogue choices to convince him to stop the train.
You think you're the reason Duck was bitten? Like you had this coming or something? You didn't kill Herschel's son.
Yes, I did. And now it's catching up to me.
That's not what went down. You looked out for your kid, and a bad thing happened to someone else's.
There ain't no way this world lets my son live when I help put someone else's in the ground.
That's not the way it works. You know that. Stop the train, man.
I think Lee said more there than I ever could. For all Kenny's faults and mistakes, he isn't the horrible person he believes himself to be. He doesn't deserve to lose his son because he may have caused someone else to lose theirs. It's just something that happened. Stepping off the train with Katja, they have the uncomfortable conversation about making sure Duck doesn't turn. Since no kinder method can prevent him from turning, someone will have to shoot their son. While they both struggle with finding the strength to make that choice, Lee can choose to do it instead. In his words, no parent should ever have to do this. Giving the grieving parents some privacy to say their goodbyes, Lee will tell Clementine that this is it for Duck, and that he's dying. A gunshot interrupts their conversation. Lee takes off into the woods, and well, things have gotten even worse.
Cat! Katja!
Something I wonder a lot when seeing this scene is how much of Duck is still there. He's been sick since the bite and hasn't spoken a single word since. Does he know he's dying? Does he even register what's happening around him anymore? Just what is going through that poor kid's head after seeing his mother take her life in front of him? It's things we'll never know, and all we can really do is take solace in the fact his suffering is over. Back on the train, Clementine is depressed as Chuck told her she'd end up dying like Duck one day. Angry, Lee will go and confront him, and while he apologizes for his bluntness, he points out that if the group keeps carrying on the way they are, Clementine will die. Considering we lost almost everyone in our group this episode, he does have a good point. He suggests that Lee get his shit together and come up with an actual plan and work out the details with Clementine. Find a map so they know where they're going, cut her hair so it's harder for walkers to grab, and most importantly, teach her to use a weapon. Not just so she can defend herself, but in the case that Lee ends up dying and she's left completely on her own. Lee agrees, thanking Chuck for the advice and fetching his bottle of booze, which the old guy shares with Kenny to help take the edge off of everything that just happened. Before talking to Clementine and preparing her for Savannah, Ben will confess something to Lee. He was the one giving the supplies to the bandits. I've barely mentioned Ben at all this episode, and it was mainly to save everything for this reveal. Throughout the entire episode, it was heavily hinted that it was Ben stealing supplies. Lily more or less narrowed it down to him, and after what happened with Carly, it's all but given away as he apologizes for everything that happened. Ben has been struggling to make himself useful in the group. A combination of his age and ineptness makes it so no one has any confidence in his abilities and treats him as a burden. In a very, very stupid bid to try and make things easier for the group, he cut a deal with the bandits to give them supplies so they'd leave everyone at the motel alone. This despite the fact the St. John's did the same exact thing with similar results. The kid is racked with guilt about what he did, and is desperate to confess to Kenny that it was all his fault, which Lee strongly argues against, as there's no telling what he'll do right now. Ben is a character that is just so easy to hate. His secret deal with the bandits led to them getting angry and raiding the camp when they didn't get their stuff, causing everyone to lose their home and Duck to get bit. His inability to speak up and admit he did it caused Lily to lose her cool till she popped and killed Carly, damning Lily herself to a very likely death on the side of the road. But I mentioned this when we first met him. He's still a kid. He's no more prepared to deal with everything that's happening than Clementine is. The only difference is that Ben feels like an outsider. No one tries to welcome him into the group. No one takes the time to help him or teach him to be more independent. How he feels is often ignored. Almost no one has a kind word for him. Not even Lee, who isn't as harsh as Kenny or Lily, but doesn't really offer any reassuring words to the kid. Ben is completely alone. He has absolutely no one to lean on or confide in. All he can do is try to win the group's approval however he can, leading him to make an extremely stupid choice. He doesn't exactly do himself any favors as we enter the last two episodes, but those two lapses in judgment do stem from this guilt here. And he does have a great moment too, though I'll talk about it when we get there. Lee will take Chuck's advice and begin preparing Clementine, showing her a map of Savannah, cutting her hair, and teaching her the basics in shooting. It's a great scene, with the group riding the train to an uncertain future. It's an optimistic and hopeful moment after how bleak everything has been so far. It would have been the perfect way to end this episode, but it just keeps going for another 20 minutes. Like I did at the beginning, I'm going to speedrun the ending here, as there isn't really much to talk about. The train has to stop because a tanker is blocking its path. We're introduced to new characters Krista and Omid, who just so happen to be walking by on the bridge and offer to help the group. Unfortunately, there isn't a lot to these two. Like, Omid is a goofy guy, but he spends the next two episodes out of commission for the most part, so his character doesn't get much development. Krista's a bit more serious and has a little more to her, but I'll save that reveal for next episode. Long story short, with their help we cut the tanker from the main truck holding it up. The group have to take off fast as a huge horde of walkers is right behind them. Omid breaks his leg, and the group escapes to Savannah. This whole thing should have happened either near the middle of this episode or the beginning of the next, as it kind of feels like filler. It makes this episode drag on, though the final scene before the end of the chapter is perfect.
Can't wait for you to get to Savannah, Clementine. I got your parents right here, and you be sure to find me, whether Lee wants you to or not. Now, what I need...
Holy shit.
I thought that fucking thing was broken.
So did I.
Well, it sounds like somebody knows where we're headed.
Who the fuck?
I don't know.
but I doubt we're gonna be happy when we find out.
Having reached Savannah, the group proceeds quietly through the empty streets of the city. After discovering someone has been talking to Clementine for quite some time, Lee keeps her walkie-talkie for now until he figures out the stranger's motives. As church bells start ringing, said stranger calls in, though only to warn them to get off the streets and piecing out before Lee can get any answers. Walkers now swarm the group too many of them to fight off. So Chuck will stay behind as a distraction as everyone else legs it and escapes to an abandoned house. As they finally have a moment to rest, they debate who rang the church bells and why. Lee and Kenny agreeing it had to be someone other than the guy on the radio, since it makes no sense to warn everyone if he was trying to kill them. After exploring the house to make sure it's safe, and for any usable supplies, Kenny can't catch a break, as he finds an emaciated Walker boy up in the attic who resembles his son. You're given the option to have Lee put him down, or have Kenny do it, since this time it isn't his son, and having him do it will strengthen his relationship with Lee. Whatever the choice, we'll take pity on the poor kid and give him a proper burial outside. In the backyard, Lee will have a brief encounter with an unknown stranger, presumably the guy on the radio. After Lee fills in the group he saw someone, he'll leave with Kenny down to the river in search of a boat, but it doesn't go well.
Oh my God.
There's gotta be a boat. There's gotta be.
Honestly, I don't know what these guys were expecting, or why they didn't prepare for this outcome. It's been over 3 months since the world went to shit. Anyone who could escape by water would have done so in the first few days. Chuck was right on the money that they didn't know what they were doing. Still, Kenny desperately holds on to hope they can find something, inspecting the boat that's half in the water while Lee explores the waterfront. They stumble upon a blockade made of garbage and body parts, with several still moving walkers impaled on spikes, and a sign warning them to stay out. Gruesome. But a blockade of corpses is a rather ingenious way to get people not to fuck with you. Failing to find any boats, Lee does spot someone scaling down a building, and after a failed attempt to get the jump on them, we're introduced to Molly. She's a scavenger who has been surviving on her own. She first suspects our boys are from Crawford, but after seeing Clementine with them, realizes they're outsiders. Molly explains that Crawford is responsible for that nearby barricade, a group of survivors who banded together and took over a large neighborhood, but whose mantra is survival of the fittest. Children, the elderly, the sick, the disabled, or anyone who can't contribute to the group, or is a potential burden, aren't welcome, either being kicked out to fend for themselves or added to the barricade. Well, they sound like swell people. Guess we found the enemy faction we're going to fight this episode. Oh, and it turns out Molly was the one who rang the church bells before, as she'll use the bells around town to attract walkers away from where she's trying to go. So she wasn't being malicious, and our group just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time. Everyone will now have to run for it as they caught the attention of the local walkers, Lee getting separated from the group and forced to escape down the sewers. Avoiding the walkers down here, we end up finding Chuck. It looks like he ran down here to escape and then took his own life when he got cornered. Poor Chuck. He doesn't really get much development or time to do much of note. What's worse, I don't think Lee tells the rest of the group what happened to him either. He just ends up getting forgotten about. Oh well. Thanks for the advice, old man. Escaping the sewers into what looks like an abandoned fallout shelter, Lee leaves the room and stumbles upon another group of survivors in a morgue. After a tense standoff with their leader, Lee manages to reason with the group and convince them he's not from Crawford. Their leader, a former doctor by the name of Vernon, apologizes for the hostility and explains they're members of a cancer survivor group who used to meet in the hospital they're now in. Despite all of them being in remission, Crawford still deemed them a burden, forcing the group to escape and go into hiding. After Lee explains his situation and how he needs to get back to Clementine, Vernon is gracious enough to help him navigate through the tunnels back to his hideout. Once we're back, the old man will go upstairs to see what he can do to help Omid. Meanwhile, Lee will look around the house in search of Clementine. Kenny, who's been hitting the bottle pretty hard since getting off the train, has no clue where she is, and neither does Ben. As Lee starts to panic and search everywhere for Clementine, he finds her outside in the backyard in a large shed. Relieved she's okay, she has a big surprise for him, opening the shed to reveal there's been a boat on the property this entire time. Might feel a little contrived, but after all the shit they've been through, I think they deserve this little win. Back inside the house, Vernon has managed to clean Omid's wounds and stabilize him, but he's still running a fever and will need antibiotics to treat his infection. After working on the boat, Kenny and Ben will join the group and tell him the good news. The boat is in working shape. All it needs is a new battery and some gas. The only issue now is how they can get everything they need, as according to Molly, Crawford picked the entire city clean. While they float the idea of negotiating with the group, Vernon suggests they use the sewer system to sneak in and steal what they need instead. Out of better options, the group agrees, waiting till night to hit Crawford. Vernon also brings one of his friends, a woman by the name of Bree, who was a student at the school Crawford built their camp around. Sneaking into Crawford, the group discovers the place has already fallen and is now crawling with walkers. Well, that's anticlimactic. I was expecting a cool and tense shootout. Running into the school to escape the dead, everyone agrees to stick to the plan, as walkers are easier to deal with than armed guards. After finding a map of the area, the group splits up to get the supplies they need. Kenny and Bree will head to the maintenance shed to get gas. Krista and Vernon will head to the nurse's station to get the medicine. And Lee will go with Molly to the auto shop to get a battery. Meanwhile, Clementine will stay behind with Ben, who's left to try and get into the armory door to search for weapons. On the way to the auto shop, Molly randomly loses her shit and starts wailing on a walker in medical scrubs. From her anger and tone of voice, it's obvious she knew who that guy was when he was alive. Lee doesn't press the issue. Instead, the pair will get into the main garage and take a working battery out of a car, attracting even more zombies to them before they can escape. Battery secured, Molly holds onto it for now before she runs off to complete some unknown business. Totally not suspicious at all. Bumping into Kenny and Bree, they got their hands on the gas they needed, but also brought every walker in Crawford with them. Under the threat of being overrun, they push them back behind a pair of doors and use a hand axe to seal them shut. Crude, but effective, assuming no one does something stupid like pull the axe out. Returning to Ben and Clementine, the kid hasn't been very successful getting through the armory door, though we got a bigger issue, as his guilt is starting to get the best of him again, and he wants to tell Kenny that he was behind what happened at the motel.
Ben, no offense, but have you lost your motherfucking mind? Kenny's barely hanging on. You tell him you're to blame? I don't even want to think about what he might do.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Lee. I understand where Ben is coming from, but there's a time and a place for a confession like this, and it's after they escape the city by boat. After getting the kid to agree to keeping his mouth shut for now, and then checking up on Clementine, Lee will go look for Krista and Vernon. Finding the outside of the nurse's station swarmed by walkers, he'll clear them out and find the pair inside safe and sound. They manage to find a medicine cabinet with the antibiotics Omid will need, but it needs a 4-digit pin to unlock. Searching the room for clues, Lee will find a cassette tape and watch its contents on a camcorder. The recording shows a doctor delivering the news to a woman named Andrea that she's pregnant, and due to Crawford's rules, she'll need to get an abortion if she wants to stay. He's just about to give us the combination to the medicine cabinet when he stops and tells the woman to think it over and come back the following day when she's ready. Yeah, if everything else that made this place awful wasn't enough, they were committing forced abortions too. Yikes. Lee recognizes the doctor as the walker Molly was attacking earlier, and will head back outside to search his body and find another cassette tape. This new tape shows another encounter with the doctor and Andrea. This time we see him type in the combination right before he gets stabbed by her, and presumably dies off-screen. Krista gets visibly upset after watching the tape, and while she doesn't explain why, the game has been hinting that she's pregnant too. I haven't spoken much about her, as there isn't much to Krista when she's introduced. She's just the serious foil to her goofy boyfriend Omid. She's more hardened and standoffish with the group when first joining up, distrustful of some of Lee's decisions and whenever she's being lied to. Throughout this episode, she starts to soften up, as you see her actively make attempts to be friendly and almost motherly to Clementine. While still blunt in her interactions with her other characters, she believes any problems the groups have can be resolved peacefully. She's basically a weird mix of Lily and Carly. Now that we have the medicine, Krista and Vernon will join the rest of the group. And before following them, if you check a locker outside with a bloody handprint, you'll find a third tape. Watching it, the doctor and Molly have just finished having sex, or performing some other sex act. It's revealed Molly was originally from Crawford, and that she had a sick sister she was getting medicine for. The doctor cut her a deal to give her meds and to hide her sister's condition, in exchange for sexual favors. But the recording shows he was ending their agreement before the guys in charge found out medicine was missing. Speaking to Molly immediately afterwards, she confirms what happened and that she left Crawford after they sent her sister away. She regrets not getting out before her sister was sent away, and reveals what she ran off to do, getting a picture of her. Now that we have everything we need, we make our way back to the others and bump into Ben on the way. Unable to get into the armory, Kenny sent them out to look for something they can use to pry the door open. The kid picking up the axe we had wedged in the handles of the doors down the hall. Well, fuck. The trio run from the swarm of walkers to join the others, and Ben decides that now is the appropriate time to tell Kenny he was the one who cut the deal with the bandits. Predictably, Kenny doesn't take it well.
I don't give a fuck! You little pissant! You're fucking dead! You hear me? Dead! My wife and child! You got them both fucking killed!
Knowing the truth now, Kenny refuses to take Ben on the boat and puts it up to a vote on whether he should stay or go. The outcome of the vote doesn't matter, but Clementine doesn't think they should leave friends behind, and Lee will agree, arguing they'd be no better than Crawford. Walkers break through the door and tear Bree to shreds, forcing the others to run for their lives and ascend the bell tower, shooting at the walkers following them. Finding a ladder they can use to escape outside, a walker will grab Ben and you're given the choice to save or drop him. After the verbal lashing he got from Kenny, the poor kid is done, asking Lee to just drop him and to save himself and protect Clementine. Seeing as I just voted to let the kid stay, I yank his ass up and save him. Making it back to the house, Omid starts feeling better after getting his antibiotics. Kenny is still salty that we chose to save Ben, but we'll iron out all those issues next episode. Before he departs to rejoin his group, Vernon wants to talk to Lee in private. He chews him out for what happened at the school, for the death of his friend Bree, and that Lee isn't as considerate as he pretends to be. He goes on to attack his leadership abilities, along with his plans of using the boat to escape, believing he's going to lead everyone to their deaths. Before he can give Lee a chance to defend himself, he makes him an offer to take Clementine off his hands so she can stay with his group. The whole thing kinda comes out of nowhere with Vernon. Yeah, shit didn't exactly go to plan, but where the hell does he come off acting like he can take care of Clementine better than Lee? There's more I want to say here, but I need to save it for the next episode. After telling Vernon off and saying goodbye to Molly, who decides to just go off on her own and not join everyone on the boat, Lee will have the hard conversation with Clementine that they won't be able to go looking for her parents before they leave tomorrow, though he doesn't specifically say that they're dead. Waking up the next morning, Clementine has disappeared. After frantically searching the house, Lee will find her hat outside. Examining the alley after hearing a sound, Lee gets ambushed by a walker, and...
No, fuck.
Man, the absolute desperation in his voice after getting bitten. To survive so much and come so far, only to be randomly bitten at the worst possible time imaginable. The rest of the group will come outside after hearing the commotion, and you could choose to hide Lee's bite or tell them about it. After all that's happened, especially with the situation with Duck, I don't see why anyone would try to keep it a secret. More concerned for Clementine's safety than his own, Lee suspects that Vernon kidnapped her, and you can decide to go after him alone or ask the group for help. This is where all your decisions and dialogue choices pay off, as who does or doesn't help Lee depends on if their relationships are in good standing. In my case, I managed to get the entire group to offer their support. Arriving at the morgue, the place is completely empty. Not a sight of Vernon's group to be seen. Hearing a horde of walkers outside, Lee begins to lose all hope, only for a certain someone to call in on the walkie-talkie.
Hello, Lee.
Who is this?
It's not Vernon if that's what you're thinking. And you should really watch your tone. Clementine's fine, but if I were you, I'd choose my next words very carefully.
The final episode picks up right where we left off. The stranger taunting Lee and revealing he holds a grudge against him for some unknown reason. Realizing Clementine is somewhere in the city, the group scramble to find a way out of the morgue as walkers start pouring in from the sewer. After finding a surgical tool, Lee will use it to pry open the doors out of the room, but only gets so far before he blacks out. Lee is starting to feel the effects of his infection, and with Clementine's safety on the line, he can't let himself turn until she's found. The group floats the option of cutting off his infected arm. It's possible it could stop him from turning, or at the very least slow down its effects. Kind of like in season 3 of the show where Herschel gets bit, so they end up chopping off his leg before the infection spreads. Given the choice to keep his arm or not, I decide to have it hacked off.
You got
Try to stay still!
Well, fuck, that looks very painful. You'd think they could have looked around for some alcohol or a rag he could bite down on. Hoping that losing his arm will at least buy him some time, Lee and the others climb an elevator shaft to reach the roof of the hospital. To their horror, the once empty savannah is now filled with thousands of walkers. Ben and Kenny realizing that the train must have led them all here. Unable to simply sneak through the streets with so many walkers around, the group takes a page out of Molly's playbook and uses the nearby bell to draw them away from where they're going. Getting back to their hideout, the group is in for more bad news, as Vernon and his people stole their boat.
The invalids?
Their actions contradict your characterization, but yeah, the invalids.
Whoa, Kenny. That's not cool, bro. We don't use that word anymore. Do better. You know how Vernon came out of nowhere to talk shit to Lee in the last chapter? Well, this is why. He didn't really care about Lee's leadership ability. He just wanted him to ditch his plan so he can steal his boat after realizing the horde of walkers were on their way, and his group needed to get out of town. Vernon only cared enough to spare a child like Clementine, which is why he offered to take her off Lee's hands. Well, he didn't care that much, seeing as he still ditched her anyways. What a piece of shit. Vernon, I hope the boat capsizes at sea, or that your cancer comes back. With no boat and no idea where Clementine is, the group is fucked. As they try to cobble together a plan, Kenny starts to lay into Ben again over his confession in Crawford, and finally, he gets called out for all his bullshit.
Fuck you, Kenny! I am so sorry about Katja and Duck. I am! And I know I fucked up. But stop pushing me around and stop wishing I was dead! No! You know how they die. You've said goodbye. I never got to see my family, my parents, my little sister. Do you get that? Your family is gone, but at least you had them to lose. I never made it home. They could be alive, or dead, or walkers, or worse, and I don't know! So give me a fucking break!
Oh, Ben,
I love this scene with Ben, and it's why I cut him so much slack and chose to spare his life last episode. I already brought up how he's a kid, and he's alone in this group, but he's also the only one with no closure about his loved ones. Lee knows what happened to his family, and still has Clementine. Kenny lost his too, but at least he got to say goodbye. And Krista and Omid still have each other. This is the first time Ben gets to air out his grievances and how he feels, finally getting it to click for the others how much he's been struggling. While the group will now soften up on the kid, it does feel like this moment came a little too late. Also, ironically, his little outburst yet again creates trouble for the group, as it ends up drawing all the walkers to them. The house is incapable of guarding against the overwhelming amount of walkers, so everyone will barricade themselves upstairs to pick off as many walkers as they can before hiding up in the attic. Effectively trapped as they have no safe way out, we do catch a break when Clementine manages to radio in, telling Lee she's where her parents are, the Marsh Hotel. While that's one problem solved, there's still the looming issue on what to do if Lee turns. Recalling the situation they found themselves in with Larry, Kenny wants to discuss what they should do in case Lee blacks out again, though he's nice enough not to advocate bashing his head in. The group will go back and forth arguing for a bit, till Kenny takes out his frustration on a nearby wall. Thanks to the crappy material the wall is made of, and the fact this house should be connected to the one next door, the group may have a way out of the attic. Kenny will get to work trying to dig through as Lee sits down with Krista and Omid to discuss their next steps. While Lee is hopeful that lopping off his infected arm could save him, he's accepted he's on borrowed time and needs to plan Clementine's future, asking the couple to take her in if he doesn't make it. After Kenny tires himself out, he tags in Omid to continue digging through the wall, sitting down to air out his feelings and informing Krista on what went down with Larry. Finding a bottle of booze, they all share a drink to take the edge off, with Krista downing like half the bottle. Yikes, that can't be good for her baby. Omid will finally break through the wall, revealing a bedroom belonging to the house next door. They stumble upon the bodies of the couple who own the place, and who took their own lives some time ago. Taking their gun, the group will all take turns leaping from the balcony to the roof of the nearby house. Everything seems in the clear until the balcony gives out just when Ben is about to jump, the kid plummeting down to the alley below. Kenny and Lee will head down below to rescue him, but he's too injured to be moved, having been impaled on the metal bars of the balcony. In agonizing pain, the guys are unable to move him as walkers start to move in from both sides of the alley. Debating what to do and whether to abandon Ben, Kenny takes matters into his own hands, telling Lee to head back up and locking the gate behind him. With the walkers swarming him, all we hear is Ben calling out for Kenny before a single gunshot goes off.
Oh, fuck! Kenny, please!
Unable to save the poor kid, Kenny spared him from an agonizing death of being ripped to pieces, and shot him. However, in wasting his last bullet and acting as a distraction to lure the walkers away from Lee and the others, he doomed himself to that same fate. It's not confirmed whether Kenny survives or not, but it felt like a fitting end for his character. He finally learned to stop being so selfish, to put the well-beings of others before himself, to forgive Ben, and to forgive himself. And yeah, before anyone says it, I know he comes back in a future season, but I haven't played those yet, so I don't know what they do with him after this scene. After telling Krista and Omid of Kenny's sacrifice and Ben's death, the trio will continue moving through the rooftops towards the Marsh Hotel. Almost falling from a sign trying to cross the street, Lee decides to go it alone, telling the others to wait near the Marsh Hotel for him and Clementine. With no other options than to go through the street full of walkers, Lee taps into his inner Doomslayer and hacks his way through the Walking Dead until he makes it to the hotel. Once inside, we'll come face to face with the man who kidnapped Clementine.
Do you know who I am?
No. I don't know anything about you.
You wouldn't. People like you don't. Now you're thinking, who would have it out for me, huh? A few weeks back, there might have been a station wagon in the forest.
Turns out that station wagon the group ransacked back at the end of Chapter 2 belonged to this guy. I really enjoyed this reveal the first time I played. The idea that one of our choices could end up hurting people we didn't know about, and then come back to bite us in the ass, felt fitting. Actions have consequences and all that, but his beef with Lee wasn't about the supplies. In fact, he was planning to go after the others in revenge for that. However, after hearing Clementine over the radio, his plans changed. His anger shifted to Lee, angry at him for the things he accomplished and his relationship with her. When the world fell to ruin, Lee stepped up, found Clementine, protected her, earned her love, and became her father figure. Meanwhile, the opposite happened to the stranger. He was an ordinary father who couldn't protect his family, lost their love and the respect of his wife, and then lost her and his daughter too. He tells us his story about how things started when the apocalypse began, how his family was doing well until he took his son out hunting one day and lost him. His wife, horrified, would take their daughter and go out searching for their son, still unable to find him, and returning to their station wagon after it had been ransacked, blaming her husband for what happened. A wedge would grow between them, starvation and desperation overwhelming them until one day she up and left, and took her daughter too. Sometime later, the stranger would stumble upon his family, who died not long after he lost them. Losing his mind, he became delusional as he cut off his wife's head and stuffed it in a bag, carrying it around with him and pretending she was still alive. Angry and grief-stricken, he became fixated on what happened with the station wagon. If he hadn't lost all his supplies, none of this would have ever happened. Then one day, he overheard Clementine on the radio and realized he had a chance to make things right, get himself a new daughter and rebuild his family. So he concocted a scheme to manipulate Clementine by dangling her dead parents in front of her, promising they were safe and waiting for her. This means that her kidnapping is also partially on Lee, as his inability to tell Clementine the truth about what happened to her parents made it easy for the stranger to manipulate her. Depending on your choices, mainly ones that impact your relationship with Clem, he'll start listing off all the evils Lee did, like killing Danny St. John in front of her, or abandoning Lily, or bringing Clementine with you through Crawford. Well, it's basically this nutjob's way of trying to justify why he would be a better father than Lee. It kind of feels like the game wagging its finger at you for making bad decisions too. As this is going on, Clementine will quietly sneak out of the room she's locked in, and while the stranger is busy rambling, you can have her attack him.
I miss you so much, Tess. You're gonna like Clementine a lot, though. She's not Lizzie, but she's sweet. She wouldn't hurt a fly.
Getting the drop on him, Lee strangles the life out of him until he collapses, plugging him once in the head to prevent him from coming back as a walker. Happily reunited with Clementine, Lee tells her he lost his arm in an accident and they'll talk about why later. Preparing to leave, he gets jump scared by a walker, but it just hovers there and ignores him, going after Clementine instead before Lee kills it. Confused why it didn't attack him, he realized that he's covered in blood and viscera from the walkers he hacked up on the way here, so that must have made him smell like them. You know, like in the second episode of the TV series where Glenn and Rick do the same thing to move around walkers. Now realizing how he can get Clementine through the streets safely, he hacks up the walker and covers her in its blood and guts, much to her disgust. Slowly moving through the streets, their plan seems to be working, but Clementine will freeze up when spotting two walkers. It's her parents. Lee tells her not to look before he collapses and blacks out. Coming to inside a building, Clementine somehow managed to drag Lee inside, though they can't get out as she can't lift the door she used to get in. Lee, too weak from the infection and missing an arm, isn't able to hoist it open either, and, now realizing he's too far gone, confesses to Clem that he was bitten and cut off his arm because of it.
Clementine, honey, my arm is gone because I cut it off.
Why would you do that?
Because I was bitten, Clem.
Please, no. No. That's not true.
Yes, it is.
You can just hear the fear in her voice when she says that. The dread that she's going to lose the only person she has left. Finding a way out near the back, Lee is barely hanging on as he has to instruct Clementine on what to do and how to get the keys to the exit from a security guard turned walker. Fading fast, Lee has minutes, maybe even seconds before he dies, and asks Clementine to make the hardest decision of her life. Shoot him.
You have to shoot me, honey.
Lee, no.
It's okay. It's okay. Clem, I was standing over Doc holding that gun. It was so hard. I'm sorry you're in that position now. I'd give anything for you not to be. But you just have to point it at me. Close your eyes and be thankful you never have to see me as one of them. You can do it. I know you can.
Okay, Lee. I can do it. I can.
Find old Mead and Krista. They're probably looking for us right now. Stay on high ground. Won't go too far. You'll find them. They'll take good care of you. And Clem, keep that hair short.
I will. I'll cut it myself.
Great. Good. And also...
What? What is it?
No, don't worry. All right. I'll miss you.
Me too.
God, that ending gets me every time. It's so heartbreaking, but such a fitting end to this story. While Lee didn't make it, at least he succeeded in protecting Clementine and preparing her for a world without him. After the credits, we'll get one last scene of Clem wandering afield by herself. She'll spot two unknown figures walking over a hill. We don't know if it's Krista and Omid, some other people, or even walkers, as the game goes to black when they spot Clementine, leaving her to an unknown fate. Well, considering she shows up in 2 more seasons, we know it all turned out okay, but still. And that was The Walking Dead Season 1. What an emotional roller coaster it was to go back to this game. I brought it up at the beginning, but so much of what happened in this game has stuck with me since I first played it. The story was just that good. It was rare to experience a video game story that was so mature and dark, that felt grounded, with characters who felt and behaved like real people. A story that wasn't afraid to hurt the player, to kill fan-favorite characters, to force you to make tough decisions, and own up to the consequences of those decisions. The game isn't perfect, of course, as several things are unavoidable regardless of your choices, so a lot of decisions can feel like they don't matter. As much as I like the characters, quite a few end up underdeveloped because of how late they show up, like Chuck, Krista, and Omid. Outside of that, I don't really have any real issues with the game. The point-and-click gameplay is basic and easy, but that's not the selling point. The story is. After all these years, Telltale's The Walking Dead still holds up as an outstanding narrative experience. Its success would skyrocket its developer to the mainstream, creating dozens of new series and more seasons to this game. While their quality varies, and ultimately Telltale would crumble under the weight of their success, and high licensing fees, it does make me want to follow up and see where Clementine's story goes from here. And hopefully I can make a video discussing it with all of you.
What do you think?
Omid, you can't be serious.
I am.
We are not doing that.
The game begins 8 months after the end of Season 1. Turns out those mysterious figures really were Krista and Omid, as Clementine is now traveling with the two of them. The pair showed up halfway during Season 1, popping up right at the end of Episode 3, when the main group were traveling to Savannah by train. They assisted in clearing a truck that blocked the train's path and ended up tagging along to Savannah. Omid was characterized as being more laid back and sort of the comic relief, contrasting with his girlfriend Krista, who was more serious and level-headed. The two of them ended up feeling underdeveloped, as Omid was out of action for a while due to breaking his leg, and then being sick with a fever. Krista was more active in the plot, actively distrustful of the main group at first, but slowly opened up to them as they searched for medicine for Omid. Her standoffish nature seemed to be driven from the stress of her pregnancy, something she keeps a secret from the others until they connect the dots and realize she's drinking for two. Mellowing out once Omid is healthy and moving around again, she promised Lee they would take care of Clementine after he was gone, and they've been doing just that. From the looks of it, they avoided joining a new group or establishing a permanent settlement, and have been making do just scavenging and traveling. Well, alrighty, I can't wait to see how the two of them grow and how we explore their characters. Will Clementine really be able to go on without Lee? Can Krista and Omid really look out for her with their own child on the way? Should make for an intriguing story. Season 2 begins with the trio taking a break at a rest stop. Krista and Omid will enter the men's room, and leave Clementine by herself to enter the women's room. After making sure the bathroom is safe, Clem drops her bottle of water, which rolls under one of the bathroom stalls. During that brief moment, an unknown person enters the bathroom and starts rummaging through her backpack. Despite Clem's attempts to hide and stay quiet, the stranger finds her and holds her at gunpoint. Then this happens.
This your daddy? What a bozo. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean.
Damn. So long, Omid. I kind of figured we'd spend more than 10 minutes with you, but I guess not.
Krista, talk to me.
The game will then skip ahead 16 months later, with Clementine and Krista sitting in the woods as it rains, both looking rather miserable and trying to cook an animal they caught. While her boyfriend might be gone, at least Krista doesn't have to worry about her pregnancy anymore. Speaking of which, where's her baby? Oh.
Oh, no.
I'll be honest, I had no idea Krista lost her baby. Like I said before, I know some information about the later seasons, even though I haven't played them, but I always assumed the kid we see Clementine taking care of in Season 3 was Krista's kid. It really knocked the wind out of me when I put 2 and 2 together. The experience of losing the man she loved and her child has really done a number on Krista. She looks and sounds defeated, like she's given up on her life and is almost on autopilot. While it's great that Krista has continued to take care of Clementine for the last 2 years, you can't help but think she resents her and blames Clem for what happened. Something made a little more obvious if you have Clem say she wishes Omid was with them. That said, it feels like Clementine is the only reason that Krista has held on for so long. As well, it's not explored what the two were up to in the last 16 months. We know that they're heading north towards Wellington, Ohio, a supposedly safe survivor camp that can offer true protection and shelter from the walkers. So, despite her loss and Clem's involvement in it, Krista is determined to make sure Clementine survives and gets to safety. After their conversation, she'll look for some firewood and leave Clementine alone to try to keep the fire going. Clem will soon hear voices coming from the forest, and after rushing out to investigate, she'll spot Krista surrounded by other survivors. They ask her if she's part of a group and where they are, but Krista insists she's all alone. Clementine will be given the choice to try and help her or just stay hidden. But regardless of your choice, one of the strangers will spot and chase after Clem. We're not shown what happens to Krista, as while it's implied she was shot and killed, nothing is ever confirmed about her fate. Clem will try to outrun her pursuer and have to avoid some walkers who pop up as well. After a struggle, she'll fall into the river and things will fade to black as she's washed away. The following day, Clementine will wake up on the riverbank, with no sign of the guys after her, or Krista. The 11-year-old girl is now completely alone. I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed Krista and Omid were shoot out of the story so damn fast. I'm not going to pretend like they're my favorite characters from Season 1, but I was hoping we would see them a little more developed, flesh out their characters, maybe learn some more about their past before the world went to shit. I have no problems with them being killed off, but I think it would have had more of an impact on me if I spent the majority of the episode with them before they died. Wandering around on her own for a bit, Clementine will soon cross paths with a friendly doggo by the name of Sam. Wait, a dog named Sam? Why does that sound familiar? I'm sure things will be fine with our new canine companion.
Here you go. Hey, you don't eat it all.
Well, never mind. After Clem finds and starts eating a can of beans, she offers some to the dog, but he gets too greedy, and then vicious when he thinks Clem is trying to take his food. Unfortunately, in defending herself, Clementine kicked the poor pooch onto some tent spikes. While he was very aggressive and bit Clementine pretty badly, who knows how long he's gone on without eating food. So you can't really blame him for behaving the way he did. Looking so pitiful, I decided to end his suffering and send him up to the big farm in the sky.
I'm sorry, Sam.
Well, this season really is off to a depressing start, isn't it? I can't help but feel really bad for Clementine here, as she starts sobbing while wandering through the woods. She's all alone, lost, in pain, and afraid. Regardless of how much Lee and Krista managed to teach her about survival, at the end of the day, she's still just a kid. She's just not emotionally mature enough yet to do this on her own. The world decides to beat her down again, as walkers soon show up and get the drop on her. Luckily, she's saved by two men who are passing by. The younger guy carrying her is Luke, and the older guy with the crossbow is Pete. Clementine explains that her group was attacked, and the pair asks about her attackers, wondering if they mentioned any names or if they were looking for someone in particular. The two try to reassure Clem that things will be okay, that their group has a doctor and he'll be able to treat her. Though things take a 180 immediately once Luke spots the bite on her arm.
Okay, we got a doctor with us, and you look like you could use some— Oh, shit! What? What is it? She's been bit, man. Fuck. What are we gonna do here?
As Luke is freaking out, Clem tries explaining that it's not a walker bite and that she was bitten by a dog. While skeptical, Pete will take a look at her bite but isn't able to judge if it really was from a dog. Unwilling to abandon Clementine, he insists they take her back to their camp and have their doctor make the final call. The stress of the situation, combined with everything else she's had to deal with today, proves too much, and Clem ends up passing out. Coming to a short time later, Clementine finds herself surrounded by some more members of Luke and Pete's group. These new faces are Pete's nephew Nick, who almost shoots her, the big guy with glasses is Alvin, and the pregnant woman beside him is his wife Rebecca. They aren't too happy that the pair brought Clementine, questioning her story about surviving alone, and speculating that this could be a trap and she's working for someone called Carver. Clem will again try to make her case, all the commotion drawing the attention of the group's doctor, Carlos. Despite being a medically trained professional, he's unable to determine if her bite really is from a dog or not. So instead, Carlos gets the big brain idea to just wait it out and see if Clementine turns, arguing they can lock her in the shed overnight. If she doesn't develop a fever or turn by the morning, then he'll treat her bite. Which, man, sure is some logic, isn't it? Clem's bite can get infected while left untreated, especially since she's been wandering around the woods, which would cause her to get sick and possibly develop a fever too. Look, I'm not sure what type of doctor Carlos is, or if recognizing animal bites is required reading for being a doctor, but human bites and dog bites are very different, not just because of the different teeth, but also the strength of their bites. While maybe he couldn't definitely say it was a dog, he should know what a walker bite looks like at least, especially since they know getting bit turns you and they outright state later that they previously dealt with an infectee. I understand his argument about not wanting to waste medical supplies on someone who's going to die in turn, but it's not like Clementine needs much. If they don't want to waste alcohol disinfecting it, some warm water to clean it and something to wrap the bite in should suffice for now, right? Either way, Clementine doesn't have much of a choice and will have to wait out in the shed. During the cold night as it starts raining, Clem is unwilling to wait it out, and decides she'll need to treat her injury herself. Sneaking out of the shed by removing a piece of wood used to patch a hole in it, she'll crawl beneath the house and then get inside through a trapdoor in the pantry. Sneaking through the house, she'll need to find a needle, bandages, and peroxide in order to treat her bite. The needle is in the second-floor bathroom, where Clem will almost get caught when Rebecca enters. Rebecca is stressed out about her pregnancy, and Clem will overhear that her baby's father might not be Alvin, implying that she may have cheated on her husband. Sneaking into the room across the hall, Clem runs into the final member of the cabin group, Carlos's daughter, Sarah.
You're not supposed to be in here. Hi. Can you please help me? I'm not supposed to talk to you. My dad can't know.
Sarah is reluctant to help at first since she doesn't want to get in trouble with her dad, but Clem promises that she won't tell him. After chatting for a bit, she ends up agreeing to help, but only if they pinky promise to be friends. With no other kids in her group, Sarah's been rather lonely and can't relate to the adults around her. So, despite Clem being a stranger she's not supposed to talk to, the naive kid latches onto her rather quickly. I didn't think much about it at first. Clem was the same way during Season 1, but the game seems to be implying that Sarah is on the spectrum. Part of it is her age. I didn't realize it right away until I looked at Clem's responses, and then saw how tall Sarah is, but she's 15. While a gap of 4 years between their ages doesn't seem like much, Sarah's a teenager. You would expect her to be a little more emotionally mature and not desperate to make friends with other kids. In fact, she's very immature, acting and behaving like she's younger than Clementine and not older. Her father Carlos more or less confirms it later, as he tells Clementine that his daughter isn't like her, and that Sarah would cease to function if she understood just how bad the world really is. I've got more to say about Carlos and his daughter, but I'll swing back to that much later. After Clem has gotten the peroxide from Sarah, all that's left is some bandages. There's 2 ways to do it. One involves talking to Alvin through the porch window, and the other is grabbing some rags from the final room upstairs. There's also an optional gold watch you can grab that, while not important, can unlock some extra dialogue with someone in the next episode. Once she's got all her supplies, Clementine will sneak back into the shed to treat her injury. First disinfecting it and then using her needle and fishing wire to stitch her injury closed, with the game showing Clem's self-treatment in all its gruesome glory, turning it into a brief interactive segment. All her screaming attracts a walker that crawls in through the open hole in the shed. After a brief struggle, Clementine manages to kill it just as the cabin survivors arrive after hearing all the commotion, and she finally gets to call out these assholes for their bullshit.
I'm still not bitten. I never was. And you left me out here to die.
Despite the lingering hostilities, the group softens up a bit and invites her inside. Carlos finishes the treatment of her injury, and Luke sits down at the dinner table with Clem to give her some food. The two are soon joined by Nick, who apologizes for his behavior and how he treated her. He and Luke will then explain why they were so hostile to Clementine. They had previously taken care of a survivor who was bitten. When she turned into a walker, she attacked and bit Nick's mom, and the poor guy was forced to kill his mother when she turned, blaming himself for the whole ordeal ever since. While most of the group has softened up to Clementine, someone who hasn't is Rebecca. She's still hostile with her, telling Clem not to get comfortable and to leave when she can. Though you can knock that bitch down a few pegs by asking her who the baby's father is, and threatening to tell Alvin if she doesn't chill out. The following morning, Clementine will go hunting with Pete and Nick. Despite being family, Nick has a bit of a chip on his shoulder regarding his uncle, as he's always given him a hard time on just about everything, and telling an embarrassing story about the first time they went hunting together. Also, when he was playing football in high school, Pete told Nick he didn't have the makings of a varsity athlete, and told his girl cousins the same thing, which was very hurtful. That said, despite being so hard on his nephew, Pete does genuinely care about Nick and his well-being. He also doesn't hold it against him for what happened to Nick's mom either. After a brief argument between the two, the group stumble upon several dead bodies, some walkers, some human, all with bullets through their head. They speculate who could have done this, with Nick bringing up Carver again. Investigating the scene, Clementine will stumble upon the backpack she lost after getting separated from Krista, and find one of the guys who attacked them. He's barely alive, and you can give him water if you want, but it doesn't change anything. And you still never learn anything about what happened to Krista either. Before the group can figure out what the hell happened here, they get attacked by walkers. This is where the final choice of the episode happens, either saving Nick or saving Pete. Unlike a similar choice you made in Season 1 between helping Doug or Carly, this choice doesn't determine who lives and who dies, as Pete will always die. Choosing Nick means he dies at the end of this episode, while choosing Pete means he will die near the beginning of the next. I went with Pete, but I'll be honest, I was disappointed when I found out how little my choice ended up mattering.
Well, they shouldn't be able to get through that. On the downside, we can't get through them.
At the start of episode 2, Clementine and Pete manage to get to safety by hiding in the back of a van. Pete contemplates what to do about his walker bite, and spotting a hacksaw in the van, debates hacking off his leg before the infection spreads. Though he's unable to go through with it and bitches out. To his credit, it's less about the agonizing experience of slowly cutting off his leg with a rusty hacksaw, like in Saw, and more so because he'd still be done for. Pete would just end up bleeding out and Clem would be unable to carry him back to the camp anyhow. Skipping ahead to nightfall, Pete's time is almost up. He tells Clementine to look out for Nick, and despite the boy's faults, he still loves his dumb nephew. Maybe he did have the makings of a varsity athlete. Deciding to act as a distraction so Clementine can escape, he'll rev up the engine of the van to lure the walkers to him while she makes a run for it. Goodbye, Pete. Wish you stuck around a little longer.
Clementine, are you alright? Luke's not with you?
Where's Alvin?
While Clementine made it back to the cabin safe and sound, Nick has yet to return. Even worse, while the trio were gone, Luke and Alvin went searching for them, and they aren't back either. Instead of doing the rational thing of, I don't know, just waiting a little longer, Rebecca insists that she and Carlos go out looking for those two, leaving the only two children in the group alone by themselves in the cabin. What could possibly go wrong?
Say cheese! I found this under the house. There was all kinds of old stuff. It's so cool. Take one of me. Come on, take one of me.
Max and Chloe, these two are not. You know, the main characters from Life is Strange. I have no idea why my brain automatically went to that game during this scene. I blame White Light and the videos he's made on this series for convincing me to try them out. Future video for the channel, maybe? Comment down below. After some quick photo shenanigans, Sarah starts to freak out when she realizes her dad is gone, and Clem says he could be in trouble. She manages to calm herself down and shows Clem something else she found while searching the cabin. A gun.
What should I shoot? Don't do that! Sorry.
Remember proper gun safety, kids. Don't assume a gun is empty, and never point a firearm at anything you don't intend to shoot. After Clem teaches Sarah the basics of handling a gun, they spot someone returning to the cabin, assuming it's Luke. The girls head downstairs to greet him, but uh-oh, stranger danger.
Hello there.
Who are you?
Well, actually, I'm your neighbor.
Neighbor?
That's right. My family and I are set up a ways downriver. I'm kind of surprised we haven't run into each other yet. What's your name?
I'm going to cut straight to the chase here. This is William Carver, the guy the cabin group has been whispering about. He tries acting friendly, but does a piss-poor job hiding his intentions, as after letting himself into the cabin, he immediately begins fishing for info, asking Clem about the group she's with, how many members it has, whether certain people are with her. Regardless of your answers, Carver pretty much knows the people he's looking for are staying here. His hunch confirmed when he finds the photo Clem took of Sarah. Then, after he leaves, the rest of the cabin group finally returns. The girls explain what happened with the stranger, Carlos asking Clem about the guy before he confirms that it was indeed Carver. Rattled that he found them, everyone decides it's time to pack things up and leave before he comes back with others. Carlos goes on to explain that Carver was the leader of their previous camp, but his ruthless way of running things pushed them to leave. He doesn't go into why Carver is so adamant in tracking them down, but we'll save that reveal for later in the chapter. As they leave, they decide to look for Pete in the last place Clem saw him, for some reason. And spoilers, he's dead. Obviously. This scene is really baffling and seems a little pointless, mainly because Clementine knew he was about to turn, and that he probably died when he acted as a distraction for her. This wasn't some super ambiguous situation we needed confirmation for. He was 100% without a doubt done for. Which begs the question on why Clementine never mentions any of this to the rest of the group. She could have saved them the time and effort by telling them Pete was bitten. Like, Nick gets some closure about his uncle's fate, I guess, but that's it. Pete having been shot through the head adds nothing either, since the group already knows Carver's on their tail. The following morning, everyone stops for a break and spot a ski resort on top of a mountain, which could function as a good place to take shelter before continuing their journey. Spotting a bridge they can take over the river and towards the ski resort, Clementine and Luke will scout ahead for any trouble, with Nick hanging back a bit to be their support. After the expected encounter with walkers, Luke and Clem manage to make it out unscathed before a stranger holding a gun approaches them. It's a tense standoff as both sides try to feel out the other's intentions, But things will cool off, and the stranger even offers them some food if they need it. Then Nick fucks it all up.
What the fuck, man? What the hell is he doing? No, he's with us. Nick! No! Put it down!
Don't shoot!
Man, this whole episode might as well be a PSA on proper gun safety and trigger discipline. While I can see Nick's point of view with Carver after them, it's not hard to assume that this random stranger holding a gun and approaching his friends could be a threat. However, even if he couldn't have possibly known the guy's intentions, he should have noticed that the guy didn't have his gun pointed at Luke and Clem. If Nick had just waited a bit, stayed hidden, and had his gun ready, he could have assessed the situation better and acted if the guy was a real threat, instead of rushing in, spooking the guy, and boom. Oh well, I'm sure that guy was of no importance. To be fair to Nick, he does realize he screwed up, admitting he was so quick to fire he could have accidentally hit Luke or Clem instead. The stress from losing his mother, and now his uncle, is doing a number on his mental health. He even forgot to grab the watch Pete gave him when they left the cabin, which if he ended up taking it last episode, you can give it to him now. And give Nick some much needed peace of mind, along with the courage to go speak to the others and admit his screw up. I like Nick. Despite his screw ups, his heart's in the right place, and he's a good guy. I think he just really wants to prove himself and help the rest of the group. Before moving on, Clementine will search the shack that the stranger was staying in, finding a hunting knife and then some cans of food, with Alvin approaching her and asking if he can get a can for his wife since she's eating for two. While she was a serious bitch before, after leaving the cabin, Rebecca's mellowed out a lot, and has apologized to Clem for her behavior. So it doesn't hurt to be the bigger person and help her out, especially once we learn why the group is running in the first place. Arriving at the ski resort by nightfall, it's time for a most unexpected reunion.
Henny!
Wait, you know this guy? Clementine?
I'll take that as a yes.
These people with you?
A nice touch using the track Alive Inside from the first game here. Of all the characters to be reunited with, Kenny was definitely the last I'd expect. Okay, yeah, I knew he was showing up again, but I didn't know it was in this season. In the first game, Kenny was quite the conflicting character, one who could be very loyal to Lee, but also a selfish jerk who would turn into a whiny little bitch if you even slightly disagreed with them. Due to that attitude, Kenny was at least partially responsible for a lot of the conflicts within the group. As the season went on, he would end up losing his family, his son Duck bitten by a walker, and his wife Katja taking her own life as she couldn't bear to lose her son. Stricken with grief, Kenny would hyper-focus on the original plan of escaping out to sea, and later helping Lee find Clementine if their relationship was in good standing. Kenny's story ends when he decides to stop being selfish and to sacrifice himself for someone else in the final episode of Season 1. Depending on your choices, he would seemingly end up dying off-screen after trying to help Ben or save Krista. I found it a fitting end for Kenny, a way for him to redeem himself for all the trouble his selfishness caused. And I'll be completely honest, I don't think bringing him back was the best of ideas, as not only does his character regress, but we end up treading a lot of familiar ground from Season 1, but more on that later. Oh, and he never explains how he survived either, just waving it off as luck. Okay then. With Clementine diffusing the tension between her group and Kenny's, they all head inside the ski resort to relax and to eat. Here we're introduced to Sarita, Kenny's new squeeze who found and rescued him from an abandoned restaurant after he seemingly died. Next is Walter, a former teacher who's been staying at the ski resort with his partner Matthew. After Kenny and Sarita arrived, the four of them would fortify the place and have been together ever since. We don't get to meet Matthew yet, as he's still out on patrol, but should be back soon. The two groups will intermingle, helping each other out while they wait for Walter to finish cooking. Sitting down to eat with Kenny, Clementine will catch up with them, sharing what she's been up to, filling him in on the others and how she trusts them, but also how they want to leave before the people chasing them arrive. While Kenny has no issues with them leaving, he tells Clementine not to worry and that she can stay with his group. Though he isn't planning on staying at the ski resort forever, as he and Sarita have plans to head north to Wellington, the same place Krista mentioned last episode. A bit of tension builds between the two groups, mostly instigated by Kenny being rude to Luke and Nick, before things go quiet when he accidentally addresses Clementine as Duck. Walter will then pull Clem out of the awkward situation and give her a whole sappy speech about hope and believing in each other. Then they'll find a strange woman outside, clearly casing the place. But we can choose to believe her bullshit and Walter will give her some supplies. Hey, remember that guy on the bridge that Nick shot? Surprise! He was Walter's boyfriend Matthew all along. Honestly, it could have been a half-decent reveal if the game didn't constantly bring Matthew up, and how he still wasn't back yet, making it extremely obvious who he was. Walter figures out like 2 seconds later that their group might have killed him, as he finds his boyfriend's hunting knife and Clementine's belongings. You can choose to tell him it was an accident or just flat out blame it on Nick, which determines whether or not Walter decides to kill Nick 5 minutes later when he gets attacked by a walker. Since I told Walter it was an accident, and Nick came clean and apologized too, he gets to stick around just a little longer in the story. Afterwards, Carver and his group will show up, and a huge surprise here, that redhead from before was working for him all along. Also, she's Bonnie, one of the playable characters from the 400 Days DLC. More on that later. Carver will take over the ski resort, holding most of our characters hostage, and finally reveal his motives for chasing them. He was after Rebecca, as he believes the child she's carrying is his. At first, I was under the impression she cheated on Alvin with him, but later dialogue implies her encounter with Carver wasn't consensual. Things escalate when Carver starts to torture Carlos and threatens to kill him if the rest of the group doesn't give themselves up. Clementine will be given the choice to give herself up with Alvin and Rebecca, or sneak out to try and find Kenny and Luke. Regardless of your choice, Kenny will snipe one of Carver's guys, and then Carver will execute Walter in retaliation. So long, Walter. You can be with Matthew now. The actual game-changing choice here is whether or not Alvin makes it to episode 3, as if you don't talk Kenny out of trying to shoot Carver, he'll clip him and Carver will execute Alvin too. I chose to talk Kenny out of it, sparing Alvin and getting the rest of the group captured as the episode comes to an end. So I'll be honest, on reflection, I really didn't like the last episode all that much. Not only did it feel very bloated, with a lot of pointless segments that add nothing of value to the story, but a lot of the supposed big decisions I made ended up mattering very little, an issue that pretty much continues throughout the season. So I'm going to try and be a little more concise in going through upcoming events. Episode 3 begins with the gang tied up in the back of a van, arguing for a bit before they arrive at Carver's encampment, a heavily fortified warehouse store called Howe's Hardware. As they're marched through the place, Carver will be up on the PA system, giving a speech about how they can only survive by following his leadership and not to disobey him. This section is where some of the characters from the 400 Days DLC show up, all of them now working for Carver, though they're basically glorified cameos, as outside of Bonnie and Tavia, I guess, they don't serve big roles or contribute to the story, which probably sucks for fans of the DLC who are expecting more from them showing up. The group will be led to a holding pen outside, with Carlos taken away to go look at some injured people, and Alvin pulled away to go meet with the main man himself. I'm sure they're just going to have a nice chat. The cabin group is then reunited with their friend Reggie, who helped them make their initial escape. While they've been gone, he lost his arm to a walker, but had it removed before he could turn. Since then, Reggie has been on thin ice with Carver, forced to sleep out in the cold in the holding pen, and now needs to prove himself before he's allowed inside again. The following morning, everyone is forced to line up as Carver arrives to give another speech, first informing everyone that they're watching a nearby herd of walkers passing through the area, and telling everyone that despite all that's happened, they can earn his forgiveness and join his main group if they prove themselves useful. You know, Carver is fairly pragmatic, and not the mustache-twirling villain I was expecting at first. He doesn't immediately kill one of his own for screwing up, and in the case of Reggie, are willing to just cut off your arm if you're bitten as opposed to just letting you die. He takes advantage of the people's desperation to survive, to keep them in line and get things done for his camp. That said, he's still an egotistical asshole, and will punish anyone who undermines his authority. something he demonstrates when he gets annoyed with Sarah interrupting his speech, demanding that Carlos properly discipline his daughter, or else he'll have his guy Troy do it instead.
I'm sorry, Dad. I'm
Close
sorry.
your eyes, honey. It's only going to sting for a second.
Do it.
Jesus, Carlos. I know you couldn't go easy on her, but slapping your daughter so hard you knock her to the ground seems like overkill. Everyone will now be split up and given their assignments, with Clementine assisting Bonnie in the armory. She apologizes for lying to Clem back at the ski resort, and admits she was originally going to escape too, as she agreed with Luke's misgivings about Carver and how he was becoming too harsh. Ultimately, she decided to stay in hopes of changing the community, as opposed to starting fresh somewhere else. After receiving an ugly jacket from Bonnie, Clementine is then whisked away to her next assignment in the greenhouse. Sarah is there too, and she's still reeling from her dad hitting her. Clem will try to calm her down and tell Sarah that her dad didn't have a choice, before Reggie shows up and tells them how to tend to the plants. Unfortunately, Sarah is too nervous to work, and you'll have to decide to focus on your own plants or do her work for her. Regardless of your decision, Carver will show up and still be disappointed with what he's seeing. Since Reggie was the one in charge and failed him yet again, he's earned himself a one-way trip off the roof.
I gave you plenty of chances.
Please, Bill! No! 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 Please! Ah!
Weakness. Incompetence. It puts us all at risk, and it won't be tolerated. You think about that the next time you're asked to do something.
Clementine can tell Bonnie what happened immediately after, though she's still in denial about it and insists it was probably an accident. Sending Clem off to deliver some supplies outside, we'll find Kenny getting into a fight with a guy named Mike, another guy who was in the holding pen. Clementine stops their fight by telling them Reggie is dead, and the three of them will have to escape from walkers right after. Once she gets to safety, she'll head back inside but immediately get nabbed. And it's Luke. Oh yeah, I completely forgot about him and didn't realize he wasn't grabbed with the rest of the group. You know, I haven't really talked about him all that much, but Luke is meant to be the leader of his group, and supposed to be the voice of reason they all look to. However, he hasn't really done much of anything. Hell, Carlos felt more like the leader during the last 2 episodes. Well, maybe now is his time to shine. While he's a bit out of it due to a lack of sleep, Luke managed to follow everyone here and sneak in without being detected. He hasn't formulated a foolproof plan of escape, but wants Clementine to steal a radio and bring it back to him tomorrow night, so he can spy on the guards and learn their patrol routes. Alright kid, that's actually not a half bad idea. Hey wait, I recognize that comic poster. That's... I still need to catch up with season 2 of that show. Heading back inside, Clem will walk past the sobbing Rebecca, and then we'll finally see what Alvin's been up to this whole time. Oof. Looks like Carver worked him over pretty good. Honestly, I'm amazed Alvin's still alive. Carver will then start to monologue at Clem, insisting he's not a bad guy, that he didn't want to kill Reggie, that the weak die and only the strong survive, survival of the fittest, blah blah blah, dilly-dally, shilly-shally, you've heard it a million times. Like, I know he needs to beef up his group, which is why he's bothering to try and get Clem on his side, but did he really think he could convince her after murdering Reggie right in front of her? Regrouping with everyone at the holding pen, Clementine fills them in about Luke and that they need to get him a radio. A bigger plan starts to come together as the group wants to use the incoming herd of walkers as a diversion so they can escape. Rebecca suggests using the PA system to make noise and lure them to the encampment, but the group is unsure how to avoid getting themselves killed by the herd. It's not like they can just walk right through them, right?
Actually, I do it all the time.
First words I ever hear you say, and it's just some crazy, stupid shit.
Hush. What do you mean exactly?
This is Jane, by the way. She's been in the holding pen ever since the others arrived, but hasn't actually said or done anything until now. She explains how you can trick walkers and sneak past them by covering yourself in their guts, masking your smell. Clementine corroborates what she says, explaining how she and Lee did the same thing back in Savannah. With everyone agreeing to the plan, they'll send out Clementine to go steal a radio. Unfortunately, the plan falls apart almost immediately the next day, as Luke was caught before Clem could get the radio to him. Worse, Carver knows he's missing one too. demanding the thieves show themselves before things get really bad. Kenny will take the blame to keep Clementine safe. Unfortunately, it earns him a pretty savage beating, and poor Clem gets a nasty hit if she tries to intervene too. Back at the holding pen, Kenny is in bad shape, having lost an eye and suffering possible brain damage. The ass whipping he took had one positive though, as it showed Bonnie just how savage Carver is, causing her to switch sides. She'll offer to open the gate to the pen to free them as soon as she hears the music played over the PA system. After agreeing to a meeting spot in case they get separated in the commotion, Clementine is sent off to go turn on the PA system and create a diversion. Unfortunately, there's nothing to stop Carver's group from just turning the music off, but that's where Alvin comes in. Having finally come to, he hobbles over to Carver's desk and pulls out a gun that was stashed inside. Too banged up to move, he tells Clementine to go and to watch out for Rebecca and his unborn child, before he sacrifices himself to kill some red shirt.
You take care of my girls. I get the feeling it's gonna be a girl. Just a hunch. Go on.
It's too bad you were barely fleshed out and did close to nothing up until now, Alvin. Otherwise, your sacrifice might have actually meant something. This is what I meant about my choices in the last episode feeling so pointless, as Alvin and Nick are so out of focus and barely do anything this episode. Saving their lives doesn't feel like I accomplished anything. Heading back to the group, Clem finds Carver holding them at gunpoint, and saves the day by hopping on his back as he monologues, allowing Luke and Kenny to disarm him. Now holding him at gunpoint, the group briefly debates what to do, with Rebecca insisting they shoot him after finding out Carver killed Alvin, and Kenny is all but happy to oblige. However, he's not done quite yet, insisting they put that asshole down once and for all.
Oh, come on, Clementine. Don't be like that. Don't run away. You know you want to see the show. Who do you think you're fooling, huh? I know you. I know who you are.
Let's go.
Yeah, go on. Let the sheep out of the pen. We'll see how long that lasts.
I'll be right there.
You won't see anything. That's funny, coming from you. How's that eye? Just follow my voice. It'll get you there. You got a thick fucking skull, Kenneth. Should have put you out of your misery right then. Now look at you. You're a mess.
You're given the option to leave or stay with Rebecca and watch Kenny turn Carver's face into ground beef, though I chose to walk away, mainly because I wouldn't be able to show Carver's face getting caved in on YouTube anyhow. Once outside, the group carves up a walker and covers themselves in its guts, but then Troy will show up just as they're about to leave. Luckily, Jane sweet-talks him long enough to distract him and shoot him in the nuts, working as great bait for the walkers. Despite almost being in the clear, their blend-in with the walkers' plan falls apart fast. The remainder of Carver's group are firing blindly into the herd, and Carlos catches a stray bullet, attracting some walkers and smelling his doom as they tear him to pieces. Sarah, understandably, freaks out at the sight of her dad being eaten alive, and runs off to the crowd of the undead. With things going crazy around her, Clementine will spot Sarita being attacked by a walker. The chapter will then come to an abrupt end, as you decide to either attack the walker, or to chop off her hand. Now, if you chose to cut off Sarita's hand last episode, she'll cry out in pain and start bleeding out, causing walkers to swarm and kill her. But if you attack the walker instead, she'll survive for now and be whisked away by Kenny and Mike. Unfortunately, since they took off so abruptly, the two assholes forgot to assure Clementine made it out with them. Luckily for her, she manages to find Rebecca and then Jane, who comes up with some better camouflage. The girls will attack and remove the jaw of a walker and hold his body in front of them to cut through the rest of the herd and make it to safety. The girls will soon arrive at the meeting spot, finding Bonnie and Mike waiting for them. They say Sarita is pretty far gone now and will turn soon. So yeah, Sarita was always done for, regardless of what you did in the last chapter. Though I don't get why they didn't try and chop her arm off after they got away from the herd. As seen by Lee in the last season, and Reggie in this one, she could have survived if they were fast enough. Yeah, I know that doing that last chapter made things worse, but if you're far enough away from danger, and just have Sarita bite down on something, you wouldn't have to worry about attracting walkers. Might as well have her die back there no matter what if the characters just forget that removing a limb is an option. Needless to say, Kenny isn't handling the fact he's losing the person he loves very well. He takes Sarita's impending death much worse than he did Duck's. Back then, he was effectively in denial until Lee and Katya made him come to terms with the truth. Here, he's angry and bitter, very harshly lashing out at Clementine when she checks on him. Kenny blows up on the poor kid, almost bringing her to tears as he blames her for Sarita's death before demanding to be left alone. So I mentioned earlier when he first showed up that Kenny's character ends up regressing, like he didn't grow from his experiences in Season 1. Honestly, he's actually gotten worse. It's not obvious when you first reunite with them, but as he interacts with other characters, he's quick to snap at them for the smallest of things. Kenny is extremely distrustful of anyone he doesn't already know, or who disagrees with him in the slightest. There's this blackness inside him now. He's much more vengeful at those who wronged him, as shown when he caved in Carver's face. While yeah, he lost an eye to the guy, Carver was already crippled from 2 shots to the leg. He was easy walker food. This shift in personality could be attributed to the beating he got from Carver, as Carlos stated that Kenny may have brain damage. Whatever the reason, this new personality, and now losing Sarita, will take him down a dark path that makes Kenny leagues worse than he was in Season 1. Giving the guy his space and letting him spend what little time he has left with Sarita, the others wonder about the whereabouts of Luke, Sarah, and Nick. Jane and Clementine will go searching for them, and on the way will start opening up to each other. Jane tells Clem about how she was originally traveling with her younger sister, but due to her issues, she often pretended they weren't related when joining a new group. They debate whether it's better to strike it out on your own or be part of a group, with Jane telling Clementine she's probably better off leaving the others, as things are falling apart fast and they aren't likely to last much longer. Arriving at the outskirts of a trailer park, Clementine will find Sarah's glasses and wonders if maybe she and the others are nearby. While reluctant at first, Jane agrees to help and search, immediately stumbling onto Nick.
You never had the makings of a varsity athlete.
Man, poor Nick. Not only did his character go absolutely nowhere, he ended up dying off screen and doesn't even get mentioned again after this. Talking Walter out of killing him back in episode 2 changed absolutely nothing. Season 1 handled this so much better when it came to saving Doug or Carly. Sure, the survivor would always get killed by Lily, but they actually did things and contributed to the plot while they were still alive. Carly was effective during shootouts, gave out advice to Lee, and even had some ship teas with him. She felt like a character that mattered, and because of that, it really sucked that you couldn't save her. Meanwhile, Nick and Alvin do so little it's easy to forget they're even still around. So I don't feel a damn thing when they're gone for good. This was the other issue with bringing back Kenny, as the plot focuses way more on him to the detriment of the newer characters. It's really starting to feel like the writers didn't have this season entirely planned out, and that things were changed between episode releases. After putting Nick down, the girls will spot a bunch of walkers trying to get into a trailer, thinking there might be some people inside. After luring them away and getting inside, their hunch is proven correct, as they stumble upon Luke and Sarah. The poor girl is catatonic after the death of her dad, refusing to move or respond to anyone. Luke has been unable to reach her, and due to his broken ribs, can't physically move her either. With walkers on the verge of breaking in, you'll have to decide whether to abandon Sarah like Jane suggests, or try to reason with her and get her to find the strength to move on without her dad. When Clementine's little speech isn't enough, she opts for something more drastic. Slapping some sense into Sarah, the group escapes in the nick of time. On the walk back to the others, Clem will call out Jane for wanting to ditch Sarah. She apologizes and explains she found herself in a similar position with her younger sister Jamie, and unable to reason with her, Jane chose to abandon her. While she regrets doing it, the decision formed her view that it's better not to rely on others and to just look out for yourself. Back at the camp, Bonnie fills us in that Kenny put Sarita down, but he hasn't left his tent since she died. Heading inside to check on him, Kenny's attitude has shifted from anger to suicidal depression. He explains how peaceful he felt when Carver was beating him to death, like he was floating away and all his pain would be over. He hates that he survived, that he has to continue to live on knowing that Duck, Katya, and now Sarita are all dead. You can try and talk Kenny out of it, telling him the rest of the group needs him, to not give up and stop feeling sorry for himself. Clementine can remind him that he's not the only one who's lost people, and take it a step further by telling Kenny she had to shoot Lee, like he did with Sarita.
I had to shoot Lee. So don't be an asshole and pretend you're the only one who's lost people.
I don't need to hear this shit. I can't even look at you right now.
While it doesn't look like she got through to him at first, he'll soon rejoin the others when Rebecca's water breaks, and the group needs to prepare for her to give birth. I'm going to speedrun things here as it's a lot of fluff, but Kenny will stick to Rebecca, Luke will guard the area, Clementine will help Bonnie and Mike search for supplies at the Civil War Museum, before joining Jane to check out the gift shop, and Sarah will do nothing and sit around being useless. It's at the gift shop where Clem and Jane will encounter a Russian boy with a leg brace named Arvo. Holding him up, they question who he is and what he's up to. The kid says he's just trying to return to his group and get medicine for his sick sister. Despite his obvious disability, Jane doesn't believe him and accuses him of being a junkie for some reason, insisting to Clementine they take his meds for Rebecca and the others in the group are in bad shape. You're given the choice to rob him or not, but I have to let him go. I've done this enough times to know that by making the morally good choice, this kid will come back later and help us out in some way. Though Jane still roughs him up a bit and takes his gun. Sure hope he doesn't hold that against us. Bumping into Luke right after, Clem will fill him in on what happened. While concerned, he still believes that Jane can be trusted. At the very least, she's still reliable. He's more concerned about Kenny. Seeing how broken he is now and how vicious he was with Carver, Luke believes he'll become reckless and a liability to the group. Which, yeah, he's absolutely right. Though you can still choose to defend Kenny and question Luke if he'd do things differently if he was in his shoes. Heading back to the others, Clem will fill them in that she and Jane got into the gift shop right when walkers show up, forcing everyone to run. Heading back to the gift shop, Clem will stumble on quite the interesting scene.
That was about as human as I've felt in a long time. I almost forgot what... Clementine! Jesus, Clem, it's just not...
Jane and Luke just got done fucking. And man, this completely comes out of nowhere. Like, what? Why? Neither one has shown any interest in the other. I'm not saying we needed some kind of romantic subplot between them, but there isn't any setup for this scene. Like, say, Jane whispering in his ear in an earlier scene, or taking his hand in hers and leading him away, or something after Clementine leaves. I get the obvious answer is that they had some time alone and probably wanted to blow off some steam. And I get why Luke, despite being such a Boy Scout, would agree to sex with Jane. I mean, look at her. I doubt any guy would say no. But Jane doesn't strike me as the kind of girl to fuck Luke without an ulterior motive. The way she interacted with that one guy Troy at the end of the last episode made me think she charms men with her looks to get what she wants. But that doesn't happen. The writers wanted an excuse for why the group got blindsided by walkers again, and just thought, what if Luke left his post because he was fucking Jane? And that was it. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. And I've completely misread the entire scene. Maybe they didn't have sex, and Jane just gave him a foot job instead. Well, anyways, walkers storm the gift shop, the group has to hold them off, the combined weight of everyone causes the deck to collapse, and poor Sarah gets eaten alive. Yet another character where saving her life earlier amounted to absolutely nothing. I know Sarah was never set up as this super interesting character, but what was the point in teaching her to use a gun if it never got followed up on? I get that in a way she's meant to represent what Clementine would be if she didn't learn to protect herself and continue to depend on Lee. It just feels like they could have conveyed that idea better by having her die before her dad did. Since Carlos coddled her and she panicked the moment he wasn't there, Sarah would die because she couldn't function without him. Granted, if Sarah really is meant to be on the spectrum, it would be much tougher to teach her how to survive. But still, Carlos realizing he failed to prepare her for the world would have been more interesting to follow. Oh well. Hey look, Rebecca had her baby. Kinda hilarious, everyone immediately forgot about Sarah the second that kid was born. Having helped deliver the baby boy, Kenny has immediately formed an attachment to him. Maybe helping to bring a new life into this world has helped him realize just how precious life truly is, and that he shouldn't just throw his own away. Yeah, that's gotta be it. Anywho, Jane decides the group is doomed and decides to split. Luke doesn't take it well.
What?
Jane left. For good.
What? When?
Just now.
Are you serious? She didn't say anything about leaving to me? What the fuck? Damn it!
And don't worry about it, buddy. Plenty of more fish in the sea. The group discusses their next move, as the gift shop isn't the most suitable shelter. Kenny wants to stick to his original plan of going to Wellington, but agrees with the others that they should stop by the town across the river, as they can find better shelter and hopefully some supplies. However, Rebecca isn't in the best shape, what with just having given birth and all, so you need to decide whether to leave at daylight or wait a few days for her to recover. Regardless of what you decide, when the group begins their walk to that town, she still isn't doing well, looking even worse than before. Oh hey, it's that Russian kid Arvo. Since I let him keep his medicine, maybe he can help us out.
Никакие оружия! Никакие оружия! Никакие оружия!
Fuck!
Это они?
Да, это они.
Скажи им, чтобы они поставили их оружие.
Son of a bitch. Surrounded by this random group of Russians, it's a tense standoff as everyone shouts at each other to stand down. As it's going down, Rebecca succumbs to the cold and dies. Or maybe she lost too much blood during childbirth. It's not really clear. What is clear is that she's turned and is about to feast on her baby. Your final choice will be to have Clementine shoot her, or call for help, and have Kenny do it. The episode ending as gunfire breaks out.
No!
Well, here we are, the final episode of Season 2. I'm going to be speedrunning through a lot of moments here, as there's quite a lot I want to say, and most of it has to do with the last half of the finale. So despite the last episode ending with this tense moment against the Russians, it ends anticlimactic as fuck, as our group takes them out rather fast, with Jane returning to assist, and we suffer no losses on our side. Well, except Rebecca, but she wasn't killed by the Russians, so it doesn't count. Arvo is the only survivor of his group, and the question comes up on what to do with them, with Kenny just wanting to put him down since he set them up. Though the rest of the group isn't comfortable with killing the kid, and ultimately they decide to hold him captive when Arvo says he can lead them to the group's safe house full of supplies. Taking a small break, Kenny will name Rebecca's baby boy Alvin Jr., or AJ, explaining to Clem that she wanted to name him after her husband. Clementine will treat Kenny's eye injury, and he'll express his remorse and his willingness to sacrifice Alvin back at the ski resort, wishing they had got him out of Carver's camp alive, a regret he'll live with the rest of his life as he takes care of AJ. Kenny's guilt about Alvin feels kinda forced, if you didn't let him die at the ski resort, as the two didn't have any kind of relationship while he was alive. Clem says he shouldn't feel guilty since Carver was the one who killed him, but it feels like a clunky way to make Kenny feel like he needs to raise AJ in order to make amends. Which is strange because in the next scene, his motives for taking the kid are different and much more obvious. After Arvo leads the group who knows how many miles, the group decides to rest for the night at a power station, which makes me wonder how he managed to walk this far with his leg brace. Come to think of it, why didn't they go to that town they saw last episode? Wasn't that much closer? Whatever. As the group sit around the fire, share a bottle of booze, and celebrate Luke's 27th birthday, Clem can walk over to Jane and get her to rejoin the party, and you can even have Clem have her first taste of booze.
Sure.
You okay?
I'm starting to think she might be a bad influence on you. Girl your age? It ain't right. I know you think you're older, but you're not.
You're not my dad. You're my friend.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right.
She'll then walk over to Kenny and try to get him to return to the group too. Sitting down with him, he apologizes for how vicious he was with Clem after Sarita's death and for blaming her for it. He admits he still misses his family, that he wasn't around enough in Duck's life when the world was intact, how he didn't learn to appreciate them until they were gone. Kenny sees AJ as a second chance to raise this boy right and make sure he's appreciated every day of his life. You know, I thought about it, and I don't see Kenny's attachment to AJ as a way to honor the baby's parents, or even as a replacement for the family he lost. I think it's a way to make amends for the death of Sean Green. Back in Season 1, when we met Kenny on Herschel Green's farm, one of the first choices we're presented with is saving Kenny's son, or Herschel's son, when they get attacked by walkers. Sean would always die regardless of your choice. However, Kenny would cower away after Duck was safe, and didn't try to help Lee save the other boy. He's immediately regretful and apologizes to Herschel, but the old man in his grief viciously attacks him as Kenny didn't lose his son. This moment of weakness and the idea he cost a man their son haunts him throughout the game, especially after he loses his family. Kenny saw this as karma, that the world took his son because he failed to save Herschel's. I don't think he actually references this at all in this season unless I missed it, but that's the rationale I'm getting from Kenny. He wants to save the life of this child for the one he thinks he's responsible for taking. I don't have much to back that statement, outside of something that shows up later, but I'll get to it at the end. Regardless of his intentions, his attachment and overprotectiveness of AJ is causing some concern with the rest of the group. Due to his deteriorating mental state, they don't believe he can be trusted to protect the baby, or what he's capable of if they try to take AJ from him. Their concerns grow the following morning as they see how harsh and abusive he is to Arvo. Like, I know he's just a kid, but honestly, it feels weird that everyone even trusts Arvo. They just murdered his group and his sister. Why is everyone so willing to believe he isn't leading them into some kind of trap again? The only one who even entertains the idea is Kenny, but he's painted in a negative light because he's being such an asshole. Eventually, the kid does lead them to where his group was staying, but it's on the other side of a frozen lake. Shouldn't be too hard to guess what happens next.
Don't come over here. Hey, I can make it. It's fine.
You sure?
Yeah.
You now have to decide to try and help Luke or cover him from walkers so he can try and climb out himself. I decided to have Clem try and reach him, but then the two of them end up falling through the ice. Clem almost gets dragged down by a walker, but Luke yanks it off her so she can escape. However, that same walker grabs him and pulls him down below, dooming the guy to a watery grave. Unsurprisingly, he's done for no matter what you do, but shooting the walkers can lead to Bonnie falling through the ice and dying too. Goodbye, Luke. I honestly don't get why anyone in the group likes you. Like, seriously, why do the others ride Luke's nuts so hard? And I'm not just talking about Jane either. He's treated as the leader of the cabin group, and it's stated multiple times that he was responsible for getting them out of Carver's camp initially. Luke's a friendly guy, sure, but he never came off as capable or good at planning. Like, look what happened when he followed the others back to Carver's camp. His plan to spy on the guards fell apart immediately because he got himself caught trying to steal food. Then there's the last episode where not 5 minutes after Luke said that Kenny could be reckless and a liability to the group, the kid abandons his post in order to get some action with Jane, failing to spot the walkers heading their way, almost killing the others, and indirectly killing Sarah. Luke just never came off as a good leader or someone others would willingly follow. He just seems like the only option since Kenny is going crazy, and Mike has no presence in the plot. I'm going to leave the issue for now, but I'll bring up more of my thoughts on Luke at the end. After Clementine is pulled out of the water, they need to get her warm fast before she freezes to death. Once inside the shelter, Kenny thinks Arvo really did trick them due to the sorry state the place is in. Provoked by the kid and losing his cool, he starts beating the ever-loving shit out of him until the others finally get him to stop. Searching around, Jane found some bags of supplies, proving that Arvo wasn't lying, and that Kenny was completely out of line. After getting a fire going to warm themselves up, Bonnie, Mike, and Jane discuss their options and what's to be done about Kenny. His savagery on full display, none of them believe he can be relied on anymore. They'll push Clementine to talk to him and try to get him to realize what he's becoming. Heading outside, she'll try to help him try to get a pickup truck running, but he brushes off what happened earlier. Kenny says they should just move on and focus on taking care of AJ, returning to the old plan of getting to Wellington, even though he has no idea if the place is even real or not. Failing to make much headway, Clementine will stop to chat with Bonnie, and you could choose to have Clem have her first smoke.
Want one? Sure.
There isn't really a lot to this conversation with Bonnie, just some more concerns about Kenny, regrets about what she's done, and a little bit of foreshadowing. After heading back inside to talk to Jane for a bit, Kenny will get the truck up and running. As the others rush outside in excitement, drama kicks up again as everyone argues about where they should go. Kenny, of course, dead set on going to Wellington, Jane insisting they go back to Howe's Hardware, even if the place is probably filled with walkers by now, and Mike thinking just to head south in general, to like Texas or something. After everyone stops arguing, Clem will speak to Kenny again. Still stuck in his selfish mindset, he's annoyed the others aren't seeing things his way. He admits Wellington could be bullshit, but there has to be something to it if Krista had heard about it too. Kenny also tries manipulating Clementine by bringing up everything Lee did to save her, all the people that died helping them, and the happiness and pride he felt in seeing Clem again. While Clementine can say they'll need the others and Kenny will agree with her, it's very obvious he wants to ditch the group and only take her and AJ with him. After everyone goes to bed, Clem will hear a noise outside and see that someone else had the same idea as Kenny.
Easy. Easy now.
Step back.
Clem. Shit.
What are you doing?
I got the rest of it. Clem.
We're just leaving.
Oh, you assholes. Mike and Bonnie justified trying to steal the truck with Arvo as needing to get away from Kenny. However, they're taking all the supplies and didn't include Jane or Clementine in their plan. And despite all the concerns they had about Kenny with AJ, they didn't try to save the baby either. Afraid of Kenny my ass, they saw a way to save themselves and decided to bail. Why they felt Arvo was worthy of coming with them is beyond me, but maybe they figured Kenny would take out his anger on him when he woke up and saw them gone. That said, fuck them, and also fuck Arvo for doing this.
Kenny! Jane! Help! They're robbing us!
No!
Clem!
Bonnie, you have to go.
Don't you touch me! I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen.
Oh my God, Clem! What the fuck did you do? Clem! What did you do? Clem!
Clem! Clementine!
Lee?
It's just a bad dream, Sweet Pea.
Lee, is that you? Oh man, I had the strangest dream. You were a homeless man in New York City. You were raising a bunch of pigeons and you needed Spider-Man to help you find them when they got lost. And then there was this forced dramatic scene where you died in the second game. Joking aside, it's actually really nice to see Lee again. In Clementine's dream, we're back on the RV during episode 3 of season 1, when we found out that Duck was bitten. Though this isn't how our conversation with Lee played out during season 1. I think Clementine brought herself here as a way to cope and find answers to everything she's been dealing with throughout this season. She doesn't outright state that, but you pick up on it with how she discusses things like Duck getting bitten, and the whole mess with Lily killing Carly. Clementine is trying to understand why people do the things they do, if anger and sadness justify those actions, and how she's supposed to know what making the right choice is. Lee explains it's not easy to understand others, that the right answer isn't always the obvious one, and part of growing up is having to make tough decisions to protect the people you care about, even if it means hurting others. While she doesn't want to hurt others, Lee says it's just not that easy. It might feel a bit clunky that she needs to talk to Lee's ghost in order to find answers and reassurance, but I don't know, I like this scene. Clementine still misses him. She doesn't have anyone else she could turn to like this. All she can do is depend on the memory of the man who took care of her. and focus on what he would do in a situation like this. Also, it's a bit of foreshadowing for the tough choice she'll need to make soon.
I'm scared, Lee.
What can I tell you to make it better?
That you won't leave me.
Oh, I wouldn't do that. I promise. Everything's gonna be all right. Now let's try to get some sleep.
Okay, Lee.
When Clementine wakes up from her dream, she finds herself in the truck alone with Kenny, Jane, and AJ. They explain she passed out from shock after getting shot, but that she should be okay since the bullet went through her shoulder. Unsurprisingly, Bonnie, Mike, and Arvo bailed after Clem was shot, ditching the truck when Kenny and Jane came running. And that's the last we hear of those three assholes. Kenny is driving north, sticking to his plan of going to Wellington despite Jane's protest that they should head south and somewhere they know exists in order to survive. The two will continue arguing for a while till they reach a bunch of cars blocking the road. Kenny will get out to siphon gas since the truck is running low. Jane taking the opportunity to tell Clem they should ditch him while he's gone. Walkers start descending on the car, and Clem will ram into one, causing it to go through the windshield. As she struggles to deal with it, Jane ditches her and runs off with AJ. Clem is then forced to go through the growing storm on her own, until she makes it to the rest stop Kenny said they should all regroup at. Clementine will find him there, but he immediately starts to lose it when he doesn't see AJ, and finds out Jane has him. Jane soon joins them, but doesn't have AJ with her, and doesn't elaborate what happened to him. Kenny freaks out yet again, and runs outside to look for him. Jane taking a moment to tell Clementine not to get involved with what happens next. Kenny comes storming back, overwhelmed with anger, and his eyes set on Jane, accusing her of willingly killing AJ. She tries to defend herself, claiming whatever happened to him was an accident, and the two will get into a huge brawl. Both really going at it, and with Clementine desperately trying to separate them. As the fight escalates and reaches its peak, you're giving your final decision, and the one that determines the ending of the game. Either choose to save Jane by shooting Kenny, or look away, allowing him to kill her. Now I'm going to stop for just a bit before I talk about the different endings, and the one I chose. The game has been beating us over the head that Kenny isn't in his right mind, that he's becoming reckless and violent, that the others are growing afraid of him. Which is true. This has absolutely been happening. So when he and Jane start going at it, it's fair to assume he's finally reached his breaking point. However, this huge fight, and Kenny looking like he's lost it once and for all, is completely and utterly fabricated, as Jane instigated this entire thing. It's extremely obvious she's up to something when she doesn't explain what happened to AJ, and immediately tells Clementine not to get involved in what's about to happen. Whether you decide to side with Kenny or with Jane, you'll find out that she had placed AJ in an empty car nearby. If you side with her, she'll admit that she set Kenny off to show Clementine what a real monster he was, and they weren't safe with him. Which is unbelievably stupid. Yeah, Kenny is losing it. But you know the phrase, don't poke the bear? Of course he was going to go off the rails if you intentionally decide to set him off. Not only that, but Jane's idea hinged on the fact that she could kill him before he kills her. Which means that if she didn't make it, no one would know where AJ was, and she'd be condemning the baby to die. Also, let's not forget that she ditched Clementine and left her to fight a walker stuck in the windshield by herself. The final confrontation isn't about deciding who's right or if Kenny is too far gone, just which asshole you trust more than the other. So, having picked up on something fishy going on with Jane, I just let Kenny do his thing. Ignoring the fact that Jane forced this whole fight to happen in the first place, it doesn't even make much sense it would be her versus Kenny at the end. This feels like it should have been Luke versus Kenny. Ever since episode 2, there was growing concern from Luke about Clementine and her relationship with Kenny. He didn't really trust him at first, and he was constantly concerned about his behavior, what he did to Carver, and his mental decline after the death of Sarita. Kenny, meanwhile, was ecstatic to see Clementine again, expecting her to stay with him and Sarita once the others left. He would always turn to her as the person to have his back. Despite how he verbally abused her after the loss of Sarita, he still clung to her. The final choice should have been about what Clementine wants, who she wants to go with. Does she pick Luke, someone she's known for a few days but is nice, still has it together and can be depended on? Or does she pick Kenny, someone she's known for far longer and is her last connection to Lee, but who is reckless and isn't reliable? Should Clementine look out for her best interests, or stick by a friend who's going through a tough time? Or does she take a third option and abandon both to go at it alone? It makes for a more compelling choice, one with some ambiguity about whether any of them is truly in the right. Alright, let's wrap things up as I still got more to say in my closing thoughts. There's 3 endings with a few variations based on some extra choices. First, if you side with Jane after she reveals AJ was alive, and that she set the whole fight up with Kenny, you can choose to turn your back on her, with Clementine taking AJ and going out to survive on her own. If you choose to stick with Jane, they'll all go back to House Hardware. While there, a family will approach the camp seeking shelter, and you can choose to let them in or shoo them away. Meanwhile, if you choose Kenny, after they find AJ, Clem can say he's too dangerous and once again opt to go it alone with AJ. However, if you stick with Kenny, after several days of travel, they finally reach the fabled Wellington. Speaking with a guard at the door, she'll toss down a bag of supplies and tells them to be on their way. Wellington is at capacity, and they can't take in any more people if they expect to survive. Devastated after all they went through and all he's done, Kenny says something I wasn't expecting.
Just take the kids.
What?
Please. Just take the kids. It's too dangerous out here for them.
Kenny,
It's just a little girl and a baby boy. You can make room for that. You can take back the supplies you gave us if that helps. Please, just... I need them to be safe. And it's safe in there. I know that. Just ask someone, please. They won't make it out here. Please.
I'll ask. Just give me a second.
And I love this. Finally, he stopped being selfish. Finally, he's doing the right thing. It's not about what Kenny wants, and it's about what is truly best for Clementine and AJ. He understands what he's become, that they aren't safe with him, and are just better off without him. You can argue he's trying to shirk the responsibility of caring for them, but he's condemning himself to an unknown fate by leaving them here and walking away. Also, yeah, it does feel like he learned his lesson way too fast after the fight with Jane, but whatever. Granted, you can choose to stay with Kenny, the 3 of them leaving to try and survive on their own. However, this ending just feels so much better to me. Like it brings a proper close to Kenny's character. Like in Season 1, where he learned to stop hating himself and to stop being so selfish when he sacrificed himself to save Ben or Krista. Granted, I think that's where we should have left Kenny in the first place, but whatever. And, honestly, I'd rather have him leave the story with his fate unknown, as opposed to, I don't know, being flung through a car window and dying when walkers attack him.
Okay. Okay, we'll stay.
Good.
We'll stay.
Good. This is the right decision. Okay. Right. When he's grown, you tell him about his mommy and his daddy and all the people who tried to keep him safe. You tell him, okay? He deserves to know. I got, Oh, here. Take this. When he's old enough, you make him wear it. It'll keep the sun out of his eyes. That's important. All right. Good. Keep an eye out for him. Please. Now, you take care of Alvin here. You live a good life, okay? Don't waste this, okay? Now, I'm gonna go. Before one of us changes their mind. Now, I'm gonna walk away, and I might not look back. Not because I don't want to. I'm real glad to have met you, Clementine.
And that was The Walking Dead Season 2. Man, I did not expect this story to turn out the way it did. Despite my reservations at first when Omid and then Krista left the story, I really enjoyed most of Episode 1, and was eager to see where it was going. I was still mostly on board with Episode 2 when Kenny showed up, but that's when I picked up on the issues with the story and things started to go downhill. I can't say that I hate this season. Not as good as the original for sure, but it wasn't an entirely bad experience. I liked some of the new characters. I thought Carver was a good villain, and I enjoyed the build-up to him and his motives. At least his motives made way more sense than the Campbell family in Season 1. Season 2 just felt directionless, like it wasn't sure where it wanted to go. Introducing plot points that go nowhere, like that town mentioned at the end of Episode 4, or whatever the hell the Russians and Arvo were supposed to be about. Its biggest issue is how it handles its characters. Like all of them, Nick had some real serious potential. He's burdened by the guilt of his mother getting bitten and having to put her down. He's unsure of himself because of his uncle being hard on him and his own screw-ups. Nick had something going on with his accidental killing of Matthew and Walter finding out. It's just resolved way too quickly. I think it would have made way more sense to keep Walter around during the section at Carver's camp. Have them work together, become good friends, and then it's revealed that Nick killed Matthew. Walter would have more time to see if Nick was a good guy or not in order to decide if he can forgive him. Nick could redeem himself by giving his life to save Walter's. Instead, he just does jack shit if he survives Episode 2 and dies off-screen in Episode 4, and is easily forgotten about after. Alvin was also a waste. Maybe he could have found out Rebecca's baby might not be his. He could be cold and angry around her, thinking she betrayed him by cheating on him, till he learns the truth that Carver assaulted her. Alvin, realizing he fucked up and what Rebecca went through, ends up being the one caving in Carver's skull instead of Kenny. And Kenny, oh boy. It says a lot about this season's writing that I consider him both the best and worst thing about Season 2. Like I said, I enjoyed having him back, even if I thought his story was done. But he just goes through the same beats he did back in Season 1, but so much worse. His new love, Sarita, is barely a character. Outside of how they met, I really don't get why either one loves the other. Kenny just ends up hijacking the plot after Carver goes down. Everything revolves around his actions and his deteriorating mental state. It feels like the writers really wanted him to become the villain, but they pussied out and didn't want to upset Kenny fans. So they layered in just enough good moments with them and dumbed down the other characters to where it looked like it was more of an ambiguous situation. Which I already went into before, but having Jane force a confrontation doesn't prove that Kenny couldn't be trusted. From there, I didn't really like how almost every episode would end on a cliffhanger. Having to wait till the next one to see the outcome of your choices. Feels like the kind of thing the TV show would do. Most episodes of Season 1 would show the outcome of your final choice, and then you'd get a small epilogue to end the episode. And oh man, your choices. Outside of the different endings, I guess, they all felt so pointless. Oh, you stopped the character from dying? Cool. We're going to do nothing with them from now on and kill them anyway. Like, come on. I'm fine with them dying. Just make it feel like I made a difference by saving them the first time. Give them some kind of moment, or at least have the characters acknowledge their deaths. And finally, there's the whole character will remember that dialogue choices. In the first season, where a lot of those choices didn't matter, it served as a hidden trust meter with some characters. If you were honest, took their side, or helped those characters during the story, Ben, Krista, Omid, and Kenny will all willingly help Lee go and find Clementine. How you treated other characters actually felt like it mattered. Granted, not by much, as certain things in the ending will always happen, but still, at least it was something. Here, nothing you say really matters. It's there to explore different dialogue options, or getting called out for certain choices, but that's it. Shit, there are times you get the character will remember that prompt right before they die, so what's the point? I'll be honest, I was left really baffled to see how things turned out with this season. Normally, when a game I play has some questionable design or feels incomplete or something, I will actually look up the development and see why. I don't always bring it up in my reviews, mainly because regardless of the circumstances during the game's development, I have to treat the game as is. The developers not seeing their vision through or being screwed over by the higher-ups sucks, no doubt about it, but that doesn't mean the finished game gets a pass or changes how I feel about what I played. That said, I was curious about what the hell happened here, and I stumbled upon a channel called In Cold Blood. Their channel covers a lot of cut content from the different seasons of Telltale's The Walking Dead, with one video in particular catching my attention, the original story of Season 2. I'm not going to talk about everything he discusses, and encourage you guys to watch his video instead. I'll link it down below. I should preface this by saying that In Cold Blood does say that not everything can be substantiated, and he isn't able to name some of his sources, so you do have to take a lot of what he says with a grain of salt. However, regardless of its validity, his video does offer a good idea of just what could have happened, and he does use things like the cut content from this season, along with the developer commentary for the definitive edition to form his argument. To sum it up, 2 of the lead writers from Season 1 had written a draft for Season 2, and even did a lot of work on Episode 1 of Season 2, but they left Telltale to form their own studio. While they had left notes on where to take the story, the game's script would go through several revisions, with the developers stating that the higher-ups pushed for certain changes. What the actual original plan for Season 2 isn't entirely known. Krista would have apparently had a much bigger role and survived towards the end. Kenny really was going to return with a new girlfriend, though it's unknown if he would have made it to the end of the game like he did here. Some characters had different roles or were meant to be other characters. For example, Mike. We don't really learn anything about him during the story, or even why he was in Carver's holding pen. Apparently, he was originally supposed to be one of the scavengers who held up Krista at the beginning, which might explain this weird line Luke has about him in Episode 4, where he says Mike is trying too hard to be useful and look like a good guy. Also, the group really were supposed to go to that town across the river, but they changed the idea before Episode 5 was released. In Cold Blood goes into a lot more, and he even has a theory video where he speculates that the Russians that randomly show up may have been intended to be the remnants of Carver's group, and possibly the characters from 400 Days. So, give his video a look and check out the rest of his channel. Not everything he says can be proven, but he is upfront about that, and I think he does a fantastic job presenting his arguments. To sum up my thoughts, The Walking Dead Season 2 is an unfocused mess. While there were some things I liked, like its setup and opening episode, watching Clementine grow up and survive without Lee, its villain, and some of the new characters, and I do like the ending where Kenny leaves Clem and AJ at Wellington, but it doesn't quite execute any of those things well. The new characters either aren't developed enough, or just get forgotten about after a certain point. Kenny basically hijacks the plot to the detriment of everyone else, and the final conflict is just way too forced. It comes up short compared to the first season, but I don't know that I can outright call it terrible either. I know I spent most of my closing thoughts being rather negative, but I did enjoy playing through the season. There was enough here to keep me invested, and I didn't feel like I was forcing myself to finish the game. I have no idea which of the endings are meant to be canon, but I do want to continue the series and continue to watch Clementine grow and see how things work out with AJ. While I don't know if I would do another playthrough of this entire season, some of the episodes are good enough where I wouldn't mind playing them again at least.
Hey.
It's time. Get over here.
All right, I'll start packing up.
Now, Javi, you need to hurry. Look, I'm not giving you shit, okay? You weren't here when Dad was sick, okay? I get it, but you need to fucking be here when he goes.
I know. All right, I'm just on my way.
A New Frontier takes us back to the early days of the zombie outbreak, with our protagonist Javi desperately trying to make it home before his father dies. After ditching his car due to gridlock traffic and sprinting to his family's house, Javi finds that he's missed his chance. His older brother David offers no sympathy. He explodes at Javi for not already being there like the rest of the family. In his anger, David punches his brother and recounts their father's final moments in painful detail.
Everyone's here. They've been here for days, and where the fuck were you?
We're there, all around him. People who love him all around him. And he's scared. I'm seeing the panic in his eyes, and he's searching the room. ¿Dónde está Javier? ¿Dónde está mi hijo? I'm there, right beside him, holding his hand. Like a good son. And he doesn't even see me. He doesn't even see me because he's looking for you.
Man, if I had a nickel every time Alex Hernandez voiced an Army veteran with anger issues in 2016, I'd have 2 nickels. Which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. David's son Gabe interrupts before things can escalate further. Once Gabe is back inside, David cools down and offers Javi a beer. He doesn't actually apologize for sucker punching him, but he does tell Javi that he loves him, which is something, I guess. As they settle down, David admits he was jealous of Javi's baseball career and the life he led. While he sympathizes with how Javi lost it all, David sees it as an opportunity for Javi to finally get his act together, to grow up and be there for the family. After David's wife Kate offers her condolences, Javi tries to comfort his grieving mother, but like David, she lashes out, hitting him and scolding him for not being here. I like this opening. It effectively sets up the season's theme of family, lays the groundwork for Javi's character arc of self-improvement for the sake of others, and introduces the tension between him and David, which becomes a central focus in the second half of the season. If only the rest of the season's writing did a good job exploring and capitalizing on these ideas. As the adults discuss funeral plans for Javi's father, David's daughter, Mariana, mentions she's getting water for her grandfather, revealing to the rest of the family her grandpa's awake and moving again. Uh-oh. They discover that Mr. Garcia is indeed among the living again. Except not really, as he's been resurrected as a flesh-eating walker. He'll suddenly attack his brother Hector, biting his wrist before turning on his wife and tearing a chunk out of her cheek. David and Javi desperately try to restrain him, oblivious to what he's become. When he overpowers them, Javi is forced to put his father down. With no time to process what the hell just happened, the group quickly shifts focus to getting Miss Garcia to the hospital. Taking separate cars, David leaves with his mother while Javi takes Uncle Hector, David's wife, and the kids. The brothers promise to meet at the hospital as the scene fades to black, and the episode truly begins.
Tell me when it reaches the campfire.
I don't think I've seen this many. It's definitely growing.
Yeah, not a great sign.
Fast forward 4 or 5 years, Javi has continued to care for his brother's family and has been using the family van as shelter. The group having left their former campsite, Javi chats with Kate while Gabe and Mariana catch some Z's. Kate worries about constantly being on the move and how they haven't had a chance to stop for a bit due to a large walker herd nearby. While the kids nap, she decides to de-stress by lighting up a joint. Nothing like a hit of some good ganja to make you forget about the world ending. Kate is struggling with being a single mother, partially because David is gone, but also because she's the kids' stepmother and not their biological mother. She admits to Javi she wasn't keen to find out David had kids when they dated, and after he proposed, she was adamant she wasn't going to change her habits either. She admits that part of her has changed to be a little more responsible, and she does love her kids. Kate's just been struggling lately, as Gabe has become an insufferable little shit constantly fighting her now that he's a teenager. Javi tries reassuring her. Gabe is just going through a phase, and will hopefully grow out of it soon.
He's a teenager. Puberty. Hormones. Oh yeah, the second you start getting boners, the whole world starts to get dark.
What are you talking about? Sounds delightful compared to dealing with bloody underwear.
Christ. I need to get laid.
While it's initially played off as a joke, it becomes obvious as the story goes on that romantic feelings have developed between Javi and Kate during their years surviving together. And as you progress the season, it'll be left to you whether or not Javi reciprocates those feelings. Honestly, I think it would have been better if the two were already a couple after the time skip, since the writing seems to push the player in that direction no matter what. Also, if the player doesn't have Javi pursue Kate, it ends up making the central conflict of the season make little sense. More on that later. After the kids get woken up by the smell of weed, and Gabe criticizes Kate for doing drugs, Javi avoids some potential family drama by pulling over so they can stretch their legs and scavenge for supplies. It doesn't stop Gabe from being a moody little bitch though, as the kid ignores Javi and Kate to go do his own thing. Looking around online, Gabe doesn't have many fans, and I'll be honest, I don't really like the kid all that much either. I get what the writers were going for with Gabe at first. He's struggling to adjust to their new way of life, especially without his father around, who was probably dead. When you speak to him in the junkyard, Gabe admits he misses being around other people, and just hates being cooped up in the van. But his attitude feels more appropriate for someone 5 months into the apocalypse, not 5 years. The game doesn't really dive into what happened during the time skip, so we're left to assume Javi's group has only been on the road with each other this entire time. Due to that, it's hard to sympathize with Gabe feeling isolated, when this has been the way of the world for years and because his sister is perfectly fine. To the game's credit, Gabe isn't completely unlikable, and gets a tiny bit better. Also, Kate tends to escalate the situation, and Javi isn't as strict as David would be, so they're not really making things better. Oh, and I guess I should talk about Mariana too. She likes candy bars, loves listening to her Walkman, and isn't insufferable like her brother. I'd say more, but honestly, there's just not much going on with her character compared to the others. After searching the junkyard for a bit, Javi and Gabe find an ambulance they can siphon gas from. They also find a trailer filled with supplies and a mattress to sleep on. Telling Kate and Mariana, the kids decide they want to spend the night here instead of in the van again. Kate, fearful of the incoming walker herd, argues that they should take the supplies and leave. This is where you're given the first important decision of the episode on whether to leave or stay. Which doesn't matter, because of course it doesn't, as regardless of whose side you choose, a group of armed men will interrupt your plans. Kate and the kids will hide underneath the trailer while Javi confronts the men alone. They accuse him of stealing from their stash, and Javi apologizes, stating he wasn't aware it belonged to anyone, which, yeah, how would he have known that? Outside of the locked door, these chuckleheads did a piss-poor job defending their own supplies. No sign warning others to stay away, or just someone left to guard the stuff from trespassers. The small group's leader, or at least I think he's their leader, this guy in a beanie named Max, acts understanding at first but thinks Javi is covering for his friends that might be hiding nearby. They'll leave to search the area, and leave Javi alone with one guard. This guy is also understanding, but gets suspicious when he hears a noise from where the others are hiding below the trailer. Panicking, Javi will overpower and knock out the guard, but his two buddies promptly return. Things having escalated from theft to assault, Max decides Javi now has to be properly punished, and knocks him out.
Hey, my family, where are they?
Well, 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 if it isn't the consequences of my actions. Javi wakes up in a truck, his hands bound and sitting beside a new face. The driver, Rufus, is with the others and is taking Javi back to their camp where they'll decide what to do with them. He ignores Javi's questions, getting increasingly agitated, and distracting him from a tree falling in their path, causing him to crash. Rufus will take off, and Javi, having gotten his hands on his gun, can shoot the guy or let him go. I chose to let him go, but the outcome of your choice isn't revealed until several episodes later. Regardless, Javi's luck gets even worse as he's immediately held at gunpoint by another person, and it's a familiar face.
This is not what it looks like.
Looks like you let him go. I doubt he'd have done the same for you. Okay, now don't do anything stupid. 'Cause I'm not as nice as you. I won't hesitate.
Oh, sweet pea. What's happened to you? Also, how the hell did you knock over that tree on your own? Now 13 years old, Clementine is no longer the naive, sweet, and scared little girl we saw at the end of Season 2. Whatever she's been through in the last 2 years has made her a more capable survivor, but also colder and deeply distrustful of others. She also has no issues justifying murder either. Clem criticizing Javi if he spares Rufus, before immediately robbing him for his gun and whatever he has in his pockets. But she's not completely heartless. When Javi explains that he needs to get back to the junkyard to save his family, Clem agrees to help, but only in exchange for his family's van. We won't learn what changed Clementine for a while, but I do appreciate what A New Frontier is doing with her character. In Season 2, I liked how they showed that despite Lee's training, Clem wasn't emotionally mature enough to survive on her own, as she immediately struggled after losing Krista. However, that season failed to truly develop her character. She felt sidelined by the conflict with Carver, and later the mess with Kenny and Jane. In A New Frontier, the focus is split between Clem and Javi, essentially making her the second protagonist. Their personal journeys intersect each other in multiple ways, and your choices will determine how well the two get along. Due to the previously mentioned walker herd, Javi and Clem can't immediately head for the junkyard, so she suggests a detour to Prescott, a settlement nearby where they can wait out the herd safely. When they arrive, they'll have to help the guards take out the walkers outside the gates, and after Javi saves Clem when her gun misfires, the pair will be allowed inside. They're greeted by one of the guards and the possible leader of Prescott, Tripp, or I think he's the leader, I can't remember if it was stated or not. Tripp recognizes Clem from her past visits, and is fine with her and Javi staying, as long as they don't cause any trouble. Which, of course, means Clem immediately has to start some trouble. After Javi finishes chatting with a couple of locals, Conrad and his wife Francine, he overhears Clem causing a scene. She's confronting Eli, the guy who gave her the faulty bullets that almost got her killed. When things escalate, Javi can step in to back up Clem, disarming Eli when he pulls a knife. Panicked, he promises to fix things, but before they can square things away, Clem's gun misfires, causing her to accidentally shoot Eli in the face.
We had a deal.
All right, hey, okay, all right, so, hey, we'll trade back. I'll find some batteries.
I don't need batteries. What I need are bullets that won't get me killed.
Oh.
Oh no. Oh no.
Remember to follow Eddie the Eagle's advice, kids. Always practice proper gun safety, keep your finger off the trigger, and never point a gun at someone, even if you think it's unloaded or you think it won't fire. The other residents of Prescott rush over and demand answers about why Eli has a bullet hole in his head. You can cover for Clem like she asked by saying she shot him to defend Javi, or tell the truth that it was an accident. If you side with Clem, you both get locked up, but she appreciates you sticking by her. If you tell the truth, Clem gets mad and Tripp drags her off to give her a stern talking to. Either way, Tripp plans to escort you to the junkyard the next morning, and in the next scene, you'll meet his old flame and Prescott's medic, Eleanor. Oh man, Eleanor. I don't think I've ever been so wrong about where I thought a game was taking a character. She's introduced as being kind and understanding, insisting on treating the cut on Javi's arm even if he's been locked up. The way Eleanor's friendly with Javi, their initial chemistry, and how she doesn't really elaborate on why her relationship with Tripp fizzled out, made me think she was going to be a potential love interest, giving the player another option if they didn't want to pursue Kate, and throwing Javi into a second love triangle. But that's not how things play out. Eleanor is sympathetic to his situation, and she'll offer to help sneak him and Clementine to the junkyard earlier instead of waiting till morning. What time you leave doesn't matter, as it only affects whether Tripp or Eleanor is with you at the end of the episode. I took her up on her offer, and while waiting for her to return, Clem will catch some Z's and we'll learn what happened to her and AJ after the end of Season 2. Assuming you imported a save, the flashback you see will correspond to what ending you got, and all are fairly stupid and contrived. If you sided with Jane and killed Kenny, Clem will be assisting her in fortifying Hal's hardware. Jane starts feeling sick and runs off. After a while, Clementine checks on her and finds Jane hanging from the ceiling, now a walker after taking her own life. So what exactly drove Jane to make such a drastic decision, to end her life and leave Clementine and AJ behind? As Clem pieces together, Jane learns she was pregnant, most likely with Luke's baby. While Season 2 made it clear that Jane never saw herself as a mother, and it showed through Rebecca just how hard it is for a pregnant woman to survive in this world, her reaction feels a bit extreme, don't you think? Look, I wasn't a fan of Jane, but it feels completely out of character for her to give up so quickly after finding out she's pregnant, especially considering everything she did to survive and expose Kenny's instability. Yeah, I guess she doesn't have many options going through with her pregnancy, but Jane strikes me as someone who would guzzle bottles of alcohol non-stop to try and abort her kid, as opposed to hanging herself. Kinda like Krista almost did during that one scene in Season 1. Maybe her surprise pregnancy is meant to be an ironic punishment for how Jane endangered AJ in her plot to drive Kenny crazy, or to motivate Clementine not to give up and raise AJ no matter how tough it gets. But it feels like such a contrived end for a major character. Unfortunately, Kenny doesn't fare much better. If you chose to side with and go with him instead of staying in Wellington, we see that he's mellowed out significantly and is doing a decent job of looking after Clementine and AJ, with the trio having spent several years together. However, during a driving lesson, Clem loses control of the car, crashes, and Kenny is thrown through the windshield. Although he survives the crash, Kenny ends up paralyzed from the waist down. With walkers approaching, Kenny accepts his fate, telling Clem not to blame herself and to take AJ and run without looking back as the undead close in. Like Jane's fate, Kenny's tragic end feels abrupt and like a worse rehash of his Season 1 death. It's also a terrible emotional blow for Clem. While Kenny may not blame her, there's no way she wouldn't feel responsible for his death. He was Clem's last real connection to their original group until Lee, making his loss even harder to bear. Finally, if you sided with Kenny but opted to stay in Wellington like he asked, like I did, Clem and AJ are still there a few years later. They're being cared for by Edith, the guard you meet when you first arrive. Things seem to be going well. The kids are safe, healthy, and well fed. The only concern is that AJ still hasn't started speaking, something Kenny brings up in his flashback scene, which is just a plot point to set up a heartfelt scene later. Then everything falls apart. A group of raiders breaches Wellington's defenses and quickly overruns the place, killing everyone in sight. Edith, Clem, and AJ try to escape, but Edith is shot and killed during the chaos, leaving Clem and AJ to fend for themselves. Once again, the downfall of Wellington feels far too abrupt. For a place that was shown to be well fortified, selective about who could stay, and generous enough to give supplies to those they turned away, it crumbles way too easily. It's especially jarring because we don't see any real resistance from Wellington's people. They're just steamrolled by what seems like a handful of raiders. I understand that in order to have Clementine here, we have to undo whatever ending she got in Season 2, and realistically there's no way to properly undo those endings in a way that makes sense, without dedicating at least one full episode to it, which would require far too much time and resources to create 3 different versions of the same episode. But I still think there could have been a better way. One that, while still abrupt, would require less work and could tie into Clementine's relationship with a certain group, but I'll circle back to this later. After Clem wakes up, she, Javi, and Eleanor will make it back to the junkyard. The place looks like a war zone, with the walker herd having passed through during the night. Fearing the worst, Javi calls out for Kate and the kids, with Mariana quickly appearing. She explains they all hid when the walkers showed up, and last she saw Kate and Gabe, they were heading for the van. The group finds the van completely destroyed, but Kate and Gabe are still nearby, having taken shelter in a truck that's being attacked by walkers. After the walkers have been cleared out, Kate will run into Javi's arms, happy to see him again. And if you feel like pursuing Kate, you can have Javi give her a kiss. Having survived this harrowing experience, and now lacking a car, the group decide to head back to Prescott to plan their next move. The Garcias are in high spirits now that they've been reunited. Unfortunately, this is The Walking Dead. It doesn't take long for things to fall apart.
Thanks.
Mari!
If you're wondering why I barely said anything about Mariana, that's why. While I enjoyed the relative slow burn of this episode, her death is when I locked in, and I was on board for this season. Those assholes from before still won't let it go that Javi accidentally stole some of their supplies. And on top of murdering a child, they also shoot Kate in the stomach. Outgunned and cornered, your final choice for the episode is to either flee back to Prescott to get Kate help, or to heed Clem's warning that those raiders will continue chasing Javi, and choose to fight them off with her. I had Javi back up Clem, the two of them acting as a distraction so the others could safely get away. The episode comes to an end with a literal bang, as the raiders toss a pipe bomb and the screen fades to white as it explodes. Alright, A New Frontier, we're off to a good start. A nice introduction of our new characters, some intrigue surrounding Clementine's past, and AJ's whereabouts, and a touch of tragedy with Mariana's death. Let's see where things go from here.
Please, let me do the dishes. That's the least I can do. I'm crashing here. Crashers clean dishes.
Your family. Besides, if they're not cleaned the right way, David becomes a big baby about it all.
Episode 2 opens with a flashback set at David's house. While Kate is doing the dishes, Javi offers to help, wanting to feel useful since he's been forced to crash at his brother's home after Javi lost his career. As they chat, Javi is adamant about leaving to start a new life somewhere, with Kate floating the idea she could go with him. Like the opening of the game, this scene showcases Javi's strained relationship with his brother, but also how Kate's marriage to David wasn't great either. While I'm not quite sure if she developed genuine feelings for Javi before the apocalypse, it's obvious she's looking for a way out of her marriage. During their conversation, Kate accidentally breaks David's military glass and cuts her hand. Javi helps bandage her up as David walks in, leading to a tense moment. Angry, he's more concerned for the broken glass than his injured wife, as it was given to David from his commanding officer. Things will start to escalate when Javi tries to calm him down and stand up for Kate. You'll either have to stand down or involve yourself in their marital problems, which, if any of you have married friends, you know that's a terrible idea, and it's better to stay the hell out of it. Depending on what you decided on last episode, after the flashback, if you left with the others, The scene cuts to Kate screaming in pain as Eleanor works to remove the bullet from her stomach. If you stayed with Clementine, Javi wakes up to find that Clem has already finished off the bandits, and even dug a grave for Mariana, allowing Javi to give her a proper burial. It's a heartbreaking scene, not just because Javi couldn't protect his niece, but because it's one of the few times in this series where someone actually gets to grieve and properly lay a loved one to rest. Most of the time, they're forced to leave their dead behind or put them down before they turn into a walker. After Mariana is laid to rest, Javi and Clem will survey the aftermath of their fight. Putting down one of the bandits that turned, Javi spots a nifty brand on his neck, recognizing that the other bandits had it too. Clem explains that it's the mark of a survivor group known as the New Frontier, once good people who have devolved into another raiding group. Javi questions how she knows this, and if the New Frontier was after her, but Clem says she was just stuck in their camp for a short time and saw firsthand the terrible things they've done. While she immediately changes the subject, it's obvious Clem isn't being entirely truthful, and is hiding something. But Javi doesn't press her on it. Random question, guys, but what the hell is the New Frontier's brand supposed to be or represent? Like, I thought it was the number 76 at first, but apparently it's meant to be the Capricorn sign. But nothing in the game explains why they chose the Capricorn symbol, or what it's meant to represent. All you get is that it serves to initiate and test the loyalty of new recruits. I'm guessing it's probably a leftover from content cut from the game, and admittedly I don't really care all that much. It just irked me no one ever explains why they chose that symbol as their brand. Jumping into the bandits' car, Clem and Javi return to Prescott to check on the others. Eleanor has successfully removed the bullet from Kate's stomach and stabilized her, but she warns Javi that Kate isn't out of danger yet. Since Eleanor lacks proper medical tools and training, she's not an actual doctor, just the only one in Prescott with basic first aid skills. There's a good chance Kate won't survive unless they can find a real doctor. Eleanor promises to keep Kate comfortable for now and tells Javi he should check on Gabe, as he was a mess after what happened. We'll find him just outside the gates taking out his frustrations on a walker. Speaking to Gabe, Javi will try to calm him down, and you can give him some closure about Mariana by giving Gabe her cassette player, assuming you didn't choose to bury it with her. Witnessing his sister's death and Kate getting shot, Gabe is consumed with guilt, beating himself up for not doing more. He feels useless for just running away and vows to man up, to defend what's left of his family just as his father would have. Comforting him, Javi reminds Gabe that being a man is about action, not just words. Before they can finish their heart-to-heart, they're interrupted by the arrival of the New Frontier. And it's the same two assholes from the junkyard. Max, the guy in the beanie, and Badger, the one who killed Mariana. Unwilling to let go of their grudge, especially now that Javi has killed some of their friends, which was their fault for escalating the situation in the first place, they demand that Prescott hand him over. When Javi refuses, they reveal they have a hostage, Conrad's wife Francine. And to show that they're not fucking around, they start cutting off her fingers. You'll have to decide if Javi gives himself up, tries and negotiates, or just starts blasting. Whatever you choose, it always ends the same, with Francine getting executed, both groups engaging in a firefight, and the New Frontier destroying Prescott, which they do by ramming their truck full of walkers into the town, the walkers and the New Frontier killing everyone inside. Our heroes will escape the mayhem, now whittled down to Javi, Gabe, Kate, Clem, Tripp, Eleanor, and Conrad. Conrad, understandably consumed by anger and grief, blames Javi for what happened. While Javi is willing to let him vent, Gabe pulls a gun and demands that Conrad back off. Javi urges him to stand down, and some intervention from Clem gets Gabe to back off. The group will then discuss their options, and Clem suggests they head for Richmond, claiming a large community is set up there and it's possible they may have the resources to treat Kate. With no other options, the group starts gathering their things. Before leaving, Eleanor notices Gabe and Clem getting chatty, wondering if those two crazy kids could hit it off. Javi agrees and thinks that the kids having someone their own age to speak to could actually be good for both of them. I'll leave it alone for now, but the game really tries to ship Clem and Gabe throughout the season, and it just does not work for me one bit. During the drive to Richmond, Kate will wake up and, knowing she's in bad shape, is slowly coming to peace with the fact she might not make it. She's distraught over Mariana's death and worries about Gabe's mental state. Kate loves him, but she's unsure if he might turn out like David or more like Javi, asking him to watch out for Gabe's well-being in case she dies. Javi promises he will, but also reassures Kate that she isn't going anywhere, and not to give up. The scene shifts to the following morning, the path ahead blocked by several wrecked cars. After using the winch from a tow truck to clear the path, They quickly discover the blockade was set up to prevent a massive herd of walkers from getting through. Quickly overwhelmed by the undead, Javi tells Eleanor to drive ahead with Kate and the others will find a way to catch up. Everyone gets to high ground and soon spots a mysterious person spying on them. Unsure of his intentions, Javi will sneak around to try and get the drop on him, but gets bamboozled by a decoy, and Hobo Jesus gets the drop on him instead. He asks what Javi's group is up to, and the interrogation soon gets flipped when Clem distracts him and Javi disarms him. They'll ask Hobo Jesus if he's part of the New Frontier, and Javi will check him for a brand when he says he isn't. He's on his way to Richmond to find out what happened to some friends he lost contact with. Hobo Jesus then drops a bombshell. Richmond has fallen, and is now under the control of the New Frontier. The group panics, and Javi realizes he just sent Eleanor and Kate into danger. Clem takes it the hardest, separating herself from the others and busily hyperventilating when hearing the news. Hobo Jesus reveals they can take some tunnels to sneak into Richmond and can guide them there. Oh, and he'll finally give his name to the rest of the group.
Sorry, forgot to introduce myself. It's Paul, but my friends call me Jesus.
Okay, so I didn't actually know he was going to introduce himself as Jesus when I was referring to him as Hobo Jesus. That was just a funny coincidence that happened while I was taking notes. Also, Jesus is the same Jesus from the Walking Dead comics, who was part of the Hilltop Colony and made contact with Rick's group. I'd say more about him, but I never finished reading the comics, and I don't remember much about his appearance on the TV show either. Entering the tunnels, we're hit with another Clementine flashback. It's brief, but shows Clem's first encounter with the New Frontier. While taking shelter with AJ, she meets one of their members, Ava. Seeing a teenage girl struggling to care for a baby on her own, Ava takes pity on Clem, shows her the New Frontier brand, and invites Clementine to join their group. Back in the present, Clem confides in Javi, revealing that she was once a member of the New Frontier, and revealing she was branded too. She apologizes for hiding the truth and explains not all members were like the ones he encountered. Clem regrets joining them, but in her desperation, she saw it as the best way for her and AJ to survive. But now that the New Frontier controls Richmond, she can't let them see her and asks Javi not to tell the others about it. Unfortunately, because they were whispering super loud in an echoey tunnel, Conrad overhears them. After encountering some walkers and running into a subway car for safety, he'll confront the pair when Jesus and Trip go up above. Holding them at gunpoint, he forces Clem to reveal the brand, confirming what he overheard, and exposing her secret to Gabe. Conrad decides they can use Clementine as a bargaining chip to get whatever they want in Richmond in exchange for handing her over to the New Frontier. Javi opposes the idea, and Conrad will try to force his hand by grabbing and threatening to kill Gabe. You now have to decide to betray Clementine's trust by agreeing and exposing her to the others, or stick by her and shoot Conrad in the face. I chose to shoot him in the face.
Holy shit!
At the time, I didn't realize this, but outside of how the season ends, this is actually the most impactful choice in the entire game. Outside of affecting your relationship with Clem, siding with Conrad here doesn't just let him live to the end of the episode, it can lead to him surviving throughout the rest of the season too. I had this complaint with Season 2, but your choices don't diverge much compared to Season 1. That's still the case in A New Frontier, with how long Conrad survives being the only real exception. And honestly, I hate that. Mostly because Conrad doesn't do much if he sticks around, and he barely did anything before this point. So I don't get why the developers would choose to make him the character you can save. The deciding factor to keep him alive is agreeing with him and betraying Clementine, something the overwhelming majority of players wouldn't do. It doesn't even make sense from a story perspective. Javi hardly knows Conrad. I mean, he barely knows Clementine, but I'd say they're closer. Plus, the fact that Conrad resorts to threatening Gabe's life makes it even less likely that Javi would side with him in the first place. So it doesn't feel fulfilling to keep a nobody like Conrad around over just helping Clem. Alright, let's get a move on. This episode's almost done. Clem will take off to avoid running into the New Frontier. Javi lies to Trip and Jesus that Conrad was killed by walkers. And after walking around Richmond, they'll discover Eleanor's car abandoned. Kate's inside and explains that Eleanor left to get help but still hasn't returned. Out of options and with Kate in desperate need of treatment, Javi decides they just walk up to the gates of Richmond and plead their case. Unfortunately, we run into that asshole Max again, who isn't going to let bygones be bygones. Just when the situation is about to escalate into violence, the episode comes to an end with a shocking revelation, as Javi comes face to face with one of the New Frontier's leaders.
What the hell's going on out here?
They said they weren't here to hurt anybody, so I was trying to see if they...
Oh my god.
Dad?
Episode 3 begins with another flashback, this time set a few months after the zombie apocalypse began. Javi and Kate are scavenging their neighborhood for supplies while taking shelter in their family home with the kids, doing their best to survive and clinging to the hope that David will return. Kate has been struggling to keep it together, and after they're forced to put down a walker that used to be one of Gabe's friends, she's desperate to leave their home for somewhere safer. Back home, Javi tells Gabe and Mariana about their plans to leave. Gabe immediately becomes upset, still holding on to the hope that his father will come back, but after hearing what happened to his friend, he reluctantly agrees to leave. Still worried about David, Javi leaves a note in case he returns, hoping they'll be able to reunite one day.
Javi! Is that really you? I always hoped I'd find you. Never really thought it'd happen. Not after all this time.
I thought you were dead, man. I thought you'd been dead for a long time.
No such luck.
In the present, we pick up where episode 2 left off with the reveal that David is alive and part of the New Frontier. Honestly, it's not a surprising twist. The flashback showing Javi's friction with his brother made it clear David would resurface sooner or later. But given the circumstances, David's reaction to seeing his family alive after all these years feels incredibly underwhelming, as if he was just gone for a few hours and he just got home from work or something. I honestly expected way more emotion. I thought David would fall to his knees, overwhelmed with gratitude or even sobbing because he had given up hope they were alive, or at least show some appreciation to Javi for protecting him all this time. Instead, we get a casual, "Oh hey, you guys are alive. Cool, thanks bro." Like shit dude, can you at least pretend you're happy to see your brother again? Shane put more effort in seeing Rick again. David will get his men to stand down, thanking Javi for looking out for his family, kinda, and taking Kate off his hands so he can take her to get treated. Gabe will tag along with him, but Javi, Tripp, and Jesus don't get the VIP treatment. They get thrown into a dingy locker room to be quarantined and screened for walker bites instead. While there, they reunite with Eleanor, and she explains the New Frontier took her in but completely ignored her request to retrieve and help Kate. Tripp informs her that Richmond's been taken over by the New Frontier, and that Javi's brother is among them. Jesus chimes in, suggesting David might actually help get them out of quarantine, and even help gain acceptance in the New Frontier. Javi, however, isn't so sure it'll be that easy, especially since David left them to fend for themselves earlier. Even if David does help, Tripp hasn't forgotten what happened to Prescott, and isn't looking to play nice with the ones responsible for murdering his friends. David will arrive to fetch his brother, but the others are forced to wait in quarantine.
Go along with them for now? That doesn't sound good. We have a process, our own way of doing things. Your guys better not have a problem with that. Things don't go well for troublemakers here. I hope that's clear.
David doesn't act very brotherly when speaking to Javi, acting more like a drill sergeant laying down the law. Though in his defense, it's partially because he's grieving after finding out from Gabe that Mariana died, not so subtly blaming Javi for what happened. David admits it's an odd feeling grieving someone twice, mellowing out as he asks Javi what his little girl was like, what type of person she became while he was gone. Since Mariana was an extremely flat character, Javi just says she was a kind soul who saw the good in everyone, and wanted to leave a record of her memories before she died. It's generic as fuck, but I guess it's better than saying she loved candy bars and listening to music. Javi informs David that she was executed by his people, and they shot Kate too. He doesn't believe him at first, but when his brother tells him Max and Badger were involved, David relents. He vows to bring justice to Badger, but asks Javi to keep everything under wraps for now. The politics within the New Frontier are messy, and he needs to impress the other leaders if he wants to stay in their good graces. Aside from David, who heads up security, there's Dr. Lingard, the head of medicine, Joan, the head of diplomacy, and Clint, who's in charge of food and rations. The four of them founded the New Frontier together, and dividing power amongst them has kept things functional and relatively fair. On the way to the hospital, David introduces Javi to his right-hand woman and trusted friend, Ava. She was part of David's old army unit and the first person he reunited with after being separated from his family. Which prompts Javi to address the elephant in the room and ask why David never came back.
We waited for you for 3 months. Eventually the house was overrun and we had to move. Why didn't you come back?
David explains that he was on his way to the hospital with their mom when everything went sideways. After she turned and he put her down, he couldn't get back into Baltimore. Instead, he made contact with his old unit and tried to build a safe zone outside the city, assuming the worst had happened to his family with how quickly everything fell apart. While David genuinely sounds regretful for not finding them, it's also very obvious he didn't bother to try. David skirts the issue by buttering up Javi, praising him for protecting Kate and the kids, claiming he was wrong about his reckless little brother and that he's really changed. None of which sounds remotely genuine considering how nonchalant he was about seeing him earlier.
Hey!
Hey, kid. Got everything you need?
Yeah. This place is like a resort. Check it out, Javi. Noodles in a cup.
We need to get you some real food. Stat. Turn you into a soldier.
Inside the hospital, Javi reunites with Gabe and Kate, who's feeling a lot better after being treated by Dr. Lingard. But it's clear Kate is uncomfortable around David. She fakes being in pain to get some time alone with Javi, where she confides that she doesn't trust Richmond and is worried about the man David has become. Kate begs Javi to leave with her when the opportunity rises, feeling that they're safer on the road. Interestingly, she says it's always been the two of us, not mentioning bringing Gabe along. This had me questioning how genuine her feelings really are for Javi, and if she's as sympathetic as initially shown. Recalling an earlier discussion with Javi, when she told David when they were dating she wasn't cut out to be a mom, and made it clear she wasn't going to change who she was when he proposed, why did she agree to marry him in the first place? Yes, David can be intense, but Kate should have known what she was getting into. Maybe she hoped David would change, but the flashbacks don't explore their marriage enough, only showing that both were unhappy. This makes her pursuit of Javi feel more like an escape from her misery than genuine love, making me question why the game is so adamant about pushing them together. Their conversation is interrupted when David returns with Dr. Lingard. David is immediately suspicious that Kate seems fine, but the doctor diffuses the situation, explaining that her injury can cause irregular bouts of pain, and praising Eleanor's work on her. And he even offers to vouch for Eleanor's early release from quarantine. The good doctor also informs David that it's time for the council meeting regarding whether Javi can stay. Dr. Lingard can't join them, but has already cast his vote to side with David.
It may look pretty, but it's all sugars. There's no substance.
It tastes pretty, Clint. That's all that matters. Ah, the brother.
The scene shifts to a church where Javi will meet the remaining leaders, Joan and Clint. While they're friendly to Javi, they expect everyone to follow the council's orders, and they won't make any exceptions for him due to being David's brother. Joan explains they helped establish their group along with David and started branding members as a test of loyalty after several betrayals almost destroyed their group in the past. She admits the brand hasn't always been reliable. Honestly, I'm not really sure how it would be, but it's their crude way of dealing with outsiders wanting to join. Javi can empathize with their commitment, but is then caught off guard when Max is escorted in by 2 guards. Clint explains that he brought Max in because he knew there were some tensions between him and Javi. David is annoyed that Clint went around his authority, but lets Max speak. Max recounts his first encounter with Javi, accusing him of stealing gas from their vehicle. Javi can either deny it or claim he didn't know the vehicle was theirs, but either way, Joan and Clint aren't pleased. Max also brings up the incident with Rufus, the driver of the truck you could choose to kill or spare in the first episode. Since I spared that asshole, he repaid my kindness by claiming Javi and Clem were working together to steal the truck. Javi defends himself, saying he only did what he had to in order to protect his people, but calls out Joan for going too far, prompting her to ask what else he has to say. You're then given the choice to stay silent or tell the truth about Max's group killing Mariana. Javi's fate is sealed regardless, as the council vote to banish him from Richmond. Trip and Jesus getting kicked out with them. As they're escorted out, Ava will give them a bag of supplies sent by David. Our dear brother didn't bother to put any food or water inside, just weapons and a map with directions to a meeting spot outside of town. During the walk, we're reunited with Clementine. After hearing that David is Javi's brother, she warns that they can't trust him, and we're thrown into another flashback. Clem is sneaking around the New Frontiers camp trying to get medicine for a visibly sick AJ, whom the others, David included, have already written off as a lost cause. They don't specify what's wrong with them. Honestly, it looks like he just has the flu to me. But whatever it is, the only treatment is an antibiotic called vancomycin. The group has one vial left and it's being guarded by Dr. Lingard, though he's currently strung out from whatever drugs he's taken. Finding the antibiotic, Dr. Junkie wakes up just as Clementine is about to inject AJ with it. He insists it's too late for AJ and promises he won't report Clem if she stops what she's doing. Whether you decide to inject AJ or not, Clem will get spotted and the antibiotic ends up destroyed if she doesn't use it. David and the others chew her out for her actions, Clem firing back that the assholes didn't even try to help AJ. Fed up with her attitude and breaking the rules, David kicks her out of the group, and just to be a bigger asshole, orders she gets separated from AJ too. Which, man, sure is some logic. The New Frontier were already condemning AJ to death by not treating his illness, and are potentially doing the same to Clementine by kicking her out to fend for herself. Outside of just being petty, by their own logic, they'd be wasting resources taking care of AJ till he died, as opposed to just letting him leave with Clem. Ava does get David to agree to let Clementine say goodbye to AJ at least.
I love you, goofball. I love you.
Come on, Clem.
While this scene is definitely a tearjerker, the way Clem and AJ are separated feels really stupid. The whole survival of the fittest mentality that the New Frontier shows here is completely out of place and it's never shown anywhere else in the game. It also doesn't justify their hostility towards Clem, because back in the present, when the group meets up with David in a warehouse, he reveals that AJ survived. So the New Frontier just comes off as a bunch of stupid assholes who condemned Clem to die alone, simply because she tried to save AJ. Was it really that hard to take it on the chin, admit they were wrong, and invite Clem back? Like, the game tries to frame it as David's hypocrisy at play, but Ava and the others were complicit in it too. Not a single person argued to let Clem stay. And as shown by the other leaders, they adhered to a one-strike-and-you're-out policy of enforcing the rules. Honestly, it's amazing the New Frontier didn't immediately collapse, and the ones that they outcast didn't just form their own faction to take them out. Continuing the string of revelations, the gang stumble upon supplies looted from Prescott and other settlements. David insists he knows nothing about this, and on cue, those assholes Max and Badger show up. Eavesdropping on their conversation, we learn that David's men have been secretly raiding towns behind his back, with Joan revealed as the mastermind. A fight then breaks out between both groups, with Javi chasing after and getting into a brawl with Badger. It comes to an end when Javi fatally injures the bald asshole with his own shotgun, and you can either let him bleed out, or bash his brains in. Well, as they say in baseball, play ball.
No point drawing it out.
Regrouping with the others, David thanks Javi for avenging Mariana's death. Our group captured Max, but the other guy who's with them escaped and is no doubt on his way to tell Joan. Time is of the essence and you'll have to decide what to do with Max. Send him off to hell with Badger, or use him as a witness to expose Joan. I chose the latter option. In the morning, the group heads for Richmond, with Jesus breaking off to return to his people and warn them about what he learned about the New Frontier. Once inside Richmond, everyone will split up. Clem wants to ask around for AJ's location. Javi heads to the hospital to get Kate and Gabe to bring them to David's place. David takes Max to go confront Joan, and Tripp decides to look for Eleanor. Touching base with Kate, she says Joan had come to see her and made it sound like David was being stripped of his authority. Worried about the mess that's going to unfold, Kate argues they should take this chance to escape Richmond, but Gabe doesn't want to leave without his father. It's choice time again. Stay the course by going to David's house, or cut and run. I side with Gabe, getting everyone to hide out at David's place while Javi left with Ava to meet up with David.
I don't like your tone, David. If this is about your brother...
Don't pretend like you don't know what this is about. You've got a lot to answer for.
Me? You must be joking.
Joan denounces David for smuggling his brother into Richmond against the council's decision, and suggests he be punished. Clint tries to ease the tension and asks why Javi and David return to Richmond, but is shocked when Javi accuses Joan of orchestrating the raids without David's knowledge. Lingard presses Joan for the truth, but she flatly denies the allegations, and Clint demands proof before accepting the accusation. Since I kept Max alive, we toss him in front of the council to confess. He admits that he, Badger, and Lonnie carried out the raids under Joan's orders. Clint and Lingard demand to know why, and Joan defends herself, claiming it was a necessary evil in order to sustain Richmond, that it was the only way she could supply Clint with fertilizer for crops and Lingard with medicine to treat patients. She makes a show about how it was for the greater good of the new frontier, that it was a temporary measure until the city was self-sustaining, playing the martyr card that she'll carry the burdens of what happened the rest of her life. David doesn't buy what she's selling, since those raids cost his daughter's life, but Clint and Lingard back down and side with Joan. David's own soldiers, minus Ava who slips out, all turn against him and follow Joan's orders to subdue the brothers. The episode comes to an end when Javi is knocked out and locked up. Oof. This episode is when the cracks in the season's writing really start to show, and it's just a straight nosedive till the finale.
Damn it.
Strike one.
I'm out of practice, that's all.
Same here. I haven't held a bat since the league booted me.
Well, you got all afternoon to get back in your groove.
Oh yeah. Just holding this thing makes me feel better.
Hey look, another flashback. This time it's of David and Javi at the batting cages. After hitting a few balls, the stressed out David admits to his brother he's thinking about re-enlisting in the army. He hates his job. His marriage is circling the toilet since he's constantly fighting with Kate, and he can't adjust to civilian life. David has had a lot of time to think about it and believes the best thing for everyone would be if he was back in the army. Knowing Kate will need a lot of support, he'll ask Javi to help her and look out for the kids, which he can agree to or remind David that that's his job. While this flashback doesn't make David sympathetic, it does show he isn't just some one-note evil asshole jealous of his brother. He's a man who lost his purpose after returning to a normal life. But David isn't solving his problems by re-enlisting. He's running away from them and expects Javi to pick up the pieces. Ironically, the same exact thing Kate is doing, which made it really hard to care about siding with either one of them. I'm going to speedrun through the next two episodes since they pretty much blend together, and honestly, by this point, I was checked out and just focused on finishing the game. After the flashback, we're shown Javi and David in quarantine, but David doesn't stay for long as Joan drops by to take him somewhere else. Javi breaks out with Gabe's help, and the two return to David's apartment to reunite with Kate, Tripp, Eleanor, and Ava. Trapped in Richmond due to a large herd of walkers outside the gates, and unable to move around since Joan's people are looking for them, everyone agrees they should get some guns to defend themselves at least. Sneaking off with Gabe and Ava, the trio will raid the city's armory for some guns. Javi and Gabe will then head to the medical area after a guard cuts Javi's arm. There, they'll bump into Clem, trying to wake up a strung-out Dr. Lingard. She's also been having some other issues, too.
I started bleeding. I know, it's a thing. I've traveled with women before, and they all had it. What is it? I mean, like, why is it... I just don't understand.
It means you're growing up, blossoming into your, like, womanhood. Your body is developing, and then things change, but it'll be okay.
Okay.
For as critical as I've been about the writing of this season, I like that they treat Clementine starting to have her period as being a normal thing. It feels like the writers could have easily milked the whole thing for cheap drama in an episode, and ended on a cheesy note about how Clem's growing up and she's becoming a woman, before some kind of contrived plot twist happens. While waiting for Dr. Lingard to wake up, Clem will patch Javi up, and we get a flashback to how Ava tried to square things with Clem after they kicked her out of the New Frontier. She apologizes for forcibly removing AJ from her, gives Clem some supplies and a drawing that AJ made. Aw, it looks just like her. But Ava also tells Clem she needs to let it go and grow the hell up, that she and the others feel bad for what they did, and that's just the way of the world. I really don't understand the point of this flashback. Like, is it just to paint the New Frontier as being even bigger assholes? Or that they're misguided assholes who think they're doing the right thing? Like, Ava isn't inviting Clem back. Sure, she gave her some supplies, but she's still leaving a 13-year-old girl to survive on her own. I guess it's to expand Ava's relationship with Clem, but Ava does so little in the story, and barely interacts with Clem in the present that it doesn't amount to anything. Wouldn't surprise me if she had a bigger role that got reduced during development. And I get the same exact vibe from Dr. Lingard when he finally wakes up. Still strung out, he gets depressed when finding out David didn't break out with Javi, and that Joan still has him. Clem presses why he cares about David, and Lingard says that she doesn't really know him, and that he's a better man than she knows, as David was the one who stepped up to take care of and raise AJ when the kid got better. Clem calls bullshit, as if David was the one who took care of AJ, why would he tell her to ask Lingard where the kid was? Lingard, realizing that's what Clem's been after, makes her a deal. He'll tell her where she can find AJ. In exchange, we have to put him out of his misery by injecting him with the drug he's holding. Wait, what? Lingard explains he's given up on life before David found him and got him to care again. Now that it looks like David is going to be executed by Joan, he's completely given up again. Welp, who am I to deny him relief from his agony? Nighty-night, Doc. Honestly, I had more to say, but because Lingard's logic and devotion don't make much sense since he's barely fleshed out, I'm going to chalk it up to his role getting downsized and just move on. He tells Clem AJ is staying on some farm several miles outside of Richmond. She and Javi then regroup with Ava and Gabe, returning to David's apartment. Regrouping with the others, they debate on what to do about Joan, and settle on taking the fight to her, ambushing her during David's public execution, and hopefully saving him. Gabe wants to tag along to save his dad, but Javi doesn't want to risk his life, and after some back and forth, the little shit loudly puts his uncle on blast, revealing to Tripp and Eleanor that Javi killed Conrad. I'd normally lay into Gabe for being an ungrateful little bastard, but he's a dumb kid worried about his dad dying. I'm willing to give him a pass. Tripp and Eleanor get pissy Javi didn't tell them despite explaining what Conrad did, so they kick him out of the apartment. Feels like it should be the other way around considering it's his brother's apartment and not theirs, but okay. Ava's still cool though, and will hit us up later when it's time to save David. In the meantime, the Garcia family, plus Clem, will steal an armored truck from the New Frontier to use for their escape once David is saved. Oh, and Kate fully confesses her feelings for Javi, and you can choose to make it official with her if you want. What you decide does impact one of the game's endings, though not by much. I had Javi return her feelings, but like I said, I stopped caring about the relationship already. Heading to the town square, Joan has gone mask off, ditching her phony, caring, and understanding side, and going full tyrant, making a big show of David's execution, pinning the deaths of Dr. Lingard and Badger on him. Also, the plan to ambush her goes tits up, as Eleanor snitched we were coming. Well, thanks a lot, Eleanor. I'm starting to think you were the problem in your relationship with Tripp and not him. Speaking of which, Joan has captured him and Ava, forcing Javi to choose one of them to live and condemning the other to death. Except not really, as she'll actually kill the person you choose to save. Well, shit. My bad, Tripp. Other than that Conrad thing, you're actually a cool dude. His blood is on your hands, Eleanor, you traitor. Clint, growing a backbone and believing Joan has gone too far, offers Javi a deal to stop the violence. Instead of killing him, they'll banish David, Javi, and their family from Richmond, so long as they promise never to return.
Shoot that bitch! Take her out! She deserves it! If you don't do it, I fucking will! Go to hell, Joan!
Joan just killed one of our sort of friends, and her raids were responsible for Mariana's death. Of course I was gonna shoot that bitch in the face. Especially because if I didn't, David would get free, he'll end up killing Clint, and Joan would disappear, never getting her comeuppance for her crimes. It's such a stupid choice because you punish the player and let the villain win if you decide to spare them. Anyways, we save David from being hanged. Chaos breaks out on the streets as we fight the Joan loyalists. Kate tries to save everyone in the armored truck, but gets hit by a stray Molotov, which causes her to crash into the city wall. The van explodes and blows a huge hole in the wall. The episode ends with Kate's fate up in the air, and tons of walkers pouring into Richmond. Alright, final episode, let's go. Skipping over the flashback this time, it's just Javi and David learning their dad has cancer. A lesson about legacy and how the two of them need to support each other. Blah blah blah, dilly-dally shilly-shally, it doesn't matter. Picking up from the last episode's cliffhanger, it's revealed Kate got out of the van before it exploded, and she rejoins Javi, Gabe, David, and Clem. The group dynamic gets all fucked up now that David is here. His son doesn't see him as infallible now since his dad started gunning down Joan loyalists after we saved him. He also gets on Javi's case for killing Joan in the first place, insisting they only attack because we shot first. Gabe, were your eyes closed when she executed Tripp? What the fuck are you going on about? I know what the game is trying to do here. It's calling Javi a hypocrite for tying his rationale back to that scene in episode 2, where he told Gabe not to pull a gun on Conrad. But Conrad wasn't an immediate threat, whereas Joan was holding a public execution for David, and forcing Javi into a sadistic choice, executing whoever he chose to save. Gabe's sudden "we shouldn't kill anyone" stance makes no sense and just feels like a clumsy way to show he's outgrown his initial "I need to be a man like my dad" mindset. Like Kate, David can't handle his son when he gets pissy. He tries to lay down the law, but he comes off like he's trying too hard. Javi calls him out on it, causing David to deflate and explain he's just trying to protect Gabe. It's enough to convince Gabe to join him as they make sure the area is secure, but it's obvious David is agitated and feeling out of place with his brother leading the group. Clem will keep an eye on those two, and in the meantime, Javi and Kate will check in on how the residents of Richmond are doing. Spoilers, not great, as the combo of the New Frontier turning on one another and the walkers overwhelming the city has decimated their community. Even though she's not really at fault, it was the guy who threw the Molotov's fault, really. Kate feels responsible for the situation. Reconnecting with Eleanor, she blames Javi for the current situation, his fight with Joan and Tripp's death, which, fuck you, Eleanor. If you hadn't snitched to Joan in the first place, Tripp and Ava wouldn't have been captured, and Javi probably could have assassinated Joan. Also, woof, she still friend-zoned Tripp after his death. Couldn't even say she loved him, just that he was her best friend. Now I feel even worse for letting him die. Asking her why she told Joan in the first place, Eleanor explained she was trying to fix a bad situation, which doesn't really explain anything. In fact, as she goes on about how she could help Richmond and that people would need her since Dr. Lingard was dead, it just comes off like Eleanor sold out the others to secure a place here. Her betrayal is foreshadowed way back in episode 1 when Clem says she trusts Eleanor less than Tripp, but it still feels like a half-assed twist. Again, this is probably because of cut content, because Eleanor was originally supposed to be Joan's daughter. So her betraying the group makes a lot more sense. Some drama happens when a guard guilt trips Kate and Javi being responsible for her daughter's death because they destroyed the wall. David will show up to make things worse by breaking her arm to disarm her. He'll then leave when everyone looks at him like he's crazy. Following him up to the roof, if you stand beside David, he'll finally drop the tough guy act and open up.
Why the hell are you smiling?
See that sewer line over there? Perfect placement for a trench. That hill about 100 paces west of it. Sniper's wildest dream come true. I'm a soldier, Javi. I see this landscape like a painter sees a blank canvas. Like how you used to see a baseball diamond. I'm a soldier. This makes sense to me. I was made for this. I thrive in this.
Maybe it's crazy. But sometimes crazy things make sense. If only a little.
This is actually a powerful moment with David. He admits he's been thriving in this new world, and that he's not cut out to be a husband or a father. David confesses his jealousy of Javi, saying he genuinely wanted to change but doesn't know how, wondering aloud if it's even possible to change who you really are inside. David is dropping the act and admitting his weakness. The conversation feels like it's trying to set up a redemption arc for David, whether that means stepping up to fix the mess in Richmond, or realizing he needs to let his family go and accept they're better off with Javi. Unfortunately, things don't quite play out that way for David. After the brothers finish their heart-to-heart, the rest of the group joins them on the roof. Oh hey, Ava's alive! And she's a bit miffed that Javi chose to save Tripp. Though, considering what happened to him, maybe she should be a little more grateful? Still, Ava drops the issue quickly, acknowledging that Joan forced Javi into an impossible situation. She also reports that Richmond is overrun, with half the city now occupied by walkers. Feeling guilty about the hole in the wall, and realizing that the massive walker presence makes escaping the city difficult, Javi suggests they try to salvage the situation and find a way to plug the hole. Kate mentions she spotted some construction vehicles near where they took the armored car, and the group decides to head there. Not long after they begin their journey, Ava abruptly ends up dying when trying to save Javi from falling down an overpass. Not by sacrificing herself to save him, mind you, but by getting ambushed by a random walker. A walker that might as well have spawned out of nowhere, since it wasn't visible when the others passed by the car was hiding in, and they were arguably louder than Javi and Ava were. She sticks around for maybe an extra 5 minutes in this episode, but I think they should have just confirmed Ava was dead at the start and called it a day, instead of wasting time with this Deus Ex Machina walker death. Moving on, the story keeps flip-flopping on what to do with David. First, he grows more suspicious about Kate and Javi's relationship, becoming increasingly upset that his brother is taking his place. Then, after Ava's death, which does actually hit him pretty hard, he overhears Clem and Javi talking and opens up about why he gave up AJ. After taking AJ from Clem, David stepped up to raise him as a way of making amends, and because he had experience as a parent. He admits he grew close to AJ, and genuinely loved him, but after a harsh winter wiped out much of their crops and killed several people, David was afraid. He wasn't sure he could keep AJ alive while also supporting the people of Richmond, so he decided it was best to give AJ to people who could care for him. Worried he'd go back on his decision, he had Lingard fight a home for AJ, and swore never to reveal his location. David accepted that he wasn't fit to care for AJ, and even though it broke him, gave him up for the boy's sake, which kinda feels like foreshadowing that he's gonna do the same exact thing with his family, and accept that Javi is better off taking care of them than him. But unfortunately, when we get to the construction site, David makes the complete opposite choice.
What are you doing?
The right thing. I'm leaving. We're all leaving.
What? And going where? You saw it yourself. We're surrounded by the herd.
I'm taking my family out of here.
Despite everything David said earlier, about Richmond looking like a battlefield where he thrived, about being a soldier not cut out to be a father or husband, and his dedication to the city and reasoning for giving AJ away, he suddenly decides they should abandon Richmond. Out of nowhere, he wants to cut and run with his family, plus Clem, to return to their old home. This shift makes absolutely no sense, as it contradicts everything we learned about him and everything it was trying to set up. The obvious explanation is that David's a hypocrite who runs when things get tough, but I don't really buy that. The story spends so much time emphasizing how he can't function as a family man and only thrives as a soldier, so this sudden flip-flop feels completely out of character. The revelation that Kate and Javi are a couple would justify the change, but the issue is that he doesn't learn it until after this scene, and he decides to run even if he chose not to make it official with Kate. I mentioned this earlier in the video, but the Javi, Kate, David love triangle mirrors a similar relationship in The Walking Dead, the triangle of Rick, Lori, and Shane. The family dynamic is a bit different, but initially I thought the story would go in that direction. Javi and Kate become a couple in David's absence, and his return creates tension as he realizes Javi has stepped into the protector role, leading to an inevitable confrontation between the brothers over Kate and Gabe. But starting in episode 3, the focus shifts to Joan's actions within the New Frontier, and the game spends time fleshing out David from a one-note abusive husband to a man who was never suited for family life. The game can't seem to decide if it wants Joan or David to be the villain, and once Joan is out of the picture, it rushes back to the original love triangle conflict. And because having Javi and Kate as a couple is optional, David's motives make even less sense for players who rejected Kate's advances and sided more with David. David's sudden shift is all to justify the big confrontation between him and Javi that the season initially set up. After he announces his plan to run, Gabe will agree to go with him, but Kate will push back, slapping David and declaring she's done being pushed around by him. Depending on her choices, she'll either reveal she and Javi are an item, or turn her back on him along with David, which causes him to lose it and get into a brawl with Javi, beginning the end for this season.
I should have known. I should have known the night Pa died. The night you weren't there. Blood is worthless to you, just like he was to you, just like I am to you. Well, it's time for you to finally learn what blood really means.
David! Dad!
This fight between David and Javi is exactly what I was expecting, and hoping for at the start of the season. But after everything that's happened to get here, it feels so forced. If you choose to fight back, you're locked out of saving David in the end. Go the pacifist route, and Javi just takes an ass whooping while repeatedly telling David he loves him, trying to reach the good person he believes his brother is. Side note, this instantly reminded me of the Supernatural Season 5 finale and the original series finale, where Dean does the same thing while getting beaten by a Lucifer-possessed Sam, except that scene was way more emotionally charged. Honestly, the series should have ended there. Come to think of it, Supernatural would have been perfect for a Telltale-style game. Alright, getting on track now. The game's almost over. Clem intervenes just as David seems ready to kill Javi, but then David grabs Gabe and drives off in the truck. This leads to the final decision. Go with Kate to seal the Richmond breach, or go after David and Gabe. And a hidden factor influences the outcome of each choice. Clementine's loyalty. Depending on how you sided with Clem and what choices you made for her in the flashbacks, she'll either join Javi's decision, or choose the opposite. This creates 4 possible endings with slight variations based on Javi's relationship with Kate and David. If you choose to go after David and Gabe but Clem doesn't come along, Javi finds their truck surrounded by walkers. Alone, he can only save Gabe and has to put down David, who's been bitten. Back in Richmond, Kate and Clem manage to seal the breach, but Kate is nowhere to be seen afterwards and is presumed dead. If Clem tags along with Javi to save Gabe and David, both survive. David still wants to leave everything behind, but if his relationship with Javi is strong enough, Javi convinces him to return. Kate manages to save Richmond but is bitten and becomes a walker. If Javi decides to help Kate while Clem goes after David and Gabe, Javi successfully seals the breach and Kate survives. Later, Clem returns with Gabe, though David has died off-screen. Javi and Kate retrieve David's dog tags and give him a proper burial. Finally, in the ending I got, choosing to help Kate with Clem at his side saves Richmond, but David and Gabe are both lost. Searching for them, when they arrive, they find David already dead and Gabe bitten and fading fast, giving us just enough time to have a final moment with them. He gives Clem his deck of cards and requests a gun to prevent from turning, though you can have Javi do it for him instead. In all endings, Jesus reappears with friends from the Hilltop Colony in order to help clear out the walkers in Richmond. The final scenes take place days later, with Javi and the surviving characters reflecting on those they've lost. For my playthrough, it's Kate beside him. Although saddened by Gabe and David's deaths, Kate quickly moves on, ready to start a new family with Javi. Heading outside, Javi says goodbye to Jesus, who praises his actions and tells him to step up and become the leader of Richmond, confident that he has the stuff to make it a better place. Javi then speaks to Clem, who's pondering her next move, and asks if he can give her a quick trim.
All done.
Well, how's it look?
You know what? I'll grab your hat.
I think I'm gonna miss the pigtails, but this new look isn't terrible. Clementine then asks what you should do about AJ. Leave him to his new life or bring him back to Richmond. Considering everything she went through for him, being forcibly separated, and the fact that we don't really know if he's doing any better on that farm, I told Clem to bring AJ home. The game ends as we say goodbye to Clem, and if you stick around through the credits, you'll see her retracing our steps from earlier episodes, our sweet pea on her way to find her son. And that was The Walking Dead: A New Frontier. Well, what can I say? That was a very underwhelming experience, where Season 2 had me baffled with its story decisions, and somewhat angry by the time I finished playing now that I think about it. This season just left me mentally checked out. I can't even say if it's better or worse than Season 2, as there's some things it did better, and others it did a lot worse. First, the good. I really like what they did with Clementine, showing how she's grown and become a highly capable survivor. I also liked Javi, though he ends up more underdeveloped than I expected. His characterization stays consistent, which is more than I can say for almost everyone else, at least. I relate to his struggle pre-End of the World, where he's treated like a fuck-up despite his efforts to be better. The story itself also felt more focused, with fewer random swerves like in Season 2, with Kenny's return or the random Russian confrontation. Also, I like the upgrade the visuals got, though some characters look a little too shiny, and, well, I guess that's all I got. As for the downsides, while the story is focused, the pacing feels off. Somehow both too fast and like nothing's happening at the same time. Part of it is because the entire story takes place over just a few days, and mostly in Richmond. So even though we're constantly moving from one revelation to another, like discovering David's alive, meeting the city leaders, getting kicked out, and exposing Joan, it still feels stagnant since we're mostly stuck in one location. The side characters barely get fleshed out compared to past seasons. You talk to Francine and Conrad once before she's killed, and Conrad doesn't last much longer if you decide to kill him. Eleanor and Tripp are a little better, but they're so out of focus that it's hard to care when Tripp dies, or Eleanor gets angry about Richmond falling apart. And the New Frontier as villains? They're just the generic raiding faction we've seen dozens of times in the Walking Dead universe. Nothing about how the New Frontier functions as a group really makes sense. The game can't decide if they're all bad, if only a few are corrupt because of Joan, or if they're in decline because she twisted their mission. From what I know of early promotional material, they were originally supposed to be a slaver group, which would make the brand they use far more fitting as a way to mark their slaves, and not some kind of test of loyalty. I wish they had stuck with that. They would have felt like a considerable threat, especially if they were the ones responsible for undoing Clem's Season 2 ending and kidnapping AJ. I'm not sure if David was meant to lead that version of the New Frontier, but once they became a vague military faction, I get the feeling the writers worried David would come across as too one-dimensionally evil, or too similar to Shane or Negan and the Saviors. So they added other faction leaders, made him oblivious to the darker things his men were doing, and gave him just enough layers to explain why he is the way he is. I've already covered this, but David's need to be a soldier, and his strained relationship with Cade end up muddling the big climax between him and Javi. It stops being about Javi growing and stepping up to protect his family, and instead feels like he's getting dragged into taking sides in Kate and David's crumbling marriage. That's why, by the time I reached the final choices, I didn't care about who was right. I just wanted it to end. It's technically a weaker rehash of the Kenny versus Jane fight from last season, but at least that I had the option to walk away. While you can technically end up with just Javi and Gabe in one ending, I would have preferred something more straightforward. Javi standing up for himself, putting both Kate and David in their place, and leaving them to sort out their marriage while he, Gabe, and Clem save Richmond. Kate and David either disappear or die, while Javi gives a speech about the importance of family, and how those two forgot that, or something. To sum up my thoughts, The New Frontier, despite its initial promise, fails to do anything truly interesting, or halt the decline of Telltale's The Walking Dead series. The season felt like it was too afraid to take risks with its characters, and so it ends up feeling like boring filler. I get that not everyone from Season 1 stayed on for later seasons, but it really makes the first season feel like lightning in a bottle. Honestly, I'm not so sure the series will stick the landing and deliver a satisfying finale in the final season, but I'll find out for myself eventually. Before getting into the story, let's briefly discuss the final season's troubled development. By 2018, Telltale Games was on the verge of collapse. Years of mismanagement, an unsustainable workload, and financial instability finally caught up with them. In September 2018, just after releasing episode 2 of the final season, the studio laid off nearly its entire staff. With no warning, the studio was effectively shut down, leaving the fate of the series and Clementine's story in limbo. For a moment, it looked like The Walking Dead would end unfinished, an abrupt and unceremonious fate for a franchise that helped put Telltale on the map. But then, Skybound Entertainment, the company owned by The Walking Dead creator Robert Kirkman, stepped in to save the project. With their newly formed Skybound Games, they reached out to as many former Telltale developers as possible, putting together the still not bitten team to finish the last 2 episodes. It wasn't a perfect process. Many former employees weren't able to return, and production had to be rebuilt from the ground up. But against all odds, the final season was completed. That said, the troubled development does show in the final product. For one, we have only 4 episodes instead of the usual 5. The first half of the season feels more polished and thought out, but the back half of the season feels rushed. Certain plot points aren't as fleshed out, and some ideas get abandoned quickly. The final season was fortunate enough to be finished at all, but it also serves as a reminder of just how fragile Telltale was by the end.
What you doing there, goofball?
Pretending we got bullets.
Well, don't. It's getting on my nerves.
I don't like goofball.
Clem, having recovered AJ sometime after the events of last season, they've been surviving together for a few years now, alone and constantly on the move. Things haven't been perfect, supplies are low, and the closest thing they have to a home is their beat-up car. While Javi promised Clem she had a home to return to in Richmond after she found AJ, she's chosen to travel on her own instead. The reasons for why aren't explained until late in the game, and I'll be honest, it's not a satisfactory answer, but I'll leave that alone until much later. Now 16 years old, Clementine has fully come into her own as a hardened survivor, and has managed to keep AJ alive, healthy, and safe. She's taught him everything she can: how to handle a gun, how to stay quiet when hiding, how to tell when someone is dangerous, and how to take down walkers. But where Clem has struggled is in helping him grow emotionally. AJ is only 6 years old, though you wouldn't know it as he looks and behaves like a kid closer to 10 years old. But unlike Clementine, who at least had some memories of a life before everything collapsed, AJ was born into this world. He's never known a world without walkers, without death, without danger at every corner. His social skills are rough at best. He has no experience interacting with kids his own age, making him temperamental, blunt, and a little aggressive at times. While he does what Clem asks him to, AJ speaks his mind without a filter, and often struggles to understand social cues or why his misbehavior is wrong. Beyond that, AJ carries trauma that isn't fully explained until later, and his young age combined with his experiences has given him a skewed view of the world. To him, there are people and monsters, threats and non-threats, alive and dead. His black and white way of thinking can make him unpredictable, and Clem constantly struggles with teaching him morality in a world where right and wrong aren't so simple anymore.
Alright. Let's find some food.
In need of supplies, the pair stop at an abandoned train station to search for anything good. To my surprise, the final season has actually tweaked the combat, as now it feels like real combat instead of a series of QTEs. When equipped with a melee weapon like a knife, if you encounter a walker, you're prompted to either stun them or kill them outright. It doesn't mean much when fighting a lone walker, but when fighting a group, you can't just chain kills. Due to the long animation for pulling off a kill, a walker can get dangerously close while you're taking out another, which can result in instant death for Clem. So you have to juggle stunning one, killing the next, and then finish off the first after it recovers before moving on to the next one. You also have some long-range combat sections when you defend yourself using guns or a bow. The challenge here is pulling off quick headshots, as hitting a walker anywhere else on their body won't slow them down at all. It's not revolutionary stuff, and this was never an action-heavy series, but it keeps the combat engaging enough where you're not sleepwalking through it to get to the next conversation section. Entering the station, it looks mostly picked through, until they find a walker couple tied to chairs with a bottle of poison at their feet, and a note begging any strangers to leave them alone. Beyond them, a locked security door might hide some useful supplies. The keys are on one of the walkers, but grabbing them means to risk getting bit. You can opt to have AJ sneak through the opening in the grate, but he insists they should just kill the walkers. Despite Clem wanting to respect the deceased's wishes to be left alone, it'd be more dangerous to send AJ into the other room by himself, so I opt to just kill the walkers and grab the keys. Inside, AJ finds bullets for his revolver, but they're shit out of luck when it comes to food. That is, until they discover a trapdoor covered by a mattress, revealing a hidden stash of food inside. But their luck turns sour immediately when they set off a trap, and a grenade of all things rolls out. Clem barely has time to react before it detonates, sending her and AJ crashing to the floor. They're fine, but the noise draws a horde of walkers straight to them. You know, for a pair of people who had given up and asked to be left alone after they became walkers, it's weird that the previous occupants here booby-trapped their food supply, or that they gave up despite having a decent stash of food left to survive on. At least that's what I thought initially, but that trap might have been set after they died. But we'll get to that later. With no time to grab supplies, Clem and AJ fight their way back to the car. She jumps into the driver's seat, but they're quickly overrun by walkers. In the chaos of trying to fight them off and drive out of there, Clem crashes and totals the car. Dazed and barely conscious, Clem sees someone armed with a bow taking down the walkers. He pulls AJ from the wreckage, and despite struggling to go after him, Clementine ends up blacking out before she can. Sometime later, Clem wakes up in an unfamiliar bed, her forehead wrapped in bandages, and one hand taped to the frame. Disoriented, she breaks free and uses a palette knife to escape the room she's locked in. Stepping into the hallway, Clem hides when she hears someone coming, and then confronts a little boy with burn scars that's checking her room. Before she can make a move, someone raises a bow and orders her to drop the knife. After a tense standoff, the situation calms down and our new friend introduces himself. His name is Marlon. The kid checking on us is Tennessee, or 10 for short. Marlon was the one who rescued Clem and AJ after the crash. He apologizes about his precautions in locking up Clem, and tells her that AJ is doing fine, and Marlon will take her to him now.
So you've been surviving out there a while, huh?
Yeah, we've been on the road a long time.
Take it you know how to handle yourself? Don't usually see people our age alone out in the wild.
Clem now finds herself in what remains of Bullworth Academy. Oh, I'm sorry, I mean the Erickson School for Troubled Youth. Marlon and his group made up of the former students who were living here when the world ended. Marlon is the leader of the Erickson kids, the one keeping everything together after the school's faculty bailed. Most of the group looks up to him, trusting his judgment when it comes to survival. He carries the weight of responsibility heavily, enforcing strict rules to keep everyone safe, especially when it comes to staying within the safe zone around the school. As he leads Clem into the courtyard, explaining the situation at Erickson, he cuts his school tour short when walkers are spotted at the gates. Marlon quickly leaves to deal with them, telling Clem to head inside and follow the sound of music to find Lewis, the kid who's watching over AJ. Inside, Clem bumps into a girl named Ruby, angrily storming out of her room. Turns out that AJ bit her. Welp, so much for a good first impression with the kids here. Entering the room, Clem is reunited with AJ. He's fine, and while she's happy to see him, she questions why he bit Ruby. He explains that he didn't do it intentionally, and only because she snuck up on him. It's not explored until much later, but AJ's extreme reaction to being snuck up on is tied to the bigger trauma he's been dealing with since Clem found him. Once the pair are done catching up, Lewis properly introduces himself to Clem. He's been keeping AJ entertained by playing piano, and tries to lighten the mood with some jokes. Lewis is the most carefree of the Erickson group, always quick with a joke or a sarcastic remark, even in the worst situations. While he can be annoying at times, the kid's got a good heart, and is always trying to lift the other's spirits. After retrieving her belongings, Clem gives AJ back his gun, which Lewis is a tad concerned about. She reassures him AJ knows how to use it, and while Lewis doesn't love the idea, he lets it go. Trying to make things less tense, Lewis starts playing the song Clementine on the piano. You know, oh my darling, oh my darling, oh my darling Clementine. That song Arnold's grandpa would sing from time to time on Hey Arnold. Literally the first place my mind goes to anytime I hear that song. And after playing that, he lets AJ take a crack at playing the piano too. The piano lesson is interrupted when Marlon rushes in. There's more walkers than usual swarming the area, and he needs all hands on deck to deal with them. Outside, we'll meet another of the Erickson kids, Violet, who not so subtly blames the walker problem on Clem due to the explosion and car crash she caused. While she gives a frosty first impression, Violet grows on you, and she ends up being one of my favorite characters from this season. Violet is reserved, sarcastic, and a bit of a loner compared to the rest of the group. She has a tough exterior, but it's clear she cares about the people around her, even if she has trouble expressing it. Still dealing with the loss of someone she cared for, Violet is unwilling to trust others easily, though she slowly warms up to Clem as the episode progresses. Putting aside their bickering, the kids get to work clearing out all the walkers. The Erickson group is surprisingly capable in the absence of adults, as they've rigged rock traps and falling logs to defend against the undead or other intruders. Come to think of it, they're probably the most intelligent group to pop up in this series, as every other one I can remember just relied on walls and guns until shit inevitably fell apart. Kudos, kiddos, you're smarter than the majority of adults in this universe. Clem and the others clear out most of the walkers, giving the hunting party made up of Brody, Asim, and Mitch a path to return to school safely. They aren't completely in the clear, and Clem almost gets herself bitten when helping Asim, but she's saved by Marlon's dog, Rosie.
Good girl. Shh, shh, hey. It's all right, girl, it's all right. Hey, see you and Rosie are making friends.
Had a bad experience with the dog once.
Well, Rosie here can help you get over it.
Oh yeah, I almost forgot about Clem's encounter with a stray dog back in the opening of Season 2. Nice callback. The final season has several callbacks to previous seasons, but they're less hey, remember this type of thing, and more reminders of the events that shaped and helped Clem grow. The battle against the walkers over, everyone settles back inside the school for safety. Though Marlon makes the mistake of sneaking up on AJ, which results in the kid elbowing him in the nuts.
Come on, y'all. Food's...
AJ!
Oof, I felt that one. Marlon doesn't take it personally, but warns that the others won't take to AJ with the way he's behaving. Clem agrees and tries to get AJ to understand why his behavior is wrong. The two of them then go around the courtyard to meet everyone, and have AJ apologize to Marlon for the nutshot and Ruby for biting her. After the pleasantries and apologies are done, Clem and AJ check in on Ten and Violet. They're at the school's graveyard, leaving flowers for Ten's sisters Minerva and Sophie, who died a year ago. Ten is one of the more soft-spoken and thoughtful members of the group. Losing his sisters deeply affected him, but unlike the others, he doesn't see death as something to fear. Ten doesn't see death as the end, and clings to the idea that people can be reunited in the afterlife. He's welcoming to Clem and AJ, showing more patience when our goofball acts up or doesn't understand something. Being close in age, AJ quickly grows attached to Ten, opening up to him faster than anyone else at the school. Since mourning the dead is a new concept to AJ, he asks if they should pay their respects, and you can decide if you should or shouldn't, with both Ten and Violet appreciating it if you do. Finally, AJ apologizes to Marlon for punching him in the nuts. He accepts and Lewis will call everyone over. Dinner is finally ready. Everyone sits down together to eat, and since it's been a long time since they've had a proper meal, AJ scarfs it down, burping loudly and upsetting Ruby with his lack of manners. Which, I don't see it as too big a deal. Ignoring AJ's age, I'd be amazed if anyone left in this world had half-decent table manners anymore. After dinner, Lewis starts a card game. Whoever pulls the highest card gets to ask Clementine a question. And if she wins, she's the one to ask questions. Violet wins the first round and opens up with a heavy question, asking what happened to AJ's parents. I have Clem be honest and upfront with the fact that AJ's parents are dead. The second round has Clem win, and I have her ask the others what's the grossest thing they've ever eaten. After they all answer, they ask Clem the same, and she answers a human leg. While she says it as a joke, she's being honest, referring to that time in Season 1 where we met the cannibalistic St. John family, who tricked Clem and several others in her group into eating the meat from another survivor, Mark's leg. Marlon wins the next round and hits Clem with another heavy question. Impressed with her survival skills and assuming she wasn't always on her own, he asks who used to take care of her. I'm not going to get into the other questions, but depending on your choices, Clementine can bring up Lee, Javi, make fun of Marlon's haircut, and finally reveal that the first person she killed was Lee, which completely ruins the mood and brings an end to their game. Though Lewis apologizes for asking the question. Marlon will let Clem and AJ stay the night, saying that in the morning they'll discuss letting the two join their group permanently. The pair will settle into their room, AJ sitting down to draw when Violet walks in. Ten needed some more art supplies, so she dropped by to look for a coloring box that once belonged to Sophie, which AJ is now using. While she's willing to let him have it, I get Clem to talk the kid into giving them to Ten instead, which Violet appreciates. I didn't mention this earlier, but a big part of this season is how Clem's actions will shape the type of person AJ becomes. Whether he learns to open up and become a more compassionate kid, or become more selfish, sinking further into his black and white view of the world. It's kind of like what Lee was doing with her in Season 1, and to a certain extent what Javi was doing in A New Frontier. Honestly, while I gave the last season a lot of flack, it probably implemented this idea the best out of all the seasons. How often Javi backed up Clem's decisions and sided with her would change how the season ended. Unfortunately, that's not the case here, as while certain things will be different in the ending depending on your choices, very little of it has to do with how you treat AJ. Normally, I'd be more critical about it, but I'm assuming the devs wanted to use and improve the system they introduced in A New Frontier. But all the development issues caused by Telltale Games going under forced them to ditch their plans and focus on finishing the story. Violet thanks AJ for giving her the crayons, and she reflects on her lost friends, mentioning that Sophie was artistic, while Minerva, or Minnie as most of them call her, was musical. She doesn't say it outright, but it's obvious she takes Minnie's death the hardest, as it's heavily implied the two are more than friends. Clem asks what happened to them, but Violet only says they never came back from a scavenging trip with Marlon and Brody. Violet will take her leave, and before bed, Clem hangs up AJ's drawing, a picture of him protecting her. Unlike the other seasons, this is the first one to add some extra replayability to the game, outside of the usual dialogue choices and outcomes. Each episode has a set of collectibles you can discover while exploring a level, and can be put on display in Clem's room. It's not much, and I suspect it was probably meant to be more fleshed out, but hey, I'll take it. Despite the chance to sleep on a comfy bed, AJ feels safer sleeping under it and not on it. But you can get Clem to talk the kid into trying to sleep on the mattress. As the two drift to sleep, AJ mentions how happy he is that they're not in the car anymore. For the first time in a long time, it feels like they might finally have a place to call home.
He's gonna let us stay, right? I guess we're gonna find out. Let's find his office. I know where it is. I'll show you.
The next morning, Clem and AJ make their way upstairs towards Marlon's office. He isn't there yet, and instead they find Ten playing with his toys. A curious AJ is confused on what they're supposed to be, again reinforcing how the kid doesn't know a thing about the old world, so he wouldn't understand the roles of a policeman or a firefighter. It also reinforces his lack of socialization when he tries to take Ten's toys for himself before Clem stops him. AJ has a lot of moments like this, so I'll try to avoid bringing up every instance to avoid sounding redundant, and focus on the more critical moments. Ten goes to get Marlon, who returns just as Rosie startles Clem again. Marlon calms her down and shows Clem how to get Rosie to trust her. He explains that she was once the headmaster's dog but became the kids' protector after the adults abandoned them. They've been doing a decent job surviving, but Marlon would like Clem and AJ to join them. Marlon moves to his desk and pulls out a map detailing the area around Erickson. Due to the dense forest, it serves as a buffer to protect them from other groups. They've set up a designated safe zone, an area where they hunt and scavenge. Anything beyond it is too dangerous, as they've learned the hard way when they lost some of their group in the past. Food supplies are running low in the safe zone, but they can't risk carelessly venturing out of it either. So for now, Marlon wants Clem to help the others gather food. She agrees and can choose between fishing with Violet and Brody, or hunting with Lewis and Asim. I decided to have her go fishing with the girls. When Marlon said we were going fishing, I didn't know he meant spear fishing. Though I guess sharpening a stick into a spear to hunt is easier in the post-apocalypse than building and maintaining a fishing rod. You can't attach a piece of string to wood and expect to catch fish easily. Though I am disappointed we didn't have a fun fishing minigame. Always the perfect distraction in any video game. Unfortunately, this isn't a very fun kids fishing adventure, as there's an air of tension between Violet and Brody. Brody pulls Clem aside, confiding that she thinks Violet resents her for what happened to Sophie and Minnie since she was there the day they died. But when Clem presses Violet later, she admits she doesn't actually blame Brody. She blames herself. Violet was supposed to be on that hunting trip, but she backed out at the last minute and asked Brody to go in her place. Ever since, she's been haunted by the thought that if she'd been there, maybe she could have saved Minnie. Clem can reassure her not to blame herself and pushes Violet to try to be nicer to Brody. And the little fishing trip ends with both girls on friendlier terms. As they head back, the group stumbles upon a broken trap, one that looks deliberately sabotaged. The group starts searching the area for clues, and Clem finds a used cigarette made up of a rolled Bible page. Whoa, smoking up the word of the Lord? That's blasphemy right there, buddy. AJ also discovers a walker hanging upside down, already killed. Not long after, Lewis and Asim arrive, explaining that more of their traps have been sabotaged, with some of their animals clearly stolen. Brody, who's been rather chill since we've met her, panics over what's happening. While she manages to settle her nerves, she insists Marlon has to know what's happening and leaves the others to figure out the food situation. Seems Brody might know something we don't. Clem looks at Marlon's map, trying to think of a solution. Despite being outside the safe zone, she suggests checking the train station we accidentally blew up at the beginning of the episode. Some food supplies might have survived the blast. Lewis and Violet are unsure, especially since it's probably swarming with walkers now, but they agree to go. When the kids arrive at the train station, it's already dark out, and like they speculated, the place is now swarming with walkers. Using a bell they find, Lewis will act as a distraction to keep the walkers' attention, while the others sneak past. Violet will keep guard outside the station while Clem and AJ see what food they can scavenge. They look out and find some food that survives the grenade blast, but before they can load up, a man steps inside, gun drawn.
Stand. Slowly. Don't yell. Don't try anything. I won't hurt you.
His name is Abel, and the Bible cigarette in his mouth makes it obvious who was responsible for sabotaging their traps. Really? A guy named Abel smoking Bible cigarettes? It's a little bit on the nose. What's next? We're gonna find out he had a brother named Cain who he killed? Actually, wait, that's the reverse, isn't it? Well, whatever. Abel demands the kids give up their food, while also fishing for questions on where they're from and how big their group is. Also, it's not outright said, but the food probably belongs to Abel and his group in the first place, which explains why it was booby-trapped with a grenade. Abel tries to take the food by force, but AJ gets the drop on him, and I have Clem shove his ass out the window into a crowd of walkers. Welp, at least we don't have to deal with that asshole anymore. Grabbing the goods, the pair get the hell out of there and regroup with the others, running back to the safety of Erickson. Back at the school, the kids are happy to see Clem and the others arrive with a big haul of food. The celebration is soured when Brody finds out they encountered someone outside the safe zone, and starts panicking that Abel's group might discover them. Marlon tries to calm Brody down, telling her there's nothing to worry about, but she keeps freaking out, implying she and Marlon know something the others don't. Storming off after shoving Marlon to the ground, he tries to smooth things over with Clem before leaving to try and talk sense into Brody. The rest of the kids will enjoy some dinner, and afterwards, Clem and AJ will sit down to talk to Ten, who's drawing a picture of all the Erickson kids, offering to include them in his drawing. Aw, that's sweet. Later that night, as Clem tries to sleep, she overhears faint yelling and heads outside to investigate. The voices are coming from the basement, and she soon discovers it's Brody and Marlon arguing over something. Marlon spots Clem eavesdropping and tries to convince her it's all a misunderstanding. Brody spills that they know and have history with Abel, before revealing the secret Marlon's been desperately trying to hide.
Marlon let him take the twins. Him and his people.
Brody!
10 sisters. I thought they were killed by walkers.
That's the story we told everyone.
Shut up!
Because Marlon was so ashamed of what...
Marlon, realizing how badly he's fucked up, begs Brody to hang on while he looks around for a first aid kit. As she starts fading, she warns Clem that Marlon is really afraid of those raiders, and that if they come a-knocking again, he'll end up giving her and AJ to them, and then the poor girl dies. A panicked Marlon then takes off, apologizing as he locks Clem down in the cellar. Moving to find something she can use to bust out, Clem needs to move fast, as Brody has reanimated as a walker. It's brief, but this is a genuinely unnerving and scary segment. Clem slowly moving through the darkness, her flashlight barely illuminates much of the area, the sounds from Brody coming from all around her, like she could strike at any moment. And when she comes rushing, you have to frantically try to break out of the cellar, before being forced to put poor Brody down once and for all. Once outside, Clem sees all the other kids gathered around Marlon, with AJ holding him at gunpoint. He's panicking even more, claiming that Clem killed Brody, but the others are quickly poking holes in what he's saying. His whole story and image of the well-meaning leader finally crumbles when Clem exposes him.
That's bullshit, Marlon! Clem! You killed Brody. You hit her so hard, her head split open.
That's a lie! I saw you kill her!
I love this entire scene. The storm and the music set the perfect stage for Marlon's breakdown. Despite his pleas that he's innocent, that they should trust him and not a newcomer like Clem, his group doesn't entirely buy it. But they're still willing to give him a chance to listen to Marlon's side even when Clem reveals that he gave up the twins to the raiders. Even if you appeal to Lewis or Violet, they still won't completely side with Clem because they've known Marlon longer. But he ends up being his own undoing. His panicked behavior and how he carelessly points his gun at everyone slowly turns the others against him. When Marlon slips and tries to justify sacrificing the twins for the sake of the group, and that he'd do it again, he loses all sympathy. The other kids immediately turn on him, angry he sees them all as so expendable. It's not until 10 calls him out for lying to him about his sister's death that Marlon finally caves and admit he was afraid. He had no clue what he was supposed to do and he made a bad choice. This is probably some of the best writing I've seen from the series since the first season. Marlon isn't a bad guy, some sadistic tyrant trying to cling to his position and power. He's a scared kid who was dealt a bad hand. Marlon was forced to look out for the other kids because all the adults ran away and abandoned them. He was forced into being a leader with no idea on what to do. When he faced a threat he had no clue how to handle, Marlon panicked and chose what at the time seemed like the safest option. He desperately tried to hide what he did, not because he feared losing his power, but because Marlon didn't want the others to lose faith in him, to have his weakness and struggles exposed. And now that the rest of the group can see that, they don't forgive him for what he's done, but they want him to stand down, to try and find a way for him to make up for what he's done. He's still their friend after all. As Marlon finally relents, dropping the gun and standing down, it sets the stage for what could be an interesting character arc. Will the others ever forgive his actions? Will Marlon find a way to redeem himself? These are questions that, unfortunately, we'll never get answers to, as episode 1 comes to an abrupt and shocking end.
Just let me become a bad memory. Just give me that. Please.
Fine.
What? I aimed for the head. I made you some coffee. It was in the kitchen. Tin said that I can have some. I didn't steal it.
I'm surprised you remember how to make it. We haven't had coffee in a long time.
You put it in hot water.
You're right. Thanks.
Episode 2 begins the morning after AJ 360 no-scoped Marlon in the head, and things are understandably tense at the Erickson School for Troubled Youth. AJ is in low spirits. He still doesn't understand what he did was wrong, and why the other kids who were nice to him are all mad at him now. AJ feels hurt, and asks Clem if he's really a murderer like the others are saying. You're given the choice to spare his feelings, or show AJ some tough love by laying out the truth to him. Marlon was bad for everything he did, but he wasn't a threat anymore. And regardless of the reasons for why, killing him is still murder. AJ doesn't take the news well and asks if they're going to be kicked out now. The scene then shifts back to the previous night, all the Erickson kids turning on Clem, questioning how she's been raising AJ. Before things get out of hand, Violet steps in and tries to de-escalate the situation, telling Clem to take AJ inside while she talks to the others. Considering how unpredictable AJ is, the kids have good cause for not feeling safe around him, and kicking him out. Someone who does still have their back though is Ten, who drops in to invite them to Brody and Marlon's funerals. Unlike the others, and partially because Marlon lied about what happened to his sisters, Ten doesn't think AJ is a bad person. He understands he's a kid who doesn't understand his actions, and he tries to cheer him up by giving him his firefighter toy. The funerals go as well as expected, with all the other kids giving Clem and AJ the silent treatment or stink eye. Violet tries to give a eulogy but can't, unwilling to forgive Marlon for giving up Sophie and Minnie, which agitates Mitch, who is seething that the rest of the group is cutting AJ and Clem any slack for Marlon's death. While he's mostly agitated with Lewis and Violet, Mitch demands that they put it to a vote on whether the pair should stay or not. Spoilers, after the episode intro, Violet will deliver the bad news to Clem and AJ. The group has voted to kick them out. In fact, only 3 people voted for them to stay. Violet, Ten, and one other person who's revealed later. Scooping up their things, Clem and AJ are escorted to the edge of the safe zone by Violet and Lewis. On their own again, before Clem can plan their next move, someone takes a shot at her and AJ. It's Abel. Despite looking like he was done for last time we saw him, Clem speculates he survived by lopping off his infected arm before he turned. Getting the drop on him, Clem manages to overpower Abel and have him at her mercy. Unfortunately, he brought a friend with him this time to back him up, and it's a familiar face from Clementine's past.
Oh my god. Clementine, it's you?
My name is Lily. You probably don't remember me. It's been a while.
Lily? I thought you died.
Quick little refresher, but we met Lily way back in episode 1 of season 1. After Lee, Clem, Kenny, and his family were booted off of Herschel Green's farm, they traveled down south to Macon. While there, they would make contact with another group of survivors holed up in a drugstore. Carly, Doug, Mark from Invincible, Lily, and her deadbeat dad, Larry. Formerly part of the Air Force, Lily was a fairly capable survivor, and was a relatively friendly, if tough woman. Unfortunately, her father brought out the worst in her, as Lily was constantly making excuses for Larry's abrasive behavior. Despite their conflicting personalities, the two groups would come together and survive at a rundown hotel for several months. However, Lily was constantly butting heads with Kenny over whether they should stay at the motel or abandon it to head to Savannah in search of a boat. Things would only get worse after our wacky encounter with the cannibal St. John family, as Larry would suffer a massive heart attack while the group was captured. Kenny, convinced the old man was dead, or about to die, wanted to avoid a situation where they were locked in with a hulking Larry Walker. Regardless of whether you have Lee's side with him or Lily, Kenny would still cave in Larry's head, with Lily sobbing and forced to watch. Needless to say, it was nothing but a downward spiral for her going forward. Lily became increasingly paranoid, aggressive, and spiteful. When the motel was attacked by raiders and became overrun by walkers, the group was forced to go on the run in Kenny's RV. During their short road trip, Kenny is forced to stop after hitting a walker, causing Lily and Carly to get into a huge fight. Lily would then gun down Carly in cold blood, and I ditched her ass on the side of the road, leaving her to an unknown fate. Some of what happened with Lily is different depending on your choices, but that's how things played out during my run. I brought this up in the video on season 1, but originally Lily was supposed to be the character with the same name from the comics and novels. Upon the release of the Road to Woodbury novel, which features a different backstory for Lily than the Telltale series, the devs retconned and removed all references to both Lilies being the same character, which is what allowed them to bring her back for the final season. Lily is now part of a group known as the Delta, who have been at war with another community seemingly for years now. Serving as a lieutenant within the Delta and leading her own squad of raiders, Lily's group has been hitting smaller communities and forcibly conscripting them to fight for their side in the war. That's what happened to Sophie and Minnie when Marlon encountered them a year ago. Which I found to be a pretty good twist, as I assumed the twins' fate was worse and that they were going to be used as sex slaves by Abel's group. I'll be honest, I'm a bit mixed on the decision to have Lily pop up. On the one hand, unlike Kenny, whose story was done in season 1, and ended up rehashing the same beats when he reappears in season 2, there was still more to explore with Lily. On the other hand, the game fails to use her effectively enough to justify her return. In her initial reunion with Clementine, you see this internal conflict start to stir in Lily as she drops the tough guy act upon seeing her. At first I thought she'd struggle with her mission, and question if it's right to force Clem to join her fight because of their previous connection. In turn, Clementine might struggle fighting Lily because she's the last living connection she has to Lee, and those slightly better days when she was younger. But then I quickly realized that these two don't have any kind of relationship. Like, yeah, they knew each other, but Lily wasn't ever motherly or sweet to Clem, and Clem clung to Lee like glue. She barely ever interacted with Lily. Which the writers probably realized too, as they don't bother to go that route at all. Instead, Lily tries manipulating Clem, agreeing that Lee was right to leave her by the side of the road for what she did, that she was an obvious danger to the others, before bizarrely claiming that maybe Lee would still be alive now if he left Clem behind too, and Clementine might end up dying trying to take care of AJ. Like, I see what she's doing. She's trying to gaslight Clementine into thinking she's not as capable as she thinks, and joining the Delta is the only way she can guarantee AJ's safety. Which is fine, typical bad guy behavior. The problem is anyone could do this. Any generic raider. Any random person from Clem's past. Since Lily doesn't and can't exploit her relationship with Clementine, there's no reason for her to be here. I hated Kenny reappearing in season 2, but at least the story utilized his return to create drama and conflict for Clem. As well here, even with the optional choices, Clementine never mulls over having to fight and possibly kill Lily. I'll leave the discussion alone for now, as how the next few episodes play out end up strengthening my argument. While Lily tries to win over Clem, Lewis and Violet show up, having heard Abel's initial gunshots after they parted ways. Clem will tell Violet to shoot, hitting Lily with an arrow to the shoulder. But poor Lewis catches some buckshot in return when Abel fires back. The commotion gives Clem and AJ a chance to run for it, but Lily and Abel quickly give chase. Our little goofball unfortunately takes some buckshot to the stomach, and despite his tenacity, he runs out of steam and has to stop when his injury proves too much. Clem will desperately try to keep him safe, killing as many walkers as she can, Just as all hope seems lost, we encounter something really bizarre. A friendly and seemingly sentient walker. One who picks up a rock and uses it to distract the rest of the herd, before telling Clem to follow him to safety. It becomes obvious our savior isn't actually a walker, and just a guy dressed up as one. Following him to his camp, he helps Clem treat AJ's injuries before he introduces himself. His name is James, a former member of the Whisperers.
I didn't mean to endanger you. The walkers were sent to help you.
You sent the walkers?
Was part of a group. Call themselves Whisperers. They've learned to live in herds, among walkers. Move among them. Sometimes guide them.
Hey wait, I recognize that voice. It's Johnny Young Bosch, who, depending on your age and fandom, you either know as Ichigo Kurosaki from Bleach, Nero from Devil May Cry, Adachi from Persona 4, various other anime and video games, or if you're a real one, you probably remember him as the second Black Power Ranger, Adam.
I'm a frog.
Man, it's been a minute since I've had one of these remember this person from this thing moment in a video. Of all the factions to appear in this game, I wasn't expecting the Whisperers, even if it's just James. In the comics and show, the Whisperers were a brutal group that survived by wearing the skin faces of walkers, blending in with the dead to move undetected. They didn't just use the undead as tools, they became them, shedding their names, emotions, and attachments, living by a savage survival of the fittest mentality. They were a deadly force that could wipe out entire communities without ever engaging them directly. James is a rare case, someone who left that life behind. Unlike the other Whisperers who fully embraced their lifestyle, he regretted his past actions. Instead of using walkers as weapons, he sees them as something to be protected. His belief that they might still have a shred of humanity left isn't just some idealistic nonsense. It's shaped by first-hand experience, making him one of the more unique perspectives we've seen in the series. And honestly, James fascinates me. In a world where survival often comes down to kill or be killed, he's a complete pacifist. Not just toward people, but walkers too. Most characters see the dead as either a threat or a tool, but James pities them, treating them like lost souls rather than monsters. It's a perspective I never really considered before, and it actually made me stop and think about its merits. While I want to get into it now, I think it's better to save the bigger discussion about why James feels the way he does until the next episode. After sharing some of his past as a Whisperer, James explains he's been living in solitude, watching Lily's group from a distance. He informs Clem about the Delta and their ongoing war up north. He offers AJ food and warns Clem that AJ's injury needs proper medical attention. Clem realizes the only way to help AJ is by returning to Erickson, which he does the next morning with James's help. After James leaves, Lewis rushes out to help carry AJ inside. Ruby immediately gets to work treating AJ's injuries, while Clem privately fills Violet in on everything, including our history with Lily and the imminent threat from the Delta. The two quickly formulate a plan to fortify Erickson, setting traps around the school, limiting Delta's movements, and using barbed wire to prevent anyone from scaling the walls. The barbed wire they need is in the Erickson's greenhouse, an area Marlin declared unsafe due to being overrun with walkers. As Clem figures out how to safely retrieve it, Mitch bursts in, furious that Clem and AJ were allowed to come back inside despite being voted out. Violet firmly reminds him that turning away an injured AJ wasn't an option, and they have way bigger issues to face. She instructs Mitch to help Clem retrieve supplies from the greenhouse, sending Ruby along as a mediator to help keep things civil. I wasn't sure if Mitch was even worth mentioning as a character, as he's barely one note. He's idolized by another kid, Willie, and has a decent knack for crafting explosives. But aside from being understandably hostile towards AJ for killing Marlin, Mitch doesn't have much going for him. He's not poorly written, but he's mostly just there. Ruby also falls into that category. She's essentially the group's surrogate mom, and the one who treats all their injuries, though later we learn she used to have severe anger issues, which led to her being sent to Erickson in the first place. Arriving at the greenhouse, we find out that how dangerous it actually is may have been greatly exaggerated, as Marlin and Violet justified staying away from it because it was swarming with walkers, when there's only like three walkers. They easily killed like 4 times as much the other day defending the school without breaking a sweat. Guess we can write that one off as Marlin being too cowardly to deal with the issue. It also goes to show how rocky his leadership was, as there's plenty of plants and herbs still growing in here they could have used for food and medicine. After exploring the greenhouse, we find the barbed wire we need, along with propane and fertilizer Mitch wanted in order to make a bomb. They also discover the walker of Miss Martin, the school's nurse, and the only adult who stayed behind with the kids when everything fell apart. Ruby explains she learned first aid from Miss Martin, who stayed in the greenhouse to protect students from walkers but was assumed missing. It's unclear why no one knew her true fate. Maybe Marlon hid the truth, but either way, Clem respectfully puts her down, and Ruby insists on giving Miss Martin a proper burial. Later that night, Lewis pops in to see how AJ is doing, and to give him some of Ten's old pajamas. While the rest of the Erickson kids have come around to the idea of letting Clem and AJ stay, Mitch included, Lewis is the only one still on the fence. He took Marlon's betrayal and death the hardest, not just because his best friend is gone for good, but also Lewis never realized just how much Marlon was struggling. So AJ's presence is a reminder of his own failings in saving his friend. You know, I really came around to like Lewis. I thought he was just going to be the annoying jokester character during most of the story, but he has a surprising amount of deep moments, and stays fairly active throughout the story even if you favor Violet in your decision making. Lewis isn't quite ready to forgive AJ, but he slowly opens back up to the kid during this episode. The game then jumps ahead 2 weeks, with Erickson now fully fortified and ready for the Delta's attack. At the end of this brief time skip, Clementine experiences an intense nightmare. She's walking down the empty halls of the school, passing a dying horse, slowly approaching a set of doors glowing with an intense red light. The closer she gets, the louder the screams and gunfire become, until she jolts awake just as she opens the doors. Initially, I thought this dream was either a premonition, or simply Clem's fears of how badly things would go when the Delta arrives. However, the nightmare is actually about the circumstances under which Clem originally found and reunited with AJ. It sets up a compelling mystery with a satisfying payoff later, but the timing of the reveal isn't ideal. I'll circle back to this later. The following morning, Clem checks in with Violet to see how preparations against the Delta are going. Everyone is more or less ready, but tension is high due to Lily and her group taking much longer than expected to attack. Clem goes around helping with preparations and lifting everyone's spirits. After which, Lewis helps ease the tension further with another card game. Once their break ends, Clem is given a choice: either join Violet in inspecting the school's defenses from the bell tower, or help Lewis with his special project. I've neglected to mention this until now, but the choice between Violet and Lewis also opens up the option for Clementine to romance one of them. A New Frontier had something similar with Javi and his brother's wife Kate, where your choices determined if they became a couple, remained friends, or if Kate would ultimately leave or die. Honestly, I wasn't a fan of that romance. The game heavily pushed players towards romancing Kate, and at times her behavior felt manipulative rather than genuinely affectionate toward Javi. Here, the romance is handled much better. Both Lewis and Violet have genuinely good chemistry with Clementine, and it feels natural that they would develop feelings for each other. The game doesn't push you toward one character over the other, and whoever you don't choose never becomes jealous or bitter. Best of all, you can even opt not to romance either, and just have Clementine stay friends with both. My only minor criticism is that the option to start a romantic relationship feels like it comes a bit too early. It might have felt more meaningful toward the end of the game, after Clem and our partner have endured so much hardship together. Still, this small nitpick doesn't detract from the overall experience. If you're curious, I chose to ship Clementine with Violet.
Holy shit. That's romantic. I mean, holy shit.
Have you ever been walking down the street with your best bro, and while you're walking you accidentally touch hands? You think to yourself, that was weird, but I'm not gay. You are. You are gay.
These two are just really cute together. I love their little stargazing date, and their personalities complement each other really well. After Clem makes things official with her waifu, she'll check in on AJ at the watch post. The pair spot horses hauling a cage through a crowd of walkers, with a group of people moving with them. It's the Delta. The time has finally come to confront Lily and her group. Clem rallies the troops, readying them for battle, but her speech is abruptly cut short when a Delta sniper shoots Omar in the leg. Oh yeah, Omar is another one of the kids here at Erickson, but he's so underdeveloped you easily forget he's even there. Clem quickly helps him to cover, and the other kids scatter as the Delta effortlessly breaches the gate. Bow drawn, Clem confronts Lily, taunting her for not killing her when she had the chance, confident that she won't do it now. Lily tries to break Clem's confidence by bringing up Lee, claiming he'd be disappointed in the person she's become. The scene attempts to show Lily having an internal conflict about killing Clem, but honestly, it doesn't quite land for me. Lily clearly needs Clem alive as a valuable soldier, so this hesitation feels forced rather than genuine. Clem notices Mitch sneaking towards the enemy with the bomb, and keeps Lily talking to buy him time. Realizing Clem isn't going to surrender, Lily shifts tactics by mentioning Minnie, claiming how happy and thriving she is with the Delta, missing all her friends, and especially her little brother 10. The poor kid, desperate to see his sisters again, falls right into Lily's trap and is quickly taken hostage. Luckily, Mitch's bomb detonates at just the right moment, allowing 10 to escape in the chaos. Mitch then recklessly charges at Lily, but she easily counters and stabs him through the throat, brutally finishing him off out of frustration. Dropping all pretense, Lily orders her group to kill any resistance and capture the remaining kids. The group retreats into the school, setting off traps to fight out the Delta. Clem kills one raider with a log trap and knocks another one out cold, but soon ends up in a brutal struggle with Abel. The fight spills onto the balcony before both come crashing down to the courtyard below, with Abel breaking Clem's fall and badly injuring his leg in the process. Before Clem can finish him off, Lily holds her at gunpoint. Clem tries to reason with her, causing Lily to hesitate just enough for Lewis to disarm her. In the chaos, Clem spots Violet struggling against a raider, while Lewis is being captured nearby. Forced to choose, I have Clem save her new girlfriend, resulting in Lily successfully capturing Lewis, along with Asim and Omar. She then decides to cut her losses and orders her group to retreat, covering their escape with fire. After the dust settles, the kids mourn Mitch's death and try to figure out their next move. 10 apologizes for falling for Lily's trap, and while the group isn't sure where their friends were taken, Clem reassures everyone that not all hope is lost.
Well, we've got someone who does.
The morning following the fight against the Delta, as most of the kids do their best cleaning up and rebuilding their defenses, Clem and AJ head to the basement to interrogate their hostage. Man, for a guy built like a crack addict, Abel can endure a serious amount of injuries.
Shit.
That's a lot of blood.
Oh, fuck. This is not good.
He's gonna die, isn't he?
Oh, well, I guess not. While he most likely ruptured some of his organs from the fall off the balcony, I like to think Clementine actually has iron fists, and she annihilated his insides with body blows during their fight. For a cocky scumbag who's been causing us nothing but trouble since we met him, I still can't help but pity Abel when he realizes he's going to die. Barely able to breathe, his strength gone, and visibly terrified that his time is up, Abel looks so weak and pathetic. Even AJ, who's been fantasizing about killing Abel for days, can't help but sympathize with him. Knowing he's dead no matter what, and desperate to avoid becoming a walker, Abel cuts a deal. He'll give up Lily's location in exchange for Clementine putting him out of his misery. She agrees, and he spills that they've got a boat docked at a river nearby. Clem's got a few days before Lily and the others ship out to regroup with the rest of the Delta. Now that we know where his friends are, we honor the deal and shove a knife into Abel's head to end his suffering. As fucked up as this is about to sound, I think it's actually important AJ witnessed this. One of AJ's biggest issues is his black and white worldview when it comes to killing monsters and bad people. He doesn't fully grasp what death means yet. It's easy to instantly drop someone with a headshot, but it's something else entirely to watch someone suffer and slowly fade away. Seeing Abel broken down, begging to die peacefully, genuinely shook AJ. The kid dropped all his anger towards Abel immediately, and his deep regret over Marlon's death shows that he's finally developing empathy. It's a harsh lesson, sure, but one that might just save AJ from losing his humanity entirely. Of course, it's a fragile balance. Clem needs to stay careful, or AJ could still slip the other way. Later that day, Clem, along with AJ, Violet, and Willie, will come across the location of the Delta's boat. It's much bigger than any of them were expecting. which will make finding where their friends are being held tricky. Heavily guarded and with only one way onto the boat through the pier, they need a plan to sneak on board. Scouting the area, they spot a raft carrying supplies, and a pen where the Delta are keeping their horses. Clem thinks they could be used to create distractions, but that still leaves the problem of crossing the pier. With no cover, they'd be shot to pieces if they get spotted by the guards. So Clem proposes something drastic, luring a walker herd to the boat and hiding among them to sneak on board. The others aren't particularly sold on the idea and question how they can pull that off without being eaten. Just so happens Clem knows a guy who can help. Willie, having learned the fine art of bomb crafting from Mitch before his passing, suggests planting a bomb on the ship to cover their escape after they've saved their friends, which Clem agrees to. As the group leave the area, they spot a lone Delta soldier chopping wood, and Clem seizes the opportunity to grill the girl for information on their group. However, Violet will interfere when she recognizes the girl being interrogated. Oh my god, it's V from Cyberpunk 2077.
That's Minnie.
After the attack, I wasn't sure. I mean, I heard they burned half your school down. Who survived? Ruby? Mitch? Brody? 10?
Ruby and 10 made it. Mitch didn't. And Brody, she died.
I mean, it's Minnie, 10's missing sister, who, doesn't really look like she's related to him. The developers confirm that 10 is adopted, but I don't think anything in the game actually states that, so I was left scratching my head for a bit wondering why Minnie was white when her younger brother is black. Their reunion with Minnie isn't exactly heartwarming. The cheerful girl Violet once knew is long gone. Instead, Minnie is now a broken, hollow shell of herself, running on autopilot as an obedient soldier of the Delta. She clearly suffers from Stockholm Syndrome, deeply resenting Clementine for convincing the Erickson kids to fight back against Lily and the others. Minnie insists they should have joined willingly, rationalizing that no one would have gotten hurt, even downplaying the betrayal when Marlon handed her and Sophie over. It's genuinely unsettling, watching her justify everything she's gone through. Minnie has the demeanor of an abuse victim, fragile yet defensive, anxious yet conditioned to defend those who hurt her. We never learn exactly what horrors Minnie endured serving the Delta, but her behavior and conversation with Clem make it painfully clear it wasn't pleasant. Violet immediately calls bullshit on Minnie's warped beliefs, but Minnie stubbornly clings to the idea that life with the Delta, no matter how abusive, is still better than slowly starving to death at Erickson. She even confirms her twin sister Sophie is dead, disturbingly proud of her sister for dying a hero for the Delta's cause. Though some part of her old self is still in there, as when Lily shows up to check up on her, she doesn't immediately rat out the others. Minnie also subtly helps them by telling Clem she's got 2 days before the boat leaves, and it won't be until another 2 weeks pass that they'll return to try and recruit the Erickson kids again. Though she insists that when the Delta returns, Clem and the others just give up peacefully. That little timetable also neatly explains why Lily took 2 weeks to go after Clem again. She probably left to get help and supplies. Saying goodbye to Minnie, the group splits up. Violet and Willie head back to Erickson to plan for the raid on the boat. Meanwhile, Clem and AJ go off in search of James to get his help. Arriving at his camp, they find it busted up and swarming with walkers. James soon pops up with his arm injured. He explains that Lily and the Delta came through this area the previous night, carting away Lewis, Sim, and Omar. After helping him get his mask from his camp, and avoiding killing any walkers like he has, James is hesitant in helping Clem. Before agreeing, James wants Clem to understand his perspective on walkers. He leads her and AJ to a barn filled with walkers he's collected, believing there's still a shred of humanity buried deep inside each of them. Something that's neither fully alive nor completely dead. To prove his point, James challenges Clem, wear his mask, enter the barn without killing any walkers, and ring a set of wind chimes. If she can do this, he'll help with the rescue. Clem accepts his challenge, leading to a surprisingly beautiful and haunting moment. I I touched on this briefly in the last episode, but this scene and James' perspective really got me thinking. Could he actually be onto something here? I don't recall any other characters seriously proposing the idea that walkers might retain some sliver of their former humanity. The closest I can remember is Herschel Green from season 2 of the show, who kept walkers in his barn. But that was because, early on, he mistakenly believed they were just sick people who could eventually be cured. Other than Herschel's misguided beliefs, the Walking Dead franchise never seriously explored the idea that walkers could be anything more than mindless, instinct-driven eating machines. The main series hinted at walkers evolving some intelligence near the end, and I think one of the spin-offs experimented with super walkers, but no one ever directly suggested they might retain emotional or human qualities. It's honestly a compelling concept I wish the game had spent more time exploring. Unfortunately, maybe due to the development troubles at Telltale, the game doesn't dive deeper into this intriguing idea. Instead, it's used primarily to portray James as a bit unhinged, which feels like a missed opportunity given how genuinely fascinating his viewpoint is. After Clem leaves the barn, she doesn't completely buy into James' beliefs, but agrees that maybe there is something there. James isn't completely on board sacrificing the walkers to help Clem, but seeing the cruelty Lily's group is capable of, he's willing to help to keep Clem's friends from becoming cruel monsters like the Delta. With James signing on, Clem and AJ head back to Erickson to prepare for the raid on the boat later that night. When they arrive, they bump into Ruby carrying several pillows. She explains before the boat operation she wants to lift everyone's spirits by throwing a party. Clem agrees it's a good idea and will be along a little later to help set things up. Clem and AJ spend a quiet moment relaxing, leading AJ to open up about something that's been bothering him. He explains his theory that people have 3 kinds of eyes. Eyes of the living, monster eyes that look like dirty water, and eyes of those about to die, like Abel's, which look like a candle being blown out. AJ's developing empathy, but he's too young to fully grasp it. He hated Abel but felt sadness watching him suffer, and it confuses him because he thinks feeling sad for someone you hate is wrong. Clem reassures him that feeling empathy, even towards enemies, isn't a weakness, it's what makes him human. The conversation then shifts that AJ admits he's been having another recurring worry, Clementine turning into a walker. He's getting old enough to realize neither of them are invincible, and that thought terrifies him. Clem tries to reassure him by reminding AJ of the plan they made if she ever got bitten, but AJ stubbornly refuses to consider it. He rejects the idea of leaving Clem behind or putting her down. If Clem turns, AJ wants her to bite him too, choosing death together over a life without her. This moment perfectly highlights AJ's immaturity and emotional dependency. Despite Clem teaching him how to survive, AJ's entire existence revolves around her. She's his family, his protector, his entire world. Even though he's learning how to connect with others, AJ simply can't imagine a future without Clem, and his fear of losing her may cause him to make dangerous choices. It's a crucial realization. AJ's love and dependence on Clem could lead him to disobey her instructions and do whatever he believes necessary to avoid being alone. I gotta hand it to the writers, they really nailed AJ's character. Writing kids convincingly is tough enough, but making AJ believable, a kid born into the apocalypse who's the complete opposite of your typical child, is even more impressive. He's not always the easiest character to like because his mood swings are wild, he acts impulsively, and he often doesn't grasp why certain things are wrong, even when Clem tries to explain. AJ struggles with understanding right from wrong, but not in the usual kid way. Sometimes he knows he's messed up, but doesn't fully care because he's so emotionally driven. Other times, even when Clem patiently breaks things down for him, AJ still doesn't fully get it. It's not really his fault though. He's never had the luxury of a stable or normal childhood. So he's emotionally stunted and forced to make decisions way beyond his maturity level. Now, I don't have any kids of my own, but I'd imagine Clem's frustrations with AJ aren't all that different from the struggles real parents deal with, just amplified by the messed up world they live in. She does her absolute best, but without a safe and consistent environment, AJ can't fully develop emotionally, leaving him unpredictable and impulsive. Clem constantly needs to stay hands-on and keep him in check, but even that isn't a guarantee he'll listen or make the right choice. It makes the relationship feel realistic, but also tense, especially as we approach the end of this episode and head into the finale. After AJ leaves the patrol and thinks things over, Violet drops by wanting to talk about their encounter with Minnie. She admits that she thought seeing Minnie again would scare her, but instead it clarified something important. The girl Violet loved, the Minnie she remembers, is long gone. Violet realizes that Minnie can't be saved, not anymore. Instead, Violet's determined to protect the people she still has left, making sure none of them end up like Minnie. She gives Clem a constellation pin she made, and admits she was caught off guard when Clem confessed her feelings. It got Violet thinking though, and now she wants to try something she's never done before. She asks Clem to dance.
Thanks for the dance. Yeah, we're getting better at being romantic. Yeah.
Sure, it's a little cheesy seeing them dance without music, but honestly, this scene is just so sincere I couldn't help but smile. The budding romance between Clementine and Violet feels genuinely heartfelt, especially compared to a similar scene between Ellie and Dina in The Last of Us Part 2. And that's all I'm going to say about those two, since I know even mentioning that game tends to spark some drama in the comments. After Clem and Violet finish their dance, they'll join the others in setting up the party. The kids set up some nice lighting, throw on some records, and gather around to reminisce about old times. They even share stories about why they were sent to Erickson's school for troubled youth in the first place. Ruby for her anger issues, Willie because of his chronic masturbation problem, and Violet because of her grandmother's suicide, which puzzles Clem, who wonders why Violet wasn't sent to therapy instead. Violet explains that she grew up spending most of her days at her grandmother's house, since her dad was a drunk and her mom had to work 3 jobs. It wasn't perfect, but she loved being with her grandma. Things were good, until her grandfather died, after which her grandma retreated into herself, barely aware of the world or Violet's presence. One day, while Violet was watching cartoons, her grandma left the room and returned holding a rifle. Without saying a word, she pointed it at her chest and pulled the trigger, her lifeless body rocking silently in her chair. In shock, Violet didn't call for help, and simply sat there watching cartoons until her mother arrived hours later. Instead of understanding that Violet was traumatized, her mother decided there must be something wrong with her daughter, shipping her off to Erickson to become someone else's problem. Violet's story, combined with Ruby and Willie realizing that the majority of their friends have died since the apocalypse began, brings a depressing end to the party. But Violet reminds everyone that despite their faults, and how they ended up at Erickson, none of them deserve to be abandoned by the adults. To lift everyone's spirits, Ten suggests singing the song Minnie used to sing to calm everyone down, and he asks Violet to sing it, and she quietly agrees.
Never mind the darkness. Never mind the storm. Never mind the blood-red moon. The night will be over soon. The night will be over soon. Brush away the sorrow. Brush away the tears. Sing away your heavy heart. The night will be over soon. The night will be over soon. For every night goes quiet, and every moon grows blue. Beyond the dark comes something new. The sun will be rising soon. The sun will be rising soon. The sun will be rising soon.
It's a really touching moment. Violet's words bringing the kids closer together and inspiring hope that everything's going to work out. Leaving off on an optimistic note, The party comes to an end when AJ blows out the candle and everything goes black. But we got one more heartwarming moment before going on our rescue mission. That night, Clementine has a dream about Lee, similar to the one she had back in Season 2. This time, she's 9 years old again, sitting in the boxcar of the train where Lee first taught her how to survive. Lee asks why she always dreams about being here, and Clem admits this is the place where everything truly started for her. It's where Lee first showed her how to shoot a gun, keep her hair short, and taught her to be strong in a world that would always test her. Despite all the growth and everything she's accomplished since Lee's death, Clementine confides in him that she's scared of failing AJ, and losing the new friends she's made. Lee gently reassures her that it's okay to feel afraid. It means she has people worth caring about. But he reminds Clem to believe in herself. Her friends wouldn't look up to her and trust her if she wasn't capable of leading them. It's a genuinely heartwarming moment, and I'm glad we got one last conversation between Lee and Clementine, even if it's only in a dream. It's a beautiful reminder that for all her strength, Clementine is still a kid who needs reassurance. But their final talk makes her confident enough to show Lee who she's become since his passing.
Wow. Just look at you. Just look at you. Thought I told you to keep this short.
You don't know how hard it is to find scissors these days.
Time to go, Clementine. You've got people that need you.
Goodbye, Lee.
After saying their goodbyes, Clementine wakes up as AJ shakes her gently, telling her it's time to rescue their friends. Under the cover of night, the kids approach the Delta's boat, and this is when Clem introduces James to the others. Despite wearing a mask made out of a walker's face, and his unsettling demeanor, everyone is genuinely accepting of James, especially Willie, who wants to try on his mask. A little overwhelmed, James asks for a word with Clem in private. James tells Clem the walker herd will arrive soon, and he'll guide them to the Delta's ship. He admits he wasn't expecting the others to be so accepting of him, and his strange disguise. Clem encourages him to join their group, but James isn't ready to live among people again. Opening up a bit more, he shares a photo he recovered from his camp. It's of him and his boyfriend Charlie, who joined the Whisperers together. But the things they did as part of that group changed them both in ways James deeply regrets. He explains that when he was with the Whisperers, he caused pain and death without a second thought. He once believed so strongly in their philosophy that weakness endangered everyone, he even killed another boy in his group just for showing sympathy towards their enemies. Horrified by his own actions and how numb he'd become, James abandoned the Whisperers, refusing to live that life any longer. He brings this up now because he's worried about AJ, afraid the kid might end up like he did, someone who kills without remorse. Clem promises she'll never let AJ go down that path, and while James hopes she succeeds, I think he might be a bit too naive here. While I completely understand where he's coming from, and appreciate his viewpoint, this is a world where sometimes violence isn't just necessary, sometimes it's unavoidable if you want to protect those you care about. As the walkers approach, James dons his mask again, telling Clem he'll bring the herd to the boat but won't board it with them. Before leaving, he asks Clem one last time to take care of AJ, then disappears into the herd. The kids finalize their plan. Ruby will free the horses, Willie and Ten handle the supplies, while Clem, AJ, and Violet sneak on board to plant the bomb on the ship's boiler. Ten will then ask Clementine to deliver a message to Minnie, to tell her that he forgives her, before they head out. Clem then joins Violet at the forest's edge, sharing a brief moment to reassure them before covering themselves in walker guts to blend in. James arrives with the herd and they carefully navigate through the chaos, using walkers as shields from the sniper shots. Ruby and the others cause distractions, throwing the raiders into disarray, and giving Clem's group a chance to reach the boat. After narrowly avoiding the walkers and raiders, they manage to sneak onto the ship, ready to find their friends and plant the bomb. Clem, Violet, and AJ will sneak around and take out guards as they search for their friends. Thanks to the long fuse on their bomb, they decide to place it in the boiler first, giving them a half-hour tops to find the others, and get the hell out of there before the boat is blown to smithereens. They eventually find where Lewis and the others are being held, but unfortunately, Minnie is the one guarding them. It's a tense standoff, but Minnie stands down when Clem delivers Ten's message. Seemingly waking up to the fucked up situation she's in with the Delta, Minnie lets them rescue their friends. Asim and Omar are okay, but Lewis is in rough shape, curled up into a ball in his cell. As Clem checks to see what's wrong, Minnie betrays everyone, knocking out Clem and capturing the kids. When Clem comes to, she realizes she's been locked in the cell with Lewis. And oh man, Lewis. Poor Lewis. I don't think I've ever felt so much regret after making a choice in this series. Because I chose to save Violet over him, the Delta really worked him over. For being defiant and refusing to shut up, Lily had his tongue cut out. Seeing the happy-go-lucky jokester kid who was always trying to make people smile, reduced to a broken mess is genuinely heart-wrenching. It's probably the first time since Season 1 where the outcome of a choice felt like it carried so much emotional weight. Usually, the major choices in these games involve one character dying over another, and even then, the survivor sometimes dies soon afterwards anyways, making the decision feel superficial. But here, the game forces you to face the consequences head on. You didn't get Lewis killed, but you almost wish you had considering what they did to him. And things aren't any better if you chose to save Lewis instead of Violet. She becomes hostile towards Clem, and even sides with Minnie, which later leads to her being blinded when the bomb detonates. While this series never really had right or wrong choices exactly, the decisions you make involving Lewis, Violet, and AJ will inevitably leave you feeling terrible no matter what you do. And oof, another choice next episode hit just as hard too. Clem quickly searches for a way out, finding Asim and Omar locked in the adjacent cell, while AJ and Violet are held across from her. AJ secretly passes Clem his hidden knife, but before she can use it, Lily arrives with Minnie. It's immediately clear Minnie has fully bought into the Delta's propaganda. She shows zero remorse for betraying her former friends. Lily confronts Clem, impressed yet annoyed by how much trouble she's caused. She tries intimidating Clem by recalling her own harsh upbringing under Larry, explaining how brutal discipline taught her the value of obedience. Lily then reveals the truth behind Minnie and Sophie's fates. The twins tried to escape the Delta, but Minnie was forced to kill her own sister as proof of her loyalty. Violet is devastated, while Minnie coldly accepts it as necessary. To try and get Clem to fall in line, Lily orders one of her raiders to drag Violet out of her cell to cut off her finger as punishment, though you can prevent her from being maimed if you allow AJ to interfere, which the kid does by biting the raider's ear off. Instead of stomping AJ into the dirt though, Lily is impressed. His temperament, ruthlessness, and age combined with enough discipline, Lily can mold him into a perfect soldier. She takes AJ with her while ordering her soldier to start up the boiler and prepare to set sail. Left alone with Minnie again, she desperately tries to get Clem and Violet to see her way of thinking, that everything will be okay if they just bend the knee and do what Lily tells them. Minnie's breakdown keeps her distracted long enough for Clem to pry off the plating on her cell door and break free. The two struggle, with Minnie briefly gaining the upper hand, until Violet fires an arrow into her shoulder, giving Clem the chance to escape. She quickly frees the others, telling them to get off the ship and regroup on land while she goes after Lily to save AJ. On the deck, Clem finds Lily holding Ten and James at gunpoint, preparing to execute James. Desperate to stop her, Ten grabs a fallen gun and aims it at Lily, begging her to stop. But she calls his bluff, pressing her forehead to the barrel, daring him to shoot. Ten hesitates, breaking down in tears as Lily easily disarms him. Just as she's about to kill Ten, AJ lunges in, biting her hand, giving Clem an opening to attack while James fights off the other raider. Clem and Lily go all out, brutally beating each other in a desperate fight for control, with AJ assisting by stabbing Lily in the leg. Just as Lily goes for a nearby pistol to end things, AJ gets there first.
AJ, wait! I give up! I will give up! Put down the gun! I'll let everyone leave! My crew and I will leave! We won't bother you anymore!
AJ holding Lily at gunpoint, you're presented with the final choice of the episode. Tell him to shoot Lily, or listen to James that she's no longer a threat and spare her instead. Unfortunately, if we listen to James, Lily rewards his mercy by killing him. But if we tell him to shoot, he does, over and over again, as episode 3 comes to an explosive end. Well, here we are, folks, the final episode of the final season. Throughout this season, I've been considerably positive, especially compared to Season 2 and A New Frontier. I've only had small complaints like Lily's involvement, and the option to romance Violet or Lewis feeling a bit rushed, but nothing major. Episode 4, however, is when the real cracks in this season appear, as the game's troubled development, combined with a shorter episode count, leaves the ending feeling uneven. Certain plot points are dropped or rushed through, while what happens to a few characters feel abrupt or unsatisfying. Let's start with the biggest one, Lily. While I have no problem with AJ gunning her down, and kinda like the idea of the season's main antagonist dying with a full episode to go, if you spared Lily, she just dips. No alternate final fight with her, no revenge for James. She just has some parting words with Clementine before disappearing on a raft, which is just so unsatisfying, even if it's meant to be an ironic death for James. Just a lesson about how pacifism means nothing in a world built on violence, or something like that. However, if you like James, and were happy he survived after AJ turned Lily into Swiss cheese, his character gets completely ruined, which I'll get into in just a bit. Clem regains consciousness after the explosion, finding James and Ten nowhere in sight. Thankfully, AJ is close by, and together they escape the sinking ship safely, though at the cost of Clem losing her favorite hat. They regroup with Lewis, Violet, and the other kids on shore, but the explosion has drawn a massive herd of walkers, making it nearly impossible to escape. Spotting a horse and cage used to transport the captured kids, Clem tells the others to run for it, while she covers their escape. Meanwhile, the remaining Delta members are struggling to fight off the undead, getting picked off one by one, until only Minnie remains. Instead of retreating, Minnie recklessly charges at the walkers, lashing out in rage as her squad is wiped out. It doesn't take long for her to be overwhelmed. First taking a bite to the arm, then losing a chunk of her cheek. Brutal. Still seething with anger, she spots Clem and AJ, and in a last-ditch effort, tries to throw a grenade at them. But a well-timed arrow to her shoulder ruins her aim, sending the grenade off course. As the walkers swarm her, Clem and AJ are left with another problem. The explosion spooks the horse carrying the other kids, causing it to bolt, leaving the two of them stranded. Not all hope is lost, as they spot Ten nearby who leads them away from the chaos. Soon they reunite with James and make a run for it, escaping through a narrow gap in the cliffside that leads into a cave, with a river running through it. But the walkers are still close behind, forcing them to keep moving. It's only after crossing the river and venturing deeper into the cave that they finally get a moment to catch their breath. And then James loses his mind.
You brought this on yourself. But it's not too late.
Let go!
For him, at least. Follow us and I sprain your ankle. Follow us after that, I break your leg.
I won't let you take him.
I won't let you make him a monster.
If Telltale hadn't gone under, and the team had a full 5 episodes to work with, James's shift in character probably would have been more gradual and made sense. But as it stands, his complete 180 between episodes is jarring. Sure, James has always been naive. He saw Lily ready to execute him, saw her nearly kill Ten, and still clings to his ideals of not spreading more violence. Whether or not sparing Lily is the right move, I at least understand his reasoning. What really bothers me is his sudden obsession with keeping AJ pure. I get the whole, he's young, there's still a chance for him to be better type of mindset, but James barely knows AJ. They've known each other for maybe a few weeks, and only interacted a handful of times. It feels completely out of character for him to get so aggressive about separating AJ from Clem. And AJ manages to briefly stop them from fighting, by announcing that he liked killing Lily, which throws off the both of them. But credit where it's due, this scene really highlights how AJ is misinterpreting everything Clem has been teaching him. He's been raised to believe survival comes first, that monsters should be killed, and that protecting the people you care about sometimes means taking a life. In his mind, Lily was bad. He killed her. Now she can't hurt them anymore. So why shouldn't he feel good about it? Why should he feel guilty for eliminating a threat? Despite how clumsily this conversation with AJ is set up, I'd be lying if I didn't admit like I was walking on a tightrope with how tense it feels, carefully navigating what I had Clem say to AJ as if one wrong response would send him down a path of no return. It's a chilling moment because AJ isn't being malicious. He genuinely doesn't understand why Clem is upset. To him, he followed her rules to the letter. But what he's struggling with is that he doesn't grasp the nuance of morality. Clem tells him that, yes, killing is sometimes necessary, and she's not upset that he shot Lily. She's upset because he enjoyed it. Violence might be unavoidable in this world, but taking pleasure in it? That's dangerous. Just as importantly, he needs to control his emotions, to not let anger or fear dictate his actions. Killing isn't just about pulling the trigger, it's about knowing when to stop. But AJ didn't stop. He kept shooting. In teaching him how to survive, Clem may have inadvertently robbed him of the chance to be a normal kid. And now, when faced with the gray areas of morality, he doesn't know how to process it. Clem is trying to course correct, to help him understand that survival isn't just about killing, but the damage may already be done. James actually does have a point about how Clem is raising AJ, but it doesn't make sense he'd be so aggressive about trying to save him. This scene is trying to do too much at once, bring an end to James's story, hold a spotlight to AJ's increasingly troubling behavior, and most importantly, if Clem's teachings are partially responsible for what AJ's turning into. Honestly, instead of starting a fight and trying to take AJ, it would have made way more sense if James just abandoned them. Walking away with some somber parting words like, "I thought you were different, Clementine. I thought you were good. But now I see you're just like everyone else." Cue sad music and James disappears from the story, never to be seen again. Which is what sort of happens with them anyways. After all this drama comes to a head, James' fate depends on how Clem responds to his pacifist philosophy. He either storms off in frustration, choosing to abandon the group entirely, or he realizes his mistakes and sacrifices himself to hold off the walkers so the others can escape. Either way, the game heavily implies he doesn't make it. Unfortunately, this forced confrontation ends up ruining his character. What started as an intriguing perspective, his belief that walkers might retain some humanity, and his commitment to pacifism, gets twisted into something irrational. Instead of presenting his ideology as a complex moral dilemma, the game turns him into a delusional outlier, someone too out of touch with reality to be taken seriously. His story could have been a fascinating exploration of morality in a world that forces people to kill, but instead it reduces him to little more than a roadblock in Clem and AJ's journey. Before leaving the cave, AJ will approach Clem and ask her to trust him to make the right choices, to trust he'll only kill to protect others and not out of enjoyment, presenting you with the last and also biggest decision of the episode, to trust AJ or not. Which, admittedly, after that conversation we had, there's no way he's mature enough yet to decide things on his own. However, your choice impacts how things play out in the next scene in a huge way. But for now, all I say is that I chose to trust AJ. As they leave the cave, Ten takes a moment to reflect on the vote that decided whether Clem and AJ could stay after Marlon's death. She already knows that Ten and Violet supported them, but he reveals the third person who voted in their favor was a sim. His reasoning? Clem looked like a survivor, and he believed the school would be safer with her there. It's a roundabout way for Ten to lift Clem's spirits after everything that just happened with James, reassuring her that she didn't just save the group, she taught them they didn't have to live in fear. It's a really sweet moment, which makes what happens next all the more devastating. The trio then bump into Violet, who came back to search for them. She and Clem discuss how Violet changed for the better thanks to her. All the kids at Erickson did too. They discuss wanting a fresh start and giving the school a more fitting name. Violet suggests Texas too. As they continue walking, they'll reach a wooden bridge that's falling to pieces, with a gap in it that leads to a huge fall down into the river.
That's far.
Really far.
Should be able to jump it. It's not that far.
Yeah, I think we can. We just gotta be careful not to land too hard.
I found you. Oh, Ted. My sweet little brother. Come with me.
Oh my god, having Minnie reappear like this is genuinely chilling. It's not just the fact that she's singing the song she once used to comfort Ten and the others, now warped into something haunting. It's the sheer desperation driving her forward. Despite everything she's been through, being broken by the Delta, killing her own sister, betraying her friends, losing the Delta, getting bitten multiple times, and standing on the brink of death, she refuses to stop. Minnie keeps pushing forward, clinging to life through sheer force of will. At this point, she isn't even really a person anymore. She's a ghost, running on nothing but rage and obsession. And I didn't catch this right away, but her return mirrors Lee's final march in Season 1, when he fought through a massive horde to save Clementine. Both are infected and dying, both carve a bloody path through the dead, and both become so drenched in walker remains that they blend in. And like Lee, Minnie's driven by love. Only her love has been twisted beyond recognition. Lee's final act was one of true sacrifice, ensuring Clementine's survival no matter the cost. But Minnie, broken and delusional, believes she's saving Ten by leading him straight to his death. And what makes this even worse is that Minnie gets exactly what she wants. Even though Ten knows his sister is dying, and the others warn him that the girl he once loved is gone, he still can't bring himself to abandon her. In the chaos, Clem tries to hold off both the walkers and Minnie, leading to a brief but brutal struggle. Minnie manages to slice Clem's leg open, but in return, Clem shoots her, sending her stumbling back into the pack of walkers. The smell of fresh blood overrides the walker guts masking her scent, and they finally turn on her. Or at least that's the best explanation I could piece together. The game leaves it ambiguous as to why they didn't attack her before. Despite her injury, Clem manages to leap across the gap, but Ten, still unable to let go of Minnie, hesitates. Violet desperately tries to pull him to safety, but the walkers close in fast. Clem, wounded and unable to do anything, can only watch as the decision is taken out of her hands. Or more accurately, it was made already. If, back in the cave, you chose not to trust AJ with making his own decisions, he falters, lowering his gun and telling Violet to toss Ten over. She does, saving his life, but at the cost of her own, as she's swarmed and killed. But if you did trust AJ, he finds the strength to make the impossible choice. He pulls the trigger and shoots Ten.
Violet, please jump!
Oh my god, no!
That's right. Come with me.
No!
Oof. Poor Ten. I'll be honest, I'm really mixed on how this scene plays out. On one hand, I like that the outcome is tied to your trust in AJ, rather than a straightforward choose who to save moment. It adds weight to the decision you made earlier, reinforcing how much influence Clem has over him. On the other hand, the way the choices play out feels backwards. Trusting AJ leads him to making the hard choice, gunning down Ten to save Violet, while not trusting him results in him hesitating, which gets Violet killed instead. The way their earlier conversation was framed, it felt more like Clem was gauging whether AJ could be trusted to make the morally right choice, not necessarily the hard one. And while I'm glad Violet survives in my playthrough, it still feels like I was being punished for trusting AJ, as if doing so sent him down an even darker path. He doesn't kill Ten without remorse, he's visibly pained by it, but it raises the question of where his motivations will lead him next. He's already learned that survival sometimes means sacrificing those you care about, and this moment might only reinforce that belief. What happens when the next impossible choice comes around? How far will he go? The further he leans into survival above all else, the more he risks isolating himself, not just from other survivors, but maybe even from Clem. It's unfortunately an idea that isn't explored since this is the last episode, and kinda gets undermined with the game's ending. Despite making across the bridge, Clem, AJ, and Violet still have a lot of walkers to deal with. They try to escape over a fence, but only Violet makes it over as Clem's injury slows her down, and they aren't able to get over in time. She tells Violet to head back to the school while she and AJ will figure out another way home. The pair manage to escape the walkers by scaling a rock wall, but they don't make it out unscathed. A walker sinks its teeth into Clem's leg. She and AJ both know what that means. There's no time to dwell on it. She pushes forward, urging him to keep going. By morning, they finally reach James's barn, not far from the school, but their journey is cut short as another wave of walkers forces them to take shelter inside. Clem is barely holding on. Weak, feverish, and struggling to move, she can't help fortify the barn. Control shifts to AJ, who scrambles to keep them safe, slamming gates shut, taking down walkers, and doing everything in his power to hold their position. He succeeds, but there's no escaping the reality of their situation. A horde still lingers outside, and Clem doesn't have the strength to keep going. She's pale, trembling, the infection rapidly taking hold. AJ refuses to accept it, pleading that they can still make it, that there has to be a way to save her. But Clem reminds him that they prepared for this. He still has a choice. He can cut open a walker and cover himself in its guts to slip away unnoticed. He can take their axe and defend himself, but the one thing he can't do is stay. AJ refuses. He'd rather die with her, just like the walker couple they saw at the train station. But Clem won't let him. No matter how much it hurts, she needs him to honor her final wish and let go.
I need you to live, AJ. For me. That's your job now.
Okay, Clem. That's my job.
Last rule.
No.
What do we do if I get bit? Just leave.
I can't let you turn into a monster.
You have to.
No.
As AJ lifts his axe, everything goes black, and suddenly, a flashback. Years earlier, we see how Clementine found and reunited with AJ at the McCarroll Ranch, which was under siege by unknown raiders. As she rides in, a dying man, presumably part of the ranch's group, mistakes her for an enemy and fires, killing her horse. Clem tries to get answers about AJ, but the man, defiant to the end, refuses to speak. Inside, she encounters another man caught in a shootout. He too assumes Clem is with the raiders and immediately opens fire. Forced to defend herself, she takes him down and demands to know where the children are. He directs her to the nursery, but still believing she's a threat, he makes a last-ditch effort to stab her. Clem has no choice but to kill him. Reaching the nursery, she finds a woman frantically searching a locker. Before Clem can ask about AJ, the woman draws a gun, leaving Clem no choice but to defend herself again. Only afterwards does Clem realize the woman had been holding a baby bottle. When she opens the locker, she finds a terrified AJ curled up inside. At first, he doesn't recognize her, shrinking away when she reaches for him, but Clem manages to coax him out, only for him to see the body of his caretaker, sending him into a fresh wave of panic. She quickly scoops him up and escapes in a car that had crashed through the ranch gates, the same one from the beginning of the season. Unable to return to Richmond due to some unspecified war in the area, making it impossible to go back, Clementine takes off, her next destination unknown. This moment is the root of Clem's nightmares. The horror she saw that day, the guilt of killing the very people who protected AJ, and worst of all, the knowledge that her actions caused this trauma. It's an incredible reveal, adding so much depth to Clem's motivations in raising AJ. It wasn't just about survival, it was about redemption, making amends for the choices she had to make. But my issue is where this reveal happens. Dropping it right as AJ is about to kill Clem makes no sense. If anything, it should have been the opening of the episode. Clem reliving this memory before waking up on the burning ship. That would have reframed her choices throughout the episode, making her actions feel even more personal. Instead, it's placed here at the last second, seemingly just to answer the lingering question about her nightmares, and in doing so, it completely disrupts the pacing of the finale. After the flashback, we cut to AJ in the present, spearfishing alone with Rosie at his side. After he's done, he'll spot Clementine's hat floating down the river, and manages to recover it with Rosie's help. As he's prepared to leave, he freezes up when spotting a walker. It's 10. Pulling his gun, he's still filled with regret in killing his first friend, hesitating on what he should do next. I have AJ just throw a rock to lead him away. He shouldn't have to kill his friend twice. As AJ walks back to Erickson, we're treated to a slow walking sequence beautifully scored to the song Take Us Back, which unfortunately is copyrighted, so instead, here's That's the Way It Is from Red Dead Redemption 2.
The many miles we walk, the many things we learn, the building of a shrine, only just to burn. That's the way it is. That's the way it is.
When AJ arrives at the school, all the other kids passing him by, he finds someone waiting for him. Clementine. Come on, you didn't think they were gonna kill her off, did ya? When faced with the choice of killing Clem or leaving her to turn, AJ took a third option, lopping off her infected leg. And it worked. Clem was only infected for a couple hours at most, so it's not unreasonable to think she'd avoid turning by removing her leg. I'll be blunt, Clementine surviving is 100% a cop-out. Everything from shaping the kind of person AJ would grow up to be, to the constant discussions about what he should do if something happened to her, to Clem getting infected and spending the second half of this episode barely clinging on, pointed to her possibly not making it. Honestly, multiple endings would have made more sense. Ones where your choices determined whether Clem lived, died, or even if AJ went down with her. But like I've said dozens of times already, considering the game's troubled development, we were lucky to get any ending at all. That said, I still like this ending. As much as I can acknowledge it as a cop-out, I'm happy Clementine made it. I've grown way too attached to her over the course of this series. Watching her go from a scared little girl to a capable young woman has been the best part of The Walking Dead, even when the writing didn't always hold up. So yeah, I'm glad my little sweet pea got her happy ending. She's earned it, and the way the game closes is really heartwarming. After everything they've been through, Clementine finally lets her guard down. For the first time, she admits just how hard it's been, how scared she's been. She never had a plan, never knew if she was making the right choices. She feared that one day AJ would realize she didn't actually know what she was doing, that he'd stop believing in her. But through all the struggles, the mistakes, and the impossible choices, she kept going, hoping she was doing right by him. And now, with everything behind them, she finally summons the courage to ask the question that's been weighing on her for so long.
Did I do a good job?
Of course you did. What are you crazy?
Maybe a little.
A lot more than a little.
When we were in the barn, you didn't listen to me. And if you had, I'd be dead. I was right to trust you, back in the cave. To make the hard calls, even when I couldn't. You'll have to be strong for the both of us.
You made it so I can. So, thank you. For everything.
You're welcome for everything.
And that was The Walking Dead, the final season. After the emotional highs and lows, you get one last moment controlling AJ as he walks through the halls of Erickson, the credits listing the names of the still not bitten team, the people who made this finale possible. The game ends with AJ placing Clementine's hat down in their room, a quiet but hopeful way to close the book on this series. Man, what a ride. I said at the beginning of this video that I didn't have high hopes going in, given how much the last two seasons dropped in quality. But despite that, and the fact that this game was nearly cancelled when Telltale went under, the final season managed to deliver a genuinely satisfying conclusion. By scaling back the scope of the story and focusing on a smaller, more personal cast, the final season recaptured what made the original so special. This shift to a contained setting like Erickson gave the game a sense of home, making Clem's fight to protect it feel more meaningful. AJ's emotional development became the heart of the journey, forcing players to reflect on their own morals as they shaped the kind of person he would grow up to be. Even the optional romances, which had actual build-up and chemistry, added emotional weight rather than feeling tacked on. All of these elements came together to create an experience that rivals the original season in quality. It's not perfect though. Lily's return felt underutilized, James's character was completely mishandled, and as much as I liked the ending, it was definitely a cop-out. If Telltale Games hadn't collapsed, and the team had just one more episode to let everything breathe, I think this game could have surpassed the original. But even with all its flaws, I'm grateful that the Still Not Bitten team got to finish the story they wanted to tell, to give Clementine a real ending. And now, after all these years, I can finally say I saw this journey through to the end. And I'm glad I did.